Hey guy, it's yo boy Mr. Lightnovel here. I'm gonna cover all this, so please like and subscribe and share this novel. Much love. I will kill the author. Chapter 31. Spider. Idiasis inverted question mark 2 hours, 2 fucking hours. We did that horrendous physical training on that fucker's instructions for 2 fucking long hours. After Instructor Raven was done with us, none of the cadets were in any shape of learning combat arts, so he had to let us go. That guy is not a human, he is a demon. A part of me is already starting to believe that he likes torturing kids. I swear to God I will put him through something much worse one day. Just let me get strong. Anyway, right now we were dragging our tired bodies to the training hall situated on the ground floor. The Global Military Academy course for first-year cadets is divided into 8 classes: Mana Theory, Mana Arts, Anti-Personnel Combat Training, Combat Arts, Weapon Arts, War Tactics, High-Order Thinking Skills, Applying Scientific and Mathematical Theories to Mana Arts, and lastly, an elective course, Extra Class, allows cadets to select a specific field of study that'll help them build a career later. In a day, one cadet has to attend 5 classes according to the timetable provided by the Academy, where one of them is a joint class session between 2 class sections. Yesterday, my extra class was a joint session with Class 1G14. Today is our first day of Weapon Arts class and we will be sharing it with Class 1C8. You want to know why the hell I'm telling you all this useless information? Well, because starting today the first arc of the story will be set in motion. And oh boy, I'm excited for it to begin. You wanna know why I'm so excited about it? Well, firstly, there was finally going to be some juicy drama to keep me entertained. Even though I was in a fantasy world now, I was trapped in a monotonous rhythmic routine. Get up, come to the academy, train, go back, sleep and repeat. I was in desperate need of some nail-biting juicy drama. And secondly, this arc will provide me with some good opportunities to get stronger. So as I dragged my feet and descended the stairs to get to the training hall, my eyes absent-mindedly started searching for this story's protagonist. There he was, while all the other cadets around me looked like they were about to drop dead any moment now. That guy on the other hand seemed as if the abuse we all just went through was akin to a morning jog for him. Nero Decroft. In the novel, this upcoming arc established his presence as the main character of the story. It started when a cadet of Class 1C8 began picking a fight with William, a part of the main cast, on something so trivial that I can't even bother to remember it. Like a knight in shining armor, Nero jumped in and took a stand for his fellow cadet in need. Let's just say that little feud transpired into a chain of events and morphed into a full-blown clash between the 2 classes. That in turn forced the Queen of the Global City, or shall I say, Cadet Council's Vice President, Lucas Morningstar, to interfere. She proposed an idea of a mock war between classes 1C8 and 1A1 in the virtual world on the condition that the losing class would give up their total monthly merit points to the winning class. Both of the classes willingly accepted, of course, but amidst all this, there was a traitor in Class 1A1 that leaked all the crucial information to the enemy. From their war strategies to battle formations are everything. That traitor was Grace Goodwill. She had no goodwill for her own class. Hee. Get that? Goodwill. Wordplay. Hee. Unaway a broken bar to avoid getting caught. She framed Lucas as the traitor and set him up. Of course, Lucas' brilliant reputation didn't help him and everyone instantly believed Grace, but Grace was a cautious woman. She had the habit of hammering an extra nail to the coffin, to make sure no one would ever believe Lucas if he were to try and plea for innocence. She paid a commoner girl to provoke and get beaten up by him. Long story short, right after the end of the first arc, Nero engaged in a duel with Lucas and thoroughly embarrassed him for assaulting a helpless girl. By doing that, he made his name known to mostly everyone in the academy. After all, it's not every day a descendant of a ruling family is beaten to a pulp. Arghh. Just remembering that last part sent a shiver down my spine. Arghh. I'll have to avoid that fate at any cost. What happened to the mock war, you ask? Well, the arc concluded with Class 1A1 scoring a dangerously close victory over Class 1C8 after 6 long days of the hard-fought war. The reason for their victory? Nero Decroft. Out of 20 squads of Class 1C8, Nero single-handedly wiped out 6 of them. That act gave Class 1A1 a major number advantage over their enemy, so despite their whole strategy being leaked, they won through brute force alone. After that event, Nero's rank was updated from 00021 to 00019. Now, although the first arc was largely irrelevant to the plot, it marked the start of the main story, not to mention, it brought all the important main leads together, forming a bond amongst them that set them up for the challenges ahead. That said, I would much rather prefer if the ending does not feature my fragile ass being used to wipe the floor by a monster like Nero. So, will I be taking it upon myself to change the ending of this arc? Hell yeah. By doing so, will I potentially alter the plot in a way that could come back to bite me later on? Hell yeah. After dragging my tired feet across the corridors and down the stairs one floor after another, I finally arrived at the training hall. As the name suggests, it was a huge hall. Actually, instead of a training hall, it would be more accurate to call it a dojo. In front of us was a raised platform, a stage covered with cushioning mattresses. At the back of the hall, several pieces of training equipment, practice dummies, and combat dolls were neatly placed. I looked around and saw all sorts of bladed weapons packed tightly on the walls: axes, scythes, whips, swords, all kinds of blades. I also noticed that even though 2 classes by extension, 200 cadets were sharing the training hall, it was still nowhere near its full capacity and everyone had plenty of space to do just more than move around. It made me wonder, exactly how big was this dojo? Attention cadets. Shaking me out of my alright then was a loud booming voice. It was coming from in front of us. Naturally, everyone shifted their attention to the stage where the voice seemed to have come from. Surely enough, we saw a man with a lean build and long crimson hair tied into a braid, seemingly in his mid-40s, glaring back at us. A pair of enchanting crimson eyes adorned his perfectly chiseled face. Even though a large scar was running down his left cheek, it did nothing to hinder his beauty. He was wearing a loose dojo robe with a deep V-neck that completely revealed multiple other scars on his bare chest that he must have received during his time on the battlefield. I knew who he was. A broken bar. I am Leo Kurogami. I'm currently on a year-long leave from the military. My rank is captain and from this moment on, I will be your weapon arts instructor. He was Leo Kuro. Oh, he already introduced himself. A broken bar. You will all address me as sensei starting today and I will call you all by your names. Follow my instructions without fail. If you don't, be prepared to face consequences that'll follow. He was of Japanese lineage with mixed Mexican blood. Not that any of those countries exist now, but it's rare to see someone of Asian roots alive in this world. Why? Because during the demon invasion that happened 7 centuries ago, which lasted for 6 days, the first countries to be annihilated were mostly Asian countries. Almost 62% of humanity was wiped out by demons and roughly 48% of those casualties were Asian people. After that, bloodlines and cultures started to blend together when the landmass of the world began to collide into one. It was difficult to even keep one's traditions alive at that time because of how chaotic everything was back then. But on the bright side, religious, cultural, and racial conflicts were ceasing to exist drastically with each passing year. Discrimination and prejudice were becoming things of the past when the world was literally brought together. Well, that was until the central government was formed, and they proposed a law that stated that every individual who can wield mana has to serve in the United Military for 4 years. In itself, that wasn't such a bad proposal since the northern continent needed more soldiers to defend its borders from the vampires. Space defense stations required more soldiers to deploy too, since the threat of Callis seemed to have been growing with each passing day. So yeah, the central government's decision had the world and its people's best interests at heart. However, Asians, who had already lost the majority of their population, were firmly against the notion of sending their sons and daughters to the border to fight in an extinction-level war, so they protested against it, a broken bar, or at least, they tried to, until their voices were silenced as the government imposed strict laws and suppressed dissent. After that occurred many similar incidents in which the central government demonstrated its power and shut down people's voices and opinions, essentially stripping them of their freedom of speech. In the following years, the members of the central government declared themselves as the supreme authority of the world. They made it very clear that anyone opposing them would be suppressed. The people of Earth had their birthright of their freedom stolen from them just like that, and they all were just too powerless to do anything. After all, what right does the weak have against the will of the strong? They could do nothing but endure under the utter monarchy of the central government. Well, at least that's what most of them thought they could do. There were some individuals who wanted to reclaim their birthright, some who wanted to take back their freedom, decided to overthrow the central government in order to rid the world of its perceived tyranny. This sentiment of overthrowing the one supreme authority of the world gave birth to an organization that very few know of in today's time as a Spider. Spider was a group that sought to achieve complete anarchism by dismantling the hierarchical system of governance established by the central government, whereas most people treated the existence of Spider as a myth, an urban legend, or a conspiracy. A select few people knew the truth about them. They really did exist. And since they were a shadow organization, no one knew who their members were. It was possible that Anya knew your brother, your friend, a person you sat next to while traveling on the train, your own parents, your lover, a broken bar, or your weapon arts instructor could be a member of Spider. You see, the very idea of Spider's existence posed a threat to the central government. This is because anarchism, which is the goal of Spider, seeks to eliminate hierarchy and governance altogether in favor of replacing it with voluntary cooperation and the mutual aid. As such, the existence of an organization like Spider challenges the very foundations of the society created by the central government. But that was not the reason why they were so considered to be so dangerous. The reason for them being so dangerous was that, according to some conspiracy theories, few of the most influential people in the world were affiliated with Spider. Some of them even acted as its legs. Oh, the organization was structured with 9 main seats, 8 legs and 1 head, and all the other people affiliated with Spider were referred to as workers or cells. I think even the dumbest of you must have understood where I'm going with this by now, right? No? Gosh, you really are dumb. Fine, let me write it out for you. Leo Kurogami, also known as the Second Coming of the Sword Saint, our weapon arts instructor, was one of the Spider's legs. Inverted question mark. Now, I won't claim to be an expert of every weapon in existence, Leo shrugged. In fact, some of you might even be able to use your main weapon better than me, but where I excel is in fighting solely with weapons. My fighting style is forged around the various weapon arts I've studied and mastered over the years. From Mount Huata's southern edge to even some lesser-known dojos, I've learned in countless martial arts sects and schools and honed the craft of wielding weapons to its near perfection. A broken bar. The more Leo continued to babble about his accomplishments, the more the cadets listening to him felt enthralled by him. I had to agree, this guy was charismatic as fuck. The girls present here were already bewitched by him, but even the boys couldn't help and admire him. Maybe that's why he was one of the top-ranking members of a huge shadow organization. Anyway, I think I never explained the law of martial arts in this era, right? Oh, I did? Let me talk about it a little anyway. After mana started flowing in the world, people discovered that it was very, very similar to the chi mentioned in the ancient Chinese martial arts scriptures, and so, the age of the revival of martial arts began. Sects were formed and schools were established to spread the knowledge of martial arts by veteran practitioners. Even dads of the people who were incapable of using mana started taking a keen interest in it, and as such, martial arts regained the fame it once held in the ancient past. Although many known sects of the past were re-established, only 3 of them came out on top. These 3 sects were hailed as the 3 great sects: Mount Hua of the north, Yudang of the east, and Shaolin of the south. Don't worry, I'm not going to talk about this Muram shit for too long. Yes, I don't like Muram either. Okay, maybe a little. Anyway, my point is, practicing martial arts became a viable career. In fact, some retired soldiers go on to teach martial arts to make a living. Martial arts can be broadly classified into 2 categories: combat arts and weapon arts. Combat arts involve techniques that are designed to help you engage in hand-to-hand combat with your enemy by making you use your body as a weapon. Movement arts and breathing techniques are subdivisions of combat arts. Weapon arts, on the other hand, focus on the use of various weapons, such as swords, staffs, nunchucks etc. to defeat an enemy. Techniques in martial arts are ranked from LVL 1 to LVL 5. with LVL5 being the strongest. Each level is then further divided into 3 grades: low, mid, and high. Mastery over one's professions, such as spearman, archer, swordsman, tanker, assassin, is also divided from LVL1 to LVL5, with the latter being the highest point one can reach in their profession. It is believed that the more you practice your profession, the higher your profession will level up and the stronger you'll become. What better way to do it than learning some weapon arts related to your profession, right? Well, yeah, but the level of difficulty in mastering different weapons can vary. Some weapons may be easier to learn and use effectively, while others may require more training and practice to become proficient. For example, mastering to use a gun would be much easier than mastering to wield a sword. Not to mention, there are not so many weapon arts for guns while there exist thousands for swords, and because of that, even if someone has a profession of LVL5 gunman, they could still be weaker than LVL3 swordsman. Of course, weapons are just tools and the ferocity of their use can vary greatly depending on their wielders. Anyway, it is also worth noting that talent can also play an important role in how easily someone is able to master their main weapon. And yes, there are other professions such as crafter, alchemist, or rune master, but they are not considered to be the main professions since they are no help in combat. The way to level up those professions is essentially the same: you work hard, improve, and master your proficiency in them. A broken bar. What? Some of you still can't grasp what I'm saying? Ha, fine, you'll understand once you see everything I said play out in the story. For now, I would just like to clear this up. Leo Kurogami is a monster. In the novel, there were only so many people who were able to fight him head-on. He was called the Second Coming of Sword Saint and God of War. The reason for those chunny titles, it's because there was not a single weapon in existence that he had not at least used once. He had learned over 500 different weapon arts in over 65 martial arts schools and sects over the world. He was LVL3-4 in over 50, while LVL5 in 20 different professions, and he was only 32 years old. I know with that age, he couldn't be considered young, but he wasn't very old either. To achieve what he did in his life would be near impossible for most people. Out of all the weapons he had mastered, his weapon of choice was either a ninjato or a katana. Heavy emphasis was put on the fact that if you were to use his secret weapon art against you, you are as good as dead. He was a person no one wanted to have as their enemy. Unfortunately, the central government had just that. They had him as their enemy. There will be a civil war in 3 years' time, which would later be called the War of Union, and in that war, this man will be the United Military's enemy. Sire, broken bar days ahead sure are tough. Well, he's not my headache. Nero will deal with him when the time comes. So, is that understood? Leo finally ended his super long speech about weapons this and weapons that and asked his students if everything was clear. Yes, sensei, everyone replied in unison. Excellent. Leo nodded and surveyed the crowd of cadets before speaking in a firm voice. Now, I will assign each of you a weapon art based on your academy ranking and the primary weapon of choice. However, if you are already practicing a different weapon art or wish to continue doing so in the future, that is completely fine, but please be aware that this does not excuse you from learning the weapon art that I am assigning to you. As soon as Leo was done speaking, he stepped down from the stage and started walking up to a cadet one by one. After walking up to a cadet, he would ask them their rank and the main weapon, and after getting the answer, he would take out a thin technique cultivation manual from his dimensional ring and hand it over to them. Name, ranking, and primary weapon, Lucas Morningstar. 116,969. Bow, swooshaw. Here you go. It didn't take long before he reached me and handed me an archery art too. Following that, in around 20 minutes or so, Leo was done providing manuals to the 200 cadets present here. With a nonchalant attitude, he walked up to the training hall exit before turning around and shouting, "Follow me, we're going out in the field." If we had to go out in the field, then why did we walk back here in the first place? Is what everyone wanted to ask, but we held our tongue and bitterly followed Leo as he trailed out of the training hall. I kind of expected this beauty broken bar I'm currently witnessing a guy make a complete fool of himself. The whole class was ridiculing him. Huge ass. This guy, on top of being a complete mystery to me, was a gunman. There were no complex weapon arts for guns. How could there be? The use of a gun is so simple. Aim, shoot, handle, recoil, that's it. And this guy right here was simply taking out the twin handguns from the holsters on his waist, pulling their triggers and putting them back in the holsters real quick. That's all. That was his two-movement gun art, a quick draw and shoot. Just who was he and why in God's name was he using handguns? You know, he kinda reminded me of the MC of this one novel that I read. I forgot that novel's name and plot, but I do remember the MC, and it was a transmigrator. He used a diggle in a modern world of sword and magic, and he was kind of cool, I have to admit it. However, guns are broken by Arghh. As I watched Hugh handle his guns, a shiver ran down my spine. I couldn't help but shudder at the mere sight of them. I was killed by a gun. Maybe that inflicted some kind of trauma on me and caused me to grow some kind of phobia toward guns. TSK, clicking my tongue and shaking my head, I averted my gaze from him. Finally deciding to start my own training, I navigated across the concrete field, where cadets practiced various weapon arts provided by Leo-sensei. The training field was vast and divided into 3 sections: an open area where cadets could practice freely, a dummy practice area where cadets could practice with close-range weapons like swords and spears, and a shooting range where cadets with long-range weapons could practice. In addition to this, there's also a training hall where we were before. It's an indoor and smaller version of this training field. The academy also has multiple gyms, personal and public, which are equipped with some super advanced equipment. However, I've not been there myself. Why? Because I was too busy lazing around. Yeah, I know, I should be getting stronger and all that, but old habits die hard, a broken bar, especially when you have a messed up sleep schedule like mine. Anyway, upon arriving at the shooting range, I noticed 40 lanes with circular targets positioned at the end of each lane. These targets had a set of concentric circles labeled on them. I noticed Amelia and Anastasia, along with several other snipers from Class 1C8 and 1A1, using the targets to practice their weapon arts. Without paying much mind to any of them, I went and stood a few meters away from one of the unoccupied target lanes. I had to focus on myself. The first main event of the story was about to start any moment now, and I had to get ready for it. From now on, no more procrastination. This world is cruel, and if I don't put in the effort required to succeed, I will lose. And in this world, losing means death. I must be proactive and determined if I want to thrive in such a challenging environment, and I have a definite idea of how to do just that. According to my estimation, a cadet from Class 1C8 will instigate a fight with William within the next hour. Leo-sensei will dismiss the altercation as a mere children's brawl, but it would escalate in the coming days and lead to a huge conflict between the two classes. That would mark the start of the first arc in the story. I had set 2 goals in mind for the first arc: to seize every opportunity that can and will help me to grow stronger, and to alter the arc's ending in a way that allows me to avoid having a duel with Nero. With that decided, I nodded and started reading the technique manual provided to me by Leo Kurogami. The name of the archery technique I was going to practice was A superscript 1000 falling lightning needle strike. A superscript. Oh yes, I know it's a chunny name. I can't do anything about it. Okay, good lord. Anyway, it was a mid-grade LVL1 weapon art. This archery art allows the user to infuse an arrow with mana. Upon release, the mana on the arrow will split and form into 10 mana arrows and rain down upon the target. The technique can be combined with an elemental spell too, so why did it have 1000 and lightning in its name? The fuck do I know about Yuksaya naming sense? Anyhow, as I was saying, I was provided with a mid-grade LVL1 art. Although it was a good technique, I could never hope to catch up to my peers with just this. So what is my plan, you asked? My plan is to focus on my goal number 1 as of now, to seize every opportunity that can and will help me grow stronger. Archery techniques are not very strong. In fact, no long-range weapon art is strong enough when compared to the close-range weapon art. The LVL1 sword art will always be stronger than the LVL1 archery art. I chose a bow as my main weapon because I didn't want to engage in close-quarters combat. Why? Well, because it's too messy for someone coming from a peaceful world like me. I would much rather shoot from a distance and let all the other brutes do the fighting for me. That said, I knew what I wanted was unrealistic. I can't just hope never to be put in a situation where I'll have to fight at close range, thinking that would be stupid, and what's stupider would be not readying myself for such a situation. I think you all must have understood where I'm going with this, right? What I need to do first is buy a spear art. Since I know how to handle a spear from Lucas' memories, it would be a perfect weapon to master. In fact, Lucas was originally a spearman in the novel. What's more, a spear is a mid-range weapon, so I won't have to fight someone super up close while using it. After that, I'll start practicing some good unarmed combat arts just in case I ever find myself in a situation where I don't have any weapons on me. So my arsenal would look something like this: archery for long range, spearmanship for mid-range, and hand-to-hand combat arts for fighting at close range. Yes, it would be perfect. Coupled with magic spells that I'll learn and my near-invincible armor, I would become the most versatile fighter among my peers. Okay, a broken bar, not the most, but at least one of the most versatile fighters among my peers. Of course, achieving all that by the start of the mock war will simply be impossible, so instead, I decided to just focus on buying at least a LVL3 spear art and mastering this LVL1 archery art for now. Let's start practicing. An extended sigh escaped my lips before I stretched and loosened my body. Opening the first page of the technique manual in my hand, I started following exactly what was written on it step by step. 55 minutes later, a broken bar dinger! Your knowledge about your profession has increased. Technique was 1000 falling lightning needle strike, LVL1, progress, 11%. Finally, after spending around 55 minutes on it, the status notification popped up and acknowledged my hard work. Although the progress level of my technique was still at 11%, I don't know how long it will take to master it and get it to 100%. Oh, by the way, did I ever fill you all in about what this status screen actually is? Don't worry, I won't start a super long explanation. In short, 7 centuries ago, when mana started flowing on Earth, people who could wield it started seeing a translucent screen. The translucent screen presented them with information about themselves, such as their name, race, profession, skills, magic potential, etc. It also provided them with a numerical representation of their physical and mental condition like attack, defense, charm, and intelligence. Over the years, humans started calling it status screen. The dwarves simply called it universal window. And the elves and vampires called it Akashic records. So many flashy names. What's wrong with people's naming sense in this world? For the sake of simplicity, I'll just refer to it as the status screen like the rest of normal humans. Anyway, with the arrival of the status screen, everyone was able to decipher what area they had to work on in order to improve and grow stronger. And yes, before someone asks, much like in any other fantasy novel, only the owner can see their status screen. Also a broken bar. Oh wait. This explanation has stretched for far too long despite me promising not to let it. Then I think you get what it is now? Pretty generic fantasy stuff and nothing special. Arghh. After taking a short breather, I resumed training again. I raised my bow and knocked an arrow on the string. Drawing magical energy from my mana core, I coated the arrow with a thin layer of mana before taking aim. Sure enough, the arrow was enveloped in a light azure blue hue. Pulling back the bowstring, I calmed my mind and let out a deep breath. Swoosh or exclamation mark. Taka exclamation mark. As soon as I released my grip from the bowstring, the arrow shot forward and struck the center of the target. Bullseye. Error broken bar, but my arrow still didn't multiply. If I had performed the technique correctly, the mana I had coated on my arrow should have split into 10 mana darts, creating the illusion that my arrow had multiplied. Maybe I did something wrong? It's possible that I was not using the correct breathing pattern or my posture was wrong. It's also possible that I did not coat the arrow with the right amount of mana or that I was not releasing the arrow correctly. Scratching my head in half confusion and half frustration, I summoned the martial manual Leo gave me from my dimensional bracelet. Page by page, I started taking a look at it, desperate to know what I was doing wrong. What did you say to me? Suddenly, the fierce shouting of a young man snapped me out of my deep concentration. I whipped my head around to see the source of the disturbance. There, I saw a muscular black youth towering over a smaller boy with bright green hair and matching eyes, blocking his path with anger in his eyes. I recognized the scene instantly and couldn't help but whisper to myself in a tone full of excitement, "It's starting tilde. Drama, drama, drama tilde. Ever since childhood, I have loved drama. No, it would be more appropriate to say I hated the monotonous lifestyle. I sought excitement and thrill to keep me entertained throughout my days. I used to be the person who thrived on chaos. If I couldn't find it, I would create it myself. How did I achieve that? Well, I was the type of student who would always remind the class teacher about homework. I was the best friend who would manipulate girls into breaking up with their boyfriends and vice versa. I was the guy who used to instigate discord between two friends and watch them fight. Remember the story where my friends from college and I played truth and dare while drunk? Guess who gave them the idea of doing so? It was me. Why did I do something so horrible? Because I knew I would get a good drama out of it. Of course, it negatively affected me in the end by messing up my whole sleep schedule. But whatever, it was totally worth it. My point is I worship chaos. I love drama. I like seeing the peacefulness of life getting disrupted. I know all the things I said make me look like a bad person, but I don't care. In my past life, as I grew up, I physically felt my emotions drifting away from me. The happiness and sadness I used to feel as a child stopped coming to me. I could hardly remember the last time I cried. I had a girlfriend but I could never love her the way I saw my friends loving their partners. I had parents but I never felt close to them. I had siblings but we never shared any secrets. I had friends but being with them felt suffocating. My life was boring and the lack of stimulation drove me to insanity many times. I always felt like I was lacking something in life. To cover up that lack of feeling, I started doing things that a good person would never do, but it's not like I killed anyone nor did anything bad. You could say I just anonymously played little pranks on my friends. I just wanted to feel something, anything that could make me feel a little alive. So when I came to this world, I was happy. I was finally inside a war fantasy novel. There was chaos everywhere around me, and right now, I was witnessing the start of something that would later turn into huge chaos. I put the Marshall manual I had in my hands back in my dimensional bracelet and took out a packet of popcorn. Yes, I brought popcorn. Training could wait. Watching this scene takes priority. What did you say to me? A bulky black male yelled at a small structured emerald-haired elven boy's face. He was ripped, and the black blazer he wore struggled to contain his giant biceps. With a height of around 7'4", he possessed an imposing figure capable of inducing fear into anyone's heart. It was hard to believe that he was only 18. His name was, I don't know, I forgot. Yes, I did claim to have a near-perfect memory, but even I can't remember all the useless small details. Do you know who I am? I'm Alberto Okara. I'm the right-hand man of Kai Wiseman. The ripped guy yelled again, his deep, booming voice thundering across the training field. The onlookers quaked in fear for the safety of the petite elven boy facing the giant man. Those who had not been watching the scene before were surely paying attention now, turning their heads to see what was happening. Yes, I remember now. His name was Alberto. Oh, he already introduced himself? Anyway, he was the right-hand man of he said that too? Dude, why are you so mad? I just asked you to move from this spot politely. While everyone else quietly watched in horror, the elven boy in front of Alberto spoke calmly without a shred of fear visible on his face. He was William Senoth. His family background wasn't that special. Senoths used to be a powerhouse in the past, but now they have lost most of their influence and political standing. Why? Because most of their members were massacred. Why? Well, I can tell you, but I'm afraid I'll go off topic, so let's put this talk aside for another time. Senoths still serve the Neto family, the ruling family of the southern continent, as their vassal, but are barely a noble house anymore. However, they are still known for their pride as an elven family. Despite no longer holding the fame they once had, they maintain their dignity in their bearing, and the pride and dignity of the Senoth blood shone through in the way this boy held himself. Standing tall against a man twice his size, he exuded an air of determination. What do you mean? You asked me politely. You literally said, and I quote, "Oi, move from here, you're taking too much space." Does that sound polite to you? Alberto spat out in a ridiculing tone. And who are you to tell me what to do anyway? For an outsider, this may seem like a childish reason to fight. After all, Alberto's whole basis for the argument was that William rudely talked to him. Alberto was a weak in front of strong and strong in front of weak kind of guy, and William was a little too haughty for his own good. You put their kinds in front of each other and you'll get to see them start a fight over something trivial in under a minute. Well, in William's defense, elves are known to be prideful, but that wasn't the whole truth. You see, Alberto was asked to start this fight by Kai Wiseman, the leader of the group who called themselves Young Elites. I still can't get over how stupid Young Elites sounds, but anyway, why did Kai instruct Alberto to do that? Well, because he's a third-rate novel villain. Causing inconveniences in the plot is his whole reason for existence. As I've explained before, there are two internal authorities that govern the cadet body in this academy: Cadet Council and Disciplinary Community, also known as Royals and Pawns. The Cadet Council, also called the Royals, consists of the top 8 ranking cadets of the academy. They possess individual titles such as King, Queen, Bishops, Knights, and Rooks. They have the power to make significant changes and set new rules in the academy. The Disciplinary Committee, also known as the Pawns, consists of the next 8 cadets ranked from 9-16 and is responsible for enforcing the rules set by the Cadet Council. Quinn, who is ranked 16, is technically a member of the Disciplinary Committee, but if I remember the plot of the novel correctly, he has not yet attended any of their meetings and has not yet actively joined the committee. If my estimation is right, then he will soon be forced to join them, though it will happen before the start of the mock war. Anyway, Kai's goal was to acquire the position of the king, the Cadet Council president, and rule this city during his time in the academy. In order to achieve his goals, he needed to understand the strengths and weaknesses of those who would be his competitors. Nero, to no one's surprise, was one of those people who would be his competitors for the rank of king. In fact, he and Quinn were the only real threat to him. That's why Alberto's goal here was to create a spark that could later be turned into a forest fire, and seeing how his future competitors will deal with that fire would tell him everything he'd like to know about them. And from the looks of it, he was being successful in doing so, since Alberto was doing a good job enraging William. What are you talking about? I never said that. It looks like you're trying to blame me for something I didn't do, William said, frowning. I just asked you to move a little because I wanted to practice here. Swinging a great sword around like it's a toy, you could hurt someone with that. Oh, is that right? So you're saying I heard wrong? Alberto raised his voice. I'm sorry to tell you this, Shorty, but unlike your long ears that can't seem to function properly, mine works perfectly. Ooh, that was a low blow. Elves are really sensitive about their ears, and short guys are really sensitive about their heights. I'm 6'1" by the way. HMPH, bow down to me, you mere mortals. After a few seconds of silence, the emerald-haired elven boy puffed his chest in anger and yelled, "You know, I never said anything you're claiming I did, but now I am. You are uselessly big. Go fuck off elsewhere instead of making a fuss here and disturbing everyone around you." He scowled. Even I wouldn't have taken that if I was in Alberto's place. What? Why the fuck would I care about anyone else? And if you have a problem with me, then you move. In fact, run before I punch that stupid face of yours. Alberto barked and clenched his fists as a warning. So you accuse someone of something they never did, you refuse to be mindful of your surroundings, and to top it off, you threaten to carry out a physical assault against a fellow cadet. William voiced Alberto's violations out loud, seemingly giving him one last chance to retreat, but instead, Alberto shot a wide grin and continued his barking. Yeah, I do. What the fuck will you do about it? Go cry to your mama, you little baby? Is that supposed to be a comeback? Because if yes, then it was childish and stupid. William gritted his teeth and mockingly cocked his head to the side. God, I pity you, to be both stupid and ugly. Life must be hard for you. Burn. I call it a burn. As soon as those words left William's mouth, Alberto raised his right hand up. He channeled mana to his dimensional bracelet and equipped a great sword in his hand. The elven boy didn't back down, either. He took a low fighting stance and summoned a spear in his right hand. Crunch, crunch, munching on the popcorn. I enjoyed the sight in front of me in anticipation of what was about to happen. Whoosh, But before Alberto could swing down his sword and William could thrust forward his spear, a black-haired boy appeared out of nowhere in between them. TSK, who else but Nero can be counted on to ruin a perfectly good fight before it even starts? Stop it, you two, Nero yelled while using his hands to push back the two cadets and create some distance between them. And Alberto, raising a weapon at a fellow cadet is a violation of rules. I will report it to the Cadet Council if I see this sort of behavior ever again. What? Jerking Nero's hand that was pushing him back off his chest, Alberto shouted. He has also pulled out his weapon on me. You were the one who did it first. You surely don't expect William to let you hit him without fighting back, do you? Nero narrowed his eyes while retrieving his hands. Alberto was about to start barking again when a guy from his class came forward and took a stand for him. And you surely don't expect Alberto to let William keep insulting him, right? I mean, if we are really going to the Cadet Council, then let's also tell them how rudely William talked to him. The guy who came forward argued. Before Nero or William could respond to that comment, Anastasia stepped up and inserted herself into the argument too. To be fair, he is a big guy, she pointed at Alberto and said, not to mention he's using a great sword. There's plenty of space in the field. He shouldn't swing that thing around near someone. If William wanted him to give him some space, he could have done that. Is that a reason to start insulting someone about their physique? Your classmate called Alberto uselessly big in front of everyone. In response, a girl came forward from class 1C8 and answered back to Anastasia. Not to mention, your classmate could have also gone somewhere else to practice. From the looks of it, both this girl and the other boy were probably part of Alberto's unit. And is that a reason to pull a weapon on someone? Nero shot a counter-argument. Mind you, he pulled out a real greatsword on him. That weapon is meant to kill. And if that wasn't enough, quiet, just as they were in the middle of shouting at each other like cats and dogs, a thunderous voice echoed throughout the training field right then and silenced the cadets. Oh look, it seems that the instructor has finally remembered that it is his job to supervise the cadets. After being unable to bear the disturbance any longer, Leo-sensei walked over to the cadets who were making a fuss and yelled in their faces, "Enough, cease this childish quarrel now, get back to your training and remember why you are here. You all are the future of this world, so start acting like it." "But sensei, he pulled a weapon on me," William exclaimed, seeming unhappy that Alberto was receiving no punishment. "He was the one who picked a fight with me." I said enough. However, Leo sternly told William to drop the topic. "If you take this matter to the council, both of you will be punished. Now go back and resume your practice." Only when Leo ended the confrontation with them did the cadets drop their heads and nod. As they dispersed, the whole training field was plunged into an awkward silence. Crunch, crunch. Some of them wanted to argue further, while others wanted to take this matter to the authorities. However, they could do nothing but return to practicing their weapon arts in bitter silence. As they did, they hoped that the events of the morning would never be brought up again. Little did they know, it would be brought up again, and unbeknownst to them, as I was lost in thought, I noticed that the cadets near me were giving me a look as if to say, "Are you serious? What? Why is everyone staring at me? I didn't even do anything." Oh, then it hit me. In the tense palpable silence followed by a heated argument, the sound of someone munching on popcorn echoed across the training field. It was me. Putting away the popcorn packet in my dimensional bracelet, I equipped my martial manual back in my hands. Ignoring all the looks of disbelief and ridicule directed at me, I began practicing my weapon art again. Well, time to get back to training. The drama was only about to get spicy from here on out, but I needed to get stronger to enjoy it to the fullest. As you all might have already heard me say this many times before, I was in dire need of a spear-based weapon art. So, to get it, I went on the internet. What? You all expected me to have some future knowledge of the plot that would lead me to enter a cave and acquire a super cool weapon art after conversing with the ghost of its creator? Unfortunately for you all, I already used that cliché when I acquired my armor, and besides, guys, listen to me, why would I need some stupid plot knowledge in order to get what I want when I can just shop for it online? Or at least that's what I wanted to say. Click, click, click. In the deafening silence that filled up my apartment room, the monotonous sound of continuous clicking could be heard. The room was completely dark, with the only source of light coming from the holographic screen that was being projected out from my smart bracelet. Sitting at the edge of my bed, I surfed the internet and visited several online shopping sites that were made for weapon arts purchases in hopes of finding a good deal. However, I was disappointed with the options available, so I continued to either repeatedly click to the next page or close the window one after another. My otherwise beautiful face was marred by puffy dark circles under my eyes, which were a sign of my exhaustion from constantly doing nothing but clicking on the holographic screen for the past few hours. What does my current appearance have anything to do with the narration of what I was doing, you ask? Nothing really. I just like to remind you all Yugos how extremely beautiful I am. HMPH. Anyway, like that, I wasted a few more hours on the internet searching for good weapon art. And going through some memes. What? Don't judge me. I have a whole new world's pop culture to catch up to, and what better way to do that than reading up on some good memes. Anyway, after 5 hours of internet surfing, I gave up and closed the holographic projection. Even the search results were starting to get repetitive now. A yawn escaped my mouth as I lazily stretched my body and fell back on the bed. This is stupid, I admitted as I rolled my eyes, but the clock is ticking. The event that'll start the first arc has already happened. Yes, the event that'll start the first arc has already happened. That means, in a few weeks, the mock war will start, the main story will start. So many things will happen once the main story starts. I have to start getting stronger now if I wish to survive those events. To do that, I need 2 things, a good weapon and a good weapon art. The former was not a problem. With my edit pen, I can easily create a good weapon. Now all that's left is the other problem, finding a good weapon art. However, despite searching so much, I couldn't find any good weapon arts on the internet. The best I could get was low to mid-grade LVL. 2 martial manuals, and the weapon arts in them weren't very special either. It's not like money is the problem either. If I sell 2-3 watches from Lucas' collection, then I can easily buy a good martial manual, so I didn't filter the search results by the cost price either. Yet, I couldn't find anything good. I mean, I knew something like this could happen since most well-known martial arts schools and sects keep their weapon arts exclusive to their disciples and don't sell them online. Only small schools and sects do that. The only way to learn their art is to either enroll in those big sects and schools or learn from someone who has already studied there. Both of those options were unavailable to me at the moment. There were many characters who were disciples of those great sects in the novel, but I doubt I could get them to help me in time. Not to mention, with my current reputation in the academy, not many people were willing to interact with me. I also can't enroll in those sects right now because I am currently in Academy City, which is located on an island in the Southern Ocean. I would have to wait until the end of the semester for a vacation break to do that. Now with those options out of the way, what do I have left? I know, I can steal someone's spear art manual. Yes, of course I'm not serious. There's no way I could accomplish that with Athena, the Academy's AI, strictly supervising the cadets all the time. TSK, Arghh, I could only think of one way to get me out of this predicament. Honestly speaking, what I was thinking of doing was not a very wise thing to do this early on in the story, but hey, desperate times call for desperate measures. What am I thinking of doing, you might ask yourself? Well, before I tell you that, let me tell you this. The Global Academy is peculiar in more ways than one. For starters, this academy isn't scared to throw its cadets into the unknown by stripping them of their titles and wealth during their stay here. The academy claims to do that in order to let its cadets become self-sufficient and resilient. However, more than that, the academy does that in order to turn them into obedient, unquestioning soldiers. That's why it even implements a reward and punishment system to train them. If they perform well during their training, they will be rewarded with a promotion in rank and additional benefits. If they do not perform well, they may face demotion in rank, lose access to academy benefits, and may be required to spend additional time in training. It's a meritocracy-based system that makes something very clear to everyone: follow orders, do well at what you're told to do and get rewarded. This system is effective at creating well-disciplined soldiers. Now, let's get back to what my plan is. During the first month of the academy, First-year cadets are able to access all services and make purchases in Academy City without incurring any charges. Everything, I repeat, everything is free for us here during our first month, or at least that's what the instructors claim to be the case. In truth, if I were to go inside a weapon shop right now and ask the shopkeeper to hand me a weapon for free, the shopkeeper would spank my ass and kick me out of his shop. The same would happen if I were to go to any potion shops or martial art manual stores. Anything in this city is free for the first month except the things that could help the cadets get stronger. So, does that mean I can't buy a weapon art in this city for the first month of my stay here? No, I cannot. Does that mean I can't ask anyone else to buy me a weapon art either? Say, a second-year cadet? Yes, that I can do. However, there's a teeny tiny problem. In this city, one's wealth, social status, and outside connections are completely useless. This means if I wish to ask an upperclassman for a favor, I would have to give them merit points in the future. You can say I'll be taking on debt, and, as I've said before, considering my reputation of trash of the Morningstar house and spoiled bratty young master, not many would be ready to help me, so naturally, those who will agree to help may ask for a high price, knowing that I am desperate, which could result in me accumulating a significant debt of merit points. To pay off the debt, I may even be forced to sell my hot body. Okay, fine, I'll stop with my jokes. Anyway, besides paying a high price to a second-year cadet to help me get a weapon art, I have no other choice. But that's not the main problem. The main problem is finding a second year that's willing to lend me a hand. Turing. Right when I was lost in my train of thought, my smart bracelet started ringing. I frowned and brought my hand to my face to look at the screen of the bracelet. Can't take a hint, accept, decline. It was Kent. For a second, I questioned how he got my number, but then I remembered we were in a chat group. The next obvious question would be, why was he calling me? Well, even I didn't know the answer to that. Since the day at Nero's place when I helped him with spellcasting, he has been talking about teaching me how to live life and all that. I'm sure it's about that. So without much thought, I was about to decline the call when an idea hit me. Wait a second, I narrowed my eyes at a sudden realization. I can use him. Casually entering a crowded cafe a few streets down my place, I took a seat at a table where a light blue-haired elven boy was already waiting for me. Lucas, you're here. Let's go to a club and I'll teach you how to live. Yeah, dude, number. Fine. First we'll get you a weapon art and after that I'll show you how to live. First you'll get me a weapon art and then I'll go train. Dude, Lucas, dude, you're my best friend. No, I'm not, and as your best friend, it's my duty to show you the wonders of life. And as soon as I took a seat, Kent went on to talk about showing me how to live for a few more minutes. Why was I meeting him, you ask? Well, 2 hours earlier I got a voice call from this guy. Just as I expected, he had called me to talk nonsense. He proposed the idea of going to a club and partying all that night since it'll be our day off tomorrow. Naturally, I said fuck off to that idea, respectfully. Then I gave a counter-suggestion which included a meeting in a cafe and him helping me get a spear-based weapon art. There were quite a few reasons why I asked him to help me out. For starters, these past 6 days I've been keeping a close eye on every cadet in our class. I've been deeply observing them, every movement they make, every conversation they have, every action they take, everything. I've been analyzing their personalities and traits while trying to get a good read on them in case I ever have to use them in the future, interact with them in the future. I meant to say, in case I ever have to interact with them in the future. Anyway, the thing I found about Kent was that he was a very social person. He was outgoing and fun, easy to talk to and charismatic, although he can't take hints and social cues sometimes. Despite his ability to not being able to read the room, he's quite popular among the commoners. He's the life of the party kinda boy. Side note, he's a player, and a huge one at that. The guy knows how to flirt like a master of riz, so I figured he might have had a connection or two which could help me get a spear art. And sure enough, when I talked to him on the voice call, he agreed to help me. My other reason for asking him to help me was that, well, he was the only one in the academy willing to associate with me. Anyway, are you sure you know someone who can help me, Kent? Changing the topic, I asked. Yes, Kent nodded and replied in an assuring tone, "There's this hot chick in our class and she has an older sister. I called her and asked her to request her sister to buy a mid-grade level 3 spear art and bring it to us here as a favor. Honestly, I was impressed. This guy has already made connections. Keeping him around could prove to be useful. I was also jealous. Why? Because I'm more handsome than him. If only I had a good reputation, I wouldn't need anyone's help, but there's nothing I can do to change that though." So sighing internally, I asked Kent another question, "And what price will she be taking for it? Since her own sister is purchasing the spear art, she won't be taking any commission when selling it to us. She will only charge the retail price, which will be around 3,000 to 5,000 merit points." Whoa, that's good. That was actually a good deal. I don't know what others would have charged me if I had gone to them, but I know for sure that no one else would have forego taking a commission. What a kind person this girl must be. "Of course, it's good. After all, I set you this deal." Kent puffed his chest. "So, what do you say now? After this, let's go hit a bar and enjoy." "Dude, as I said, I need to train." "You can train on weekdays. Besides, bar and club entries are only free until the end of this month. We shouldn't miss this chance." "Exactly, we shouldn't miss this chance to build our strength." "Oh come on, Lucas. We're best friends." "No, we're not, and we're in our teens. We must go to clubs to pick up girls, party, and get drunk." Rolling my eyes, I continued to argue with Kent. Can't this guy take a hint that I'm not interested in hanging out with him? Swee. In the middle of our talk, we noticed the door of the cafe swirling open and a fetching young girl sporting a loose, casual black hoodie and high-waisted denim shorts coming in. She had dark hair and matching eyes and a triangular face that complemented her athletic but slender body. She was beautiful but nowhere near the same level as Amelia and Anastasia. After entering the cafe, she scanned the surroundings with a lost look on her face as if she was looking for someone. "Lily, you're here." Like a true gentleman, Kent got up from his seat and walked up to the girl before bringing her over. "Oh, hey Kent." As soon as she spotted Kent, her eyes lit up and her hands, which had previously been tucked inside her hoodie pockets, emerged and began fidgeting. "Oh, I see how it is. This girl is not kind. She has hots for Kent." "Lily, this is Lucas." "Yeah, I know." When Kent introduced me to her, she curtly sent a nod my way and immediately turned back to face Kent. "By the way, Kent, this is what you asked for." Without further ado, she took out a wooden binder from her dimensional bracelet and handed it over to the elven boy. In today's world, with advanced technology, wooden binders and paper books are no longer necessary. Technology has made it possible to access and store information in more efficient and convenient ways like inside cyberspace. Why do they still use it? For aesthetics. You won't like learning martial arts from online PDFs, right? Chinese-styled wooden binders give you that feeling that you're actually learning something ancient, something forgotten. Pretty stupid reason, I know. Plus, it raises the manufacturing prices of these manuals, and those greedy sects won't let a single chance escape to milk pennies. Yes, martial art sects and schools produce martial manuals that they either sell to military academies or directly to individuals. Of course, the techniques described in those manuals are not as refined as the ones they teach to their direct disciples anyway. After a short inspection, Kent handed me the martial manual. I grabbed it and glanced at the words inscribed on its wooden cover. The words, 6-movement lance style, blossom shattering blast. What'll be its price, Lily? Kent questioned the girl in a hoodie. My big sis brought it for 5,200 merit points. As I've mentioned, I won't take any extra charges, but you will be charging a commission of 600 merit points, bringing the total to 5,800 merit points. Lily replied nonchalantly. That seems fair. I nodded. You don't have a problem? Kent asked me. No, it's around what I expected. I shook my head. Despite being slightly more expensive than the price Kent mentioned, the deal was still quite affordable. Not to mention, I'll have plenty of chances to earn merit points in the future. Plus, I'm pretty sure this martial manual belongs to the Mount Hua sect. They may be known for their swordsmanship, but they can definitely hold their own with other weapons too. After sword arts, their area of expertise lies in spear arts. That's why I'm certain that this will be a technique worth learning. Well, Tilda, I should go. With a short sigh, Lily said, "Yeah," but before Kent could reply to her, I jumped in. "Oh, no, don't go. Kent here was thinking about asking you for a coffee date," I said, pointing at the blue-haired boy. "What?" With visibly flushed cheeks, Lily widened her eyes. "I was?" Kent raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Yes, he's too shy to actually ask you for it, so he asked me to tell you. That's why he invited you to a cafe." I nodded and kept weaving lies. Damn, I'm a good liar, I thought in the back of my mind, seemingly impressed with something I already knew about myself. "I did?" Even more confused than before, Kent looked at me. "You did?" Lily turned to Kent, clearly blushing her cheeks off. Yes, I did. So will you accompany me to a cup of coffee?" Clearing his head, Kent offered. Sure." The girl blushed, tucking her hands coyly into the pockets of her hoodie as she shyly nodded her head. She was cute, taking my cue after playing the role of Cupid. I got up from my seat and said my greetings. "Well, you two, enjoy your date." But as I was about to walk away, Kent grabbed my hand and pulled me in close. He whispered in my ear, "Thanks for the great wingmanship, bro. I knew you'd make a great best friend, but sorry, looks like we won't be able to hit up that club now." What? Was this guy dumb? I did this precisely because I didn't want to hang out with him. This guy seriously can't take a hint. Nevertheless, I played the big man role as I said, "Don't worry, dude, we'll go next time." Like that, I patted his back and quickly trailed out of the cafe as Kent kept on watching me with stars in his eyes. Phew, now that I've averted that inconvenience, I can start practicing now. After leaving the cafe, I made my way to the Global Academy campus by taking a cab and then transferring to the campus bus. As I've mentioned before, the academy, which was known for its advanced training facilities, was made up of 5 tall skyscrapers. 3 of these buildings were reserved for first, second, and third-year cadets where they attend their classes, while the remaining 2 towers were filled with training facilities and gyms for everyone to use despite their academic year. Of these facilities, there were 3 main types of training gyms: the Mana Arts Gym, where students could practice their magical spells and combinations; the Combat Training Gym, which allowed students to hone their martial techniques; and lastly, the Physical Training Gym, where students could work on their physical fitness. As I arrived at one of the combat training gyms on the 5th building's bottom floor, I was surprised to see only a handful of first-year cadets practicing their martial arts. I had expected the gym to be way more crowded than this. Well, then again, most of the first years decided to take advantage of the first month of their enrollment by enjoying the various amenities offered by the city, such as arcades, clubs, bars, and cafes. Since everything was free for us during the span of this first month, it contributed to the lower-than-expected turnout at the training gym. To top it off, most of the second and third-year cadets had yet to return from their annual academic missions. Annual academic mission is like an end-of-the-year exam that, if completed, would significantly affect their ranking. Due to these reasons, the training gym I was currently in was relatively empty. Well, more space for me. The martial arts training gym where I was standing was a spacious, well-lit room filled with a variety of training equipment and facilities. Rows of punching bags hung from the ceiling while mats covered the floor. Combat dolls and practice dummies were placed at the back end of the room which cadets can use to practice their techniques. The walls were adorned with various martial arts weapons, such as nunchucks, bow staffs, and wooden katanas, which cadets could use to practice their forms and techniques. In the clamor of fists and feet hitting the punching bags and mats, the scent of sweat and determination lingered in the room. After scanning through the gym and making sure no familiar face was present, I walked up to a practice spear hanging on the wall and took it off. As soon as I picked the spear, I was impressed by how sturdy and heavy it felt. The wood had a smooth texture and felt a little cold to the touch, and the binding cords provided a nice, grippy feel. The tip was blunted, of course. Phoo. Letting out a sigh after I was done inspecting the spear, I walked up to an unoccupied practice dummy. After that, I took out the martial manual I had just acquired through Kent and started turning its page. 6-movement lance style, blossom shattering blast, as expected of a mid-grade level 3 weapon art. This technique had 3 different forms. Forms are basically different ways a single technique can be performed. In its base form, the user channels mana that swirls around their spear, draws it back, and then thrusts it forward with great force, causing significant damage at the point of impact. If the user uses the technique by not pulling back their spear and pressing it against an object before twirling it to create a drilling effect, this would be considered the second form of the technique. In its third form, the user is capable of unleashing powerful drilling blasts in the air toward their opponent, making it a long-range attack. Yes, no matter how I may look at it, I can see this martial manual being a great help to me in the future. For a spear art, it was quite versatile, so after inspecting what the weapon art that I'll be learning was, I closed my eyes and calmed my breathing, clenching the practice spear tightly in my right hand. I began moving as it was instructed in the manual. Pressing my left foot on the ground, I drew back my right arm and started channeling mana around my spear. In a few seconds, as I had intended, the wooden spear in my hand was engulfed in a light azure hue as tendrils of blue energy coiled around it. Swoosh or exclamation mark. Grinning in excitement, I thrust my spear forward at the practice dummy with full force. Thwaka exclamation mark. Nothing. Upon striking the practice dummy with my spear, nothing happened. As I continued to wield it, the magical energy surrounding the spear gradually diminished until it vanished entirely. Had I done it right, my spear would have been able to drill through the dummy without any effort. I couldn't help but sigh as I took a few steps back and got ready to practice again. I was aware of my mistake. I was unable to effectively manage the flow of my mana. With a resolution to rectify my error, I resumed my training by repeatedly wielding my spear. Your knowledge about your profession has increased. Technique was a 6-movement lance style, blossom shattering blast, LVL. 3. Progress, 10%. Fuck this. After spending nearly 3 hours practicing without interruption, I collapsed, out of breath, onto the floor. 3 hours of continuous practice and I was still nowhere near mastering the first form of the technique. Why? Simple reason. Continuously swirling mana around the spear is actually very, very difficult and takes a lot of effort. No matter how much I tried, I couldn't seem to maintain it till the full duration of the attack. Arghh, I should have just gone for a low-level technique. Should I give up on this technique and buy some low-level spear art from the internet for now? I mean, I'm in need of something that I can learn fast and master completely by the time the mock war starts. A broken bar. Arghh. But a frustrated groan escaped my lips when some unwanted memories of my past life raced through my mind. Those were some memories I don't want to remember ever. They weren't traumatic or sad, they were just bland. Each day was a struggle back then as I dragged myself through the monotony of my existence. I couldn't find any joy or purpose in life, and so I simply went through the motions, never truly living. It was a lonely and unbearable existence, and my heart ached with a sadness that I could not shake. Although I had everything a sane person could ask for, I longed for something more, but I couldn't see a way out of my malaise. I never put any effort into anything, whether it was learning new things, building meaningful relationships, or pursuing my passions. Well, it's not like I had any passion for anything to begin with. I felt like nothing in life truly mattered to me, so I never felt attached to anything or anyone. But despite my apathy, I trudged on, studying even when I had no interest in academics, making friends only to exploit them for my personal gain, and getting into relationships without truly understanding the complexities of love. I yearned for a spark, a reason to wake up in the morning with excitement and anticipation, and I tried finding that spark everywhere I could think of. I took up hobbies like drawing, gaming and writing, but quickly gave up on them at the first sign of difficulty, judging them as something not worth my time and effort. But even then, I was always the first one to criticize others and judge them for their mistakes. Maybe that's why I did such a good job as an editor. Well, unlike me, at least they were actually trying to put work into something they loved. I wanted that too. I wanted that burning passion for something, anything, but in the end, I couldn't find it. I couldn't find anything that made my heart race. Day after day, I lived my life feeling empty, continuously giving up on things until I was killed. When I came into this world, I was excited when I felt my heart beating after a long time. However, now I am concerned that if I grow too accustomed to my new existence, my heart may cease to beat once again. I'm concerned that if I go down the same path as my past life, If I keep giving up on things, I'll start feeling dead inside once again. I don't want that. I don't want to live that life again. That monotonous cycle of a never-ending loop that I called my life. I can't endure it again. No, I won't endure it again. With a bitter taste in my mouth, I gritted my teeth and gripped the spear hard in my hand. I summoned the remaining strength I had left within me and stood up on my legs after barely keeping them from shaking. Swoosh or exclamation mark. Ignoring the fatigue in my body, I started welding my spear again. Status name Lucas Morningstar. Face image, racier human _attacker 32, plus 12, endurance 18, plus 10, speeder 39, stamina 34, plus 2, accuracy 76, charm 439, intelligence 187, mana capacity 009500 mana core, ranker iron 2, mana core potential gold 3, professions a spearman LVL 1, vertical bar archer LVL 1, techniquer weapon arts 1000, falling lightning needle strike LVL 111%, 6, movement lance style blossom shattering blast LVL 323%, combat arts none, breathing technique breath of vitality _affinity fire a lightning vertical bar light spells a fireball AY diaresis low AY copyright vertical bar zap touch AY diaresis low AY copyright blessing a mana burst possessions a phoenix's embrace AY diaresis semi-divine AY copyright vertical bar editors pen AY diaresis divine AY copyright edit points 16, ahahahaha, ahahaha. A dimly lit gym room housed a silver-haired boy, his bright red eyes alight with maniacal giggles, dressed in black joggers and a sweat-dampened loose hooded sleeveless white t-shirt. He continued to laugh, despite the exhaustion obvious on his face. His surroundings were empty, with all previous occupants having long left, the clock striking past midnight. In front of the silver-haired boy stood a human-shaped practice dummy which was made of super steel reinforced carbon fiber. The dummy, designed to withstand the impact of a charging bull, now had a deep dent in its upper torso, as if someone had attempted to drill open a cavity in it. Yes, of course, it was me. I did that and I was laughing at the practice dummy. Not only that, but I was also trash-talking him. How do you like that, you fucker? Try acting all high and mighty now, you bitch. Ahahaha, a broken bar. I have no excuse. I was acting crazy, but hey, try putting yourself in my shoes. I started practicing this spear art at 4:32 p.m. yesterday, and it is 2:55 a.m. right now. Yes, I've been training for around 10 hours now, 10 fucking long hours. Only when I ran out of mana or felt like passing out did I take short breaks, but immediately got back to training after recovering. Like that, after going at it for about 10 hours, I managed to learn the first form of this technique, and let me say this technique is destructive. With a wooden spear I managed to create a deep dent into a practice dummy that was made of super steel reinforced carbon fiber reinforced, and I wasn't even in my best condition when I dealt that attack. However, the backlash from the technique caused the wooden spear I was using to rip to shreds. With pity in my eyes and maybe a little sleepiness present somewhere too, I looked at what was remaining of the wooden spear in my hand. Goodbye, dear friend, I said before shrugging. Anyway, I threw the bits of broken wooden remains away and picked up the Martial Manual from the ground. Putting back the Martial Manual in my dimensional bracelet, I exited the training gym and headed to my apartment. Honestly speaking, I was beyond exhausted, famished, and parched. My whole body was aching in pain and my limbs were protesting at every little movement. My throat felt dry and my eyelids were as heavy as lead. I badly wanted to lie down on the mats back at the gym, but I knew I would fall asleep if I did, so I dragged my body out of Building 5 and took a campus bus. It was 3 at night but campus buses were still running. Well, that's nothing shocking since instead of a human driver, robots drive these buses. In fact, all the transportation vehicles in the global city are operated by robots. These robots are connected to the Academy's AI, Athena. So there's nothing that can go wrong. It's for the safety of cadets. But of course, in these kinds of stories, the unexpected events that occur are often the ones that could not have been anticipated. Anyway, after taking the bus to exit the Academy campus, I booked a cab home from my smart bracelet. Sweet year! It didn't even take a full minute before the cab arrived in front of me. Taking note of the humanoid robot driving the cab, I got into the back seat and closed my eyes. Yes, for those of you wondering, it was a flying car, or should I call it a hover car? I mean, the body of the car stays only a few inches above the ground. That's hovering, not flying. I don't know why they are called flying cars. Anyway, as the car jumped to life and began moving forward, my mind started drifting into a world of thoughts of my own. Never, I mean never, will I ever do such a long training session ever again. I should be training in moderation with properly timed breaks in between. While I'm at it, I should also stop eating junk food all the time and maybe fix my sleep schedule, since I've already been doing basic exercises daily to improve my physical condition. My attack, defense and stamina stat has seen an increment. However, there's a problem. I'm improving at a very, very slow pace. At this rate, I can forget catching up to the main characters. Why am I worrying so much? Because the first arc has already started. The start of the main story has already been set in motion. From here on out, things will only get chaotic. Yes, I know I told you all about my devotion to the all-consuming chaos, but let it be known that my allegiance wavers when it comes knocking at my own door. The chaos ahead isn't some little pranks or petty fights, it's much worse. Death is looming on the horizon. I must steel my resolve and start preparing, for if I falter, my lifeless body will join the countless others claimed by the chaos. The chaos at a broken bar is death. So what will I do to improve faster? What else? I'll drink potions and break through ranks. The easiest way to improve your physical condition is to increase your mana core rank. My current mana core rank is Iron 2, and frankly speaking, it's pathetic. Most of the first-year cadets right now are on Iron 3, or Bronze 1, while the top first-year cadets are on Bronze 3, or Silver 1. Well, Nero is the only first-year who's on Silver mana core ranking, but you get the idea. Even if I don't compare myself to Nero and the rest of the top cadets, I'm behind most. To cover up that difference in strength, I'll have to put in a lot of effort in training and a lot of money on potions. Well, to be honest, potions won't be that big of a problem. I have my edit pen after all. I could simply buy a mid-grade potion and make it a high-grade one. Hell, with enough edit points in my balance, I can turn an ordinary glass of drinking water into a precious elixir. So yeah, getting good potions shouldn't prove to be a challenge. After this mock war ends, I will start focusing on breaking mana core ranks, as a bigger mana pool will help me in training martial arts too. Squeak! Shaking me out of my train of thought was the jolt of the cab stopping. Opening my eyes, I exited the car and headed into my apartment building. Whoa! However, on my way inside, my eyes fell on the night sky above me. Unlike in my previous world, the people of this world have already found a clean energy source. This world has tackled many problems that were still present in my world. Pollution is one of them, and since this world produces comparatively way less pollution, the night sky here is that much brighter. What I saw was a sky ablaze with a dazzling array of stars, their twinkling light creating a mesmerizing display. Against this backdrop, the city lights added a touch of magic, illuminating the scene and casting an ethereal glow over the landscape. The whole view was breathtaking, with the streams of stars cascading through the darkness, painting a breathtaking picture. That moment of standing in the middle of the labyrinth of light and taking in the beautiful vastness of the night sky was of pure tranquility and escape, giving me a sense of escape and freedom. Oh, how I wish I could see this from a mountain or someplace high. I was tempted to go to the terrace instead of my apartment, but I dismissed that idea. I was way too sleepy and hungry to do anything else aside from eating and sleeping right now. Noma! Wow, just look at him. Isn't he supposed to be a royal, a descendant of a ruling family? I know, right? Where are his manners? Even commoners know how to act more elegantly than him. Guys, he's disowned. He's not an elite anymore. He can act however he likes. He still has Morningstar in his name, you know. The Wolves of the West. He should at least try to live up to that reputation. Oh God, do these side characters ever shut up? Let me eat in peace. You want to know what's going on? I'll tell you what's going on. Yesterday, when I got home at around 3 a.m., I instantly fell on my bed and slept like a fucking horse. I woke up straight at 6 p.m. after that because I felt extremely thirsty. Yes, I had forgotten to drink or even eat before sleeping, so I drank water, ate instant noodles, and came back to the training gym to practice again. I finally went back home at 11 p.m., exhausted from all the training. I went to bed and only woke up when it was time for the academy. To sum it all up, it's Monday now and I haven't had a proper meal since Saturday evening aside from that one packet of instant noodles. You have no idea how hungry I am. That's why, as soon as the lunch break arrived, I bolted down to the cafeteria and ordered half the items on the menu. When my food finally came, I scarfed it down like I hadn't eaten in days. I wasn't worried about manners or how messy I looked, I just needed to satisfy my hunger. Some people, with nothing better to do, began gossiping when they saw me stuffing my face like a caveman. Do they think I can't hear them? Well, I can. I'm just not reacting or making a fuss by replying to them because I'm hungry. Dude, Lucas, you okay? While I was busy pushing food down my mouth, a worried voice resounded from my right. Without stopping my hands and mouth, I turned my head to look at who it was. Of course, it was Kent. He held a tray of food in his hands and gazed down at me with a worried expression. Quotient, ish who? Oh Kent, it's you, dude, either eat or talk. Kent casually placed the tray on the table and sat down across from me as if we had been friends for a long time. The way you're eating makes you look like a slob. How long have you been starving for? Shatterdy, I replied, biting down on a slice of garlic bread that I was saving for the last. Saturday, Kent exclaimed in shock. Since you left the cafe after meeting me? Yush, I nodded. Bro, did you do nothing but practice? However, after finishing my meal and gratifying my hunger with a satisfying moan, I downed a full bottle of water. Only when I was done I finally replied to Kent's questions. Yeah, I kind of lost myself in practice. Dude, practicing is good and all but don't overdo it. Yeah, I won't. I wasn't lying. I really got lost in training. When was the last instance where I became so engrossed in an activity that I lost track of time? The last time I could remember getting so lost in doing something was back when I was just a kid and I had started playing chess. Oh God, I used to love chess back then. I was around 8 or 9 I think. My father gifted me a chessboard for my birthday and taught me to play. At first, I found the game to be quite dull, but as he patiently walked me through each move, something inside me clicked. I became utterly absorbed in the game, losing track of time as I strategized and planned my next move. After that, at some point, that 64 squared black and white board became a way for me to escape my bland reality. I joined the school's chess club, participated in inter-branch tournaments and started thinking about going pro. However, I quickly found out I wasn't cut out for it. I started choking against players, not because they were good at the game or I was bad, but because I started feeling bored. Like every other thing, chess started to lose my interest too. It became a broken bar monotonous. I tried reading tactics books, applied new strategies, solved complicated puzzles, and challenged higher-ranked players, but nothing helped. By the time I was 13, I had lost any sense of connection I had to the game. Playing it wasn't exciting anymore. That was the first and last hobby I enjoyed before I started reading fantasy novels. Novels. I got lost in the pages, in the stories, in the worlds. But even that wasn't enough to keep me entertained for long. After a while, the endings of the stories became obvious. The excitement faded, and all the authors became nothing but a disappointment. Hey, Lucas, are you listening? Right when I was lost in my thoughts, a slightly annoyed voice shook me awake. Huh? What? I asked, wiping my mouth with a handkerchief. I said, that girl I was with, Lily, I got to meet her older sister. Her name is Rose. Oh, is that so? Yes, and you know what? Yeah, I made a move on her. You what? I made a move on Rose, but she kept telling me that she had a boyfriend. I guess it's her way of telling me that she's still not married. What do you think? I think you're stupid. I was at a loss for words. I knew this guy had trouble picking social cues, but dude, take a hint. Kent, take a hint. Yeah, I said, take a hint. Yeah, that's my name. Kent, take a hint. A broken bar, fuck me. Bahama exclamation mark. Just as I was about to explain to Kent what the phrase I have a boyfriend meant, A loud bomb sound resounded throughout the whole cafeteria. Instinctively both me and Kent and literally everyone else in the cafeteria turned our heads toward the source of the disturbance. We saw a huge, imposing tan-skinned boy who had bumped into a boy with jet black hair and dark brown eyes. It was Alberto, and he had collided with Nero. The tray of food Nero was holding slipped from his grasp, spilling its contents onto him and staining his school dress. "Ugh, it's that guy," Kent exclaimed, recognizing Alberto. "You know, the guy who baselessly accused William." Yeah, I remember," I said, nodding my head. "Oh, of course you do. You were eating popcorn while standing in the front row." "Ha ha ha, what, you saw that? Dude, the whole training field saw that." "Ha ha ha, Arghh, embarrassing." Anyway, I shifted my focus back to Nero and Alberto. I knew what would happen, but I still wanted to watch the scene play out. "Are you blind? Can't you see a person twice your size walking towards you, you twat?" Putting on his signature annoying smirk, Alberto scoffed. "Alberto, I was standing here, you were the one who bumped into me. What are you talking about?" With a look of confusion plastered on his face, Nero asked, "Oh wow, is everyone in your class a liar? You clearly walked and crashed into me. Ask anyone in my class." As soon as Alberto said that, as if waiting for the cue, several people from his class started nodding their heads and exclaiming, "Yeah, you bumped into him. Class 1A1 are a bunch of liars. Ha ha ha, wow, they really have no shame." In response to the taunts and ridicule from Class 1C1, our class also didn't remain silent. What do you mean by liars? You guys are the ones lying. Why do they always come searching for a fight? What is wrong with them?" I saw Nero was just standing there. "You guys are lucky your class has so many pretty girls." The one who said that last sentence was Kent from in front of me, so naturally, I gave him a disgusted look. "What?" Noticing the look on my face, Kent shrugged. "You got to agree, their class has so many hot chicks." Well, he wasn't wrong. Actually, now that he has mentioned it, I have yet to come across an ugly person in this world. Is everyone in this world beautiful? Wait, does that mean I'm nothing special either? Gasp. No, number. My charm stat is definitely high, so I can rest assured about that. I'm definitely handsome. A broken bar. Yeah, I am. Okay, everyone, calm down. Loudly yelling and ensuring his voice could reach every ear present here, Nero raised his hands to get everyone's attention. "We don't want to start a fight inside the academy. It will only affect us and our merit points." As soon as Nero brought that point up, everyone who was earlier making a fuss quieted down. After nodding adequately, Nero put on a wide bright smile and turned to face Alberto. "And you, although I stand by what I said, if you still think I had bumped into you intentionally, which would be crazy considering the food I was carrying spilled on me and not you, so I gained nothing out of it, then I'm sorry." Without bothering to wait for a response to his apology, Nero picked up his food tray from the ground and walked past Alberto to reorder his lunch. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a cruel smile crept up on Alberto's face. "Apology accepted, a broken bar Essen," he said, although he only murmured it under his breath. His voice seemed to have echoed in Nero's ears, causing him to stop in his tracks. "Idiasis inverted question mark Essen." It was one word Nero hated the most. He frequently heard that word in his childhood. His father, his father's lawful wife, and their daughter, who was also his half-sister, used to call him that. However, that's not the reason why Nero hated that word so much. You see, in this world, governmental titles are hereditary, so obviously, those who own these titles like to highly value their bloodline. It's not rocket science. Imagine you are a mayor of a city. Now, naturally, since you own a city and you're no saint, you'll want to bed every jade beauty you see. Yeah, here's a problem. You can't do that. Why? Because you wouldn't want thousands of children claiming to be the successor of your title, since that would mean an internal conflict to a civil war. And as of right now and for the foreseeable future, it's not safe for the world to even think about having a civil war. It is for this reason that the central government has enacted legislation stipulating that men holding government positions are permitted to have only one legal wife and may maintain mistresses but shall not enter into matrimony with them, and these mistresses must be incapable of bearing children. In simple words, You can fuck around and bed as many jade beauties as you want, but those jade beauties should be sterile. So that's why when Mayor Blazdecroft, Nero's father, took in a prostitute as his mistress, he made sure she was infertile by checking her medical reports, and it turned out she couldn't have kids. However, fate, being a prude little bitch, played one of its twisted jokes again. A few months later, the mistress that Blazdecroft had taken in became pregnant with Nero. Of course, the mayor was not happy to hear that news. He thought he was lied to and got deceived. Even though his mistress told him time and time again that she didn't lie, he never believed her. He wanted to kill her. However, there was a problem. She was now pregnant, and it is an absolutely unforgivable crime, even for a member of the central government itself, to kill an unborn child. Why? Because that unborn child could have a heaven-defying potential that the world could use, so he didn't kill her. However, that didn't stop him from making her life a living hell. Every kind of physical abuse one can think of, he put her through even when she was pregnant with his child. Even after Nero was born, the abuse didn't stop. The poor guy had to grow up watching his mother getting beaten day in and day out by his biological father, until one day, Blazdecroft finally decided to stop the abuse and kill her. He drove a dagger right through her heart in front of Nero and asked him to etch that scene into his mind. As he did so, he said, "You know why your mother has to die? Because she gave birth to you, you whoreson bastard." Those words scarred his soul. He realized his mother died because of him, or because she gave birth to him. He realized that his mother had to die because he was broken by whoreson. That's why when Alberto referred to Nero as the very thing he hated himself for being, he lost the leash on his emotions. With a cold and emotionless expression etched on his face, his eyes void of focus, he slowly turned around and began to make his way toward the towering figure of the giant black boy. "What did you say?" I said. "Apology accepted, you whoreson." Of course, Alberto, who had no idea what that word meant to Nero, kept using it to insult him with a mocking smile on his face. He thought he was annoying Nero, when in reality, he was angering him. Seeing that this verbal conflict was about to turn into a physical confrontation, Amelia, Anastasia, and William got up from their seats in hopes of grabbing Nero and calming him down. Almost in response, several students from Class 1C1 got up from their seats too. The tension was high. "Should we go too?" Kent, who was sitting across from me, asked in a worried tone. "Fuck no," I replied without even entertaining the idea of getting close to Nero right now. He was in a dangerous state of mind and he was not going to differentiate between allies from enemies. "But we're in the same unit," Kent tried to argue. "We should help him." "Kent, if you want to help someone, then call an ambulance. For Nero? Of course not. For everyone present here, what does that mean?" Before Kent could even react to my words, a crushing pressure swept over the whole cafeteria, suffocating everyone present there instantly. The sound of once lively chatter and clanking of utensils ceased and the whole area was plunged into silence when all the cadets present here started choking on their breaths. Kent was also subjected to the same fate. Even Amelia, Anastasia, and William, who were running toward Nero in hopes of calming him down, stumbled and dropped to the ground under the intense pressure in the air. Yes, Nero was oozing off that pressure. It was his, Silver 1, ranked mana pressure. Since most of the people present here were around Bronze 1, rank at best, no one was able to withstand Nero's fury. Even Alberto was the same, although his condition was a little better than the treat. He was on one knee, panting like a dog out of breath. My condition wasn't very good either. I was choking on air too. Of course, I could have used my Phoenix's embrace armor to endure Nero's fury. I was not stupid enough to reveal the ace up my sleeve for something as trivial as that. I manned up and faced the crushing mana pressure head on. While everyone else lay on the ground with their body convulsing under the crippling pressure, I used the fork in my hand to stab myself in the thigh. It wasn't enough to draw blood, but it was still enough to keep me functioning. However, even after that, it was still not easy for me to breathe. Just how strong was this monster? After overpowering everyone with his strength, Nero walked up to Alberto and stood over him, who was struggling to get back up but was unable to do so under the former's presence. "I'll ask again," Nero coldly stated. Think very carefully before answering because it could be your last sentence. What did you say? Seeing the unfocused look in Nero's eyes, Alberto's heart was struck with a feeling that he could only describe as fear. He trembled as we weakly muttered, sorry, a broken bar, eighth whacker exclamation mark. A kick landed flat right across Alberto's face, making him fall to his right side and knocking him out cold. As soon as he hit him, the emotionless look in Nero's eyes disappeared, and his face returned to normal. After looking around and seeing how many people he had made suffer, Nero quickly withdrew his mana pressure and bowed deeply. I'm sorry, everyone, he shouted and trailed out of the cafeteria. Arghh! Groaning in pain, I weakly got up to my legs and looked around me. Everyone was sweating profusely, with some even unconscious. With a curious look, I swept my gaze at the main character to take a look at what everyone was thinking. Some were lost in awe of Nero's strength, some had fearful looks on their face, some were worried that this would become a big matter, and some mere broken bar were envious of the power that Nero possessed. Oh, a few days have passed by and it is the 18th of March today. According to the novel, the mock war will start on March 24th and will last for 6 days. On March 31st, Nero will challenge Lucas. That's mere to a duel. That's not my biggest concern, however. Right now, my focus is on getting strong enough to survive those 6 days of the mock war. Why am I so desperate to survive the mock war? For starters, those who survived till the end of the war were given some extra merit points, and I'll be needing those extra merit points in the future. Anyway, the progression of the events has been going just fine. In the last few days, since Nero unleashed his fury on Alberto in the cafeteria, things have begun to get rough. Even side characters in both classes have started to fight with each other. The reason for that? Kai Wiseman's influence over both classes. He has been pulling the strings from the background, and honestly speaking, I'm impressed with the guy. He not only successfully instigated the significant discord between classes 1A1 and 1C8, but he did that without revealing himself. If I hadn't read the novel and known the story, I would have never guessed him to be the suspect. I mean, for God's sake, I haven't even seen him personally yet. Anyway, my point is that in 7 days, the mock war will start. What have I been doing to ready myself for it? A technique was weapon arts, 1000 falling lightning needle strike, LVL. 188%, 6 movement lance style, blossom shattering blast, LVL. 353%, combat arts, soul smashing killer fist, LVL. 215%, breathing technique breath of vitality. I've trained my bow art and brought its progress up to 88% while I also trained my spear art to 53%, being a mid-grade LVL. 3 weapon art, my spear art is hard to make progress in. Despite that, however, I can confidently say that I'll manage to make it above 70% by the time 25th March arrives. By the way, I attempted to use my edit pen to upgrade a martial manual to level 5, but it was unsuccessful. It appears that the information contained within the manual is considered knowledge. My edit pen can only manipulate physical materials and objects, not abstract concepts such as knowledge. Oh, and yes, Instructor Raven has started teaching cadets close combat martial arts. The technique I received is not anything extraordinary, it's a mid-grade LVL. 2 combat art that combines physical movement with mana circulation to deliver a powerful punch. How it works is when the user's fist makes contact with the target, the user sends their mana into the target's body, causing some serious internal damage. The effectiveness of the technique depends on the user's mana pool and control over it. The more mana and control, the more powerful the punch will be. Honestly, I don't know why Instructor Raven provided me with this particular technique. Sure, my mana control is good according to Liz, but my mana core is still on Iron 2. Rank. I don't have nearly enough mana to use it at its full potential right now. Perhaps he was thinking of the future instead of right now. A broken bar. Arghh, who knows what that torture-loving psychopath thinks. Anyway, right now, I am in a personal training gym. I've told you all about training gyms, right? There are 2 types of training gyms in the academia, public and private. It's exactly as it sounds. In a public training gym, a cadet has to share space and equipment with other cadets. In a personal training gym, you get all the space and equipment to yourself. Moreover, Personal training is dedicated to helping the user practice a specific weapon. For example, I was currently at a personal training gym that was made for snipers. I held my bow tight in my left hand and nocked an arrow on the bowstring. In front of me was a shooting range with 10 holographic moving targets. I drew back the bowstring and started coating my arrow in a thin layer of mana, locking my aim onto a moving target. I gripped the bow tighter in my hand, exhaling a deep breath after I was satisfied. I let go of the string and my arrow shot forward at breakneck speed. In mid-distance, the mana on my arrow split into 6 mana darts and created the illusion of multiple arrows branching off from one. Swoosh or exclamation mark. Thunker exclamation mark. Ha ha. 4 arrows pierced the moving target while 2 of them missed by a hair's breadth. Arghh, I still can't produce 10 mana arrows. Frustrated, I rubbed my eyebrows. If done correctly, the mana on the arrow should form into 10 mana arrows. What's more, 2 out of my 6 arrows missed the target. That means my accuracy still needed some work. After standing there for a few seconds, I heaved a deep annoyed sigh and packed my bow into my dimensional bracelet. It's enough for today. I looked at my smart bracelet to check the time and it showed 8:30 p.m. I started my training at 4:56 p.m., which means I had trained for more than 3 hours today, which was sufficient. After that day, when I trained for 10 hours straight, I swore never to overdo it ever again. My limbs and joints were aching in pain the next day, cursing me for abusing them to their limits. Even walking to the academy was a struggle for a few days afterward. I felt like my legs would give out whenever I tried to move. Hence, after packing my stuff, taking a cool shower, and changing clothes, I exited the personal training gym. As I made my way out, several thoughts crossed my mind. I think the progress I've made in my archery art should be enough for now. Starting tomorrow, I should get back to practicing my spear art. I have a reason for doing that. If I want my plan to succeed, I'll need my spear. Yes, I do have a plan ready. You want to know my plan? Yeah, I don't think so. Let the mystery and surprise brew up. Anyway, as soon as I stepped out of the training room, I saw a black-haired girl also coming out from the personal gym next to mine. Who else could it be but Amelia? As soon as our eyes met, I raised my hands in defense. Now, before you take any wrong idea, let me tell you, I didn't follow you here, I said in the calmest tone possible, taking a few steps back ever so often. In reply, Amelia cocked her head in confusion and looked at me with a frown on her face and said, "Of course, I know that. This is one of 5 floors in Building 5 which features personal gyms for snipers." Wow, so she does have that much sense. Shrugging my shoulders, I uttered my greetings before walking past her. "Well, good night then, MHMM." Amelia nodded her head in reply. Yup, I can already see the difference in her behavioral pattern. Before, she used to give me only enraged and disgusted looks all the time, but lately, she's been a lot calmer. Oh, and, if you love your life, do not be late for tomorrow's unit test. As I walked past her, a cold, threatening voice reached my ears. I couldn't help but roll my eyes and say, sure, it's true that lately she's been a lot calmer. However, it's crystal clear that she still very much hates me. Honestly speaking, I'm growing more and more tired of her attitude, but then again, I kind of get why she hates me so much. After all, what Lucas did to her wasn't an action one could forget easily. Past cannot be changed. However, it can be overwritten. I will do something in tomorrow's unit test that will overwrite my past if I succeed. Anyhow, after taking a cab to my apartment complex, I started going over things that were going to happen in the future. For starters, tomorrow is unit practice. It was a joint test between classes 1A1 and 1C8 in which all units took part in. They will be asked to hunt down 4 specific mana beasts in the 5th District Forest. The first 4 units that'll complete the hunt will be claimed as winners. Yes, this little test will affect the merit points we'll revive at the end of the month. Frankly, I was not worried in the least about this test. We have Melia, Anastasia, and Nero in our unit. Even if Kent and I just stay back, we'll easily get carried by the 3 main characters. So yeah, it should be fine. Ski-aya exclamation mark. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, my destination arrived and the cab stopped. Exiting the flying car, I headed toward my apartment. But just as I was about to enter the apartment complex, I saw something interesting. At the entrance of the building, a blonde girl was talking to a huge, bulky boy. It was Grace, and she was talking to Alberto. For a few days now, I have been wondering about something recently. At what point did Grace choose Lucas as her scapegoat in the novel? When did she opt to accuse him as the traitor? Well, it all makes sense now. I can't help but curl my lips up into a smirk in understanding. It must have been around this time. Lucas likely spotted her and Alberto together. Grace, to prevent any potential danger from Lucas, chose to frame him as the traitor. Ha! A scoff escaped my lips as the final parts of my plan formed in my mind. Fine, let's play along. Iris' inverted question mark in front of me. At the entrance gate of the apartment complex, Grace was talking about something with Alberto. I knew all that was being discussed between them. Okay, maybe not everything, just a gist of it. The point is Alberto was asking her to be a spy for them. Kai Wiseman, the puppet master of the first Arghh, has already anticipated a mock war to happen between the two classes. I couldn't help but be surprised by Kai's genius again. The guy was basically predicting the future here. In the novel, despite being only a minor villain, Kai was considered very smart with an intelligence stat of 179. The intelligence stat is like a measure of someone's IQ, but it also takes a lot of other factors into account. Yeah, you can guess how smart he is. Hee. I like smart people. Breaking them mentally is really fun. Talking with them is really fun. I meant to say talking with them is really fun. Good lord, my tongue is slipping so much these days. Anyway, I casually started walking toward the main entrance without even trying to hide. Lucas? And sure enough, Grace noticed me. In response to her call, I merely gave her a quick glance and kept walking. Wait. She shouted, but I, of course, kept walking. The lady is asking you to wait. And just as I had expected, Alberto suddenly appeared before me and blocked my way. Good lord, now that I was seeing him up front, I couldn't believe how tall this guy was. Was he really just 18? But did I feel intimidated? Hell number. And who are you? I asked as a smile formed on my lips. This lady's night? No, I'm the man who'll beat the shit out of your face. The smile on my face turned into a smirk. His response was just as I had predicted. Was I now feeling intimidated? Hell number. So I gradually raised my hands and got into a boxing stance. In response, Alberto arched his eyebrows in confusion, but in the next moment, he too raised his hands, ready to fight. The smirk on my face deepened. In the very next second, I moved my foot and a broken bar. I'm sorry, good sir, bowed my head and apologized. What? Even Alberto was confused by my actions. I raised my head and gave an amicable smile. I should have stopped when the lady had asked me to. My bad. Yeah. The poor guy didn't know how to respond. He was ready to fight me. It's not like fighting him would be a problem with my armor and my spear art. Unfortunately, I am not going to reveal my trump card here, especially in this stupid situation. A wise man once said, beware of indulging in battles for the show, for when you face a true adversary, they shall be left astounded by the depth of your might. That's why, for now I will play along. Lucas, with a sigh, Grace called out to me again. Did you hear anything? What were you guys talking about? Number. I faced Grace and shook my head. I see. In reply, she closed her eyes. You can go. Okay, nodding my head, I quickly exited the scene and went inside the complex. As Grace watched Lucas fading back, a deep frown formed on her face. Are you sure about letting him go? Right then, Alberto asked the blonde girl. Of course not, she replied almost immediately. The way he acted, I think he heard us. What do you want me to do? Should I go and beat him up? Grace couldn't help but roll her eyes at Alberto's suggestion. Does this man know nothing else but violence? And another thing she didn't like about him was that he always had to have someone telling him what to do. It was like he couldn't function without a master. That's the reason that despite being almost as strong as Kai, Alberto was working as his henchman. Yes, Grace herself was also working under Kai, but that was only to achieve her goal of gaining power. In a way, both Grace and Kai were very much alike. They both craved power and influence and were willing to do whatever it took to get it. Whereas Kai wanted to become the Cadet Council President to the King, Grace wanted the position of the Cadet Council Vice President, the Queen. The other reason Grace was associating herself with Kai was that, out of all the first-year cadets, not only was he one of the strongest but also the smartest. In fact, she recognized the fact that he was even smarter than her, despite her valuing her own intellect very highly. Of course, he was very arrogant. She knew she could never tame him and make him her pawn due to his level of arrogance, so she decided to work for him instead by being a part of the young elites. For her, Kai Wiseman was nothing but a free ticket to her success in the academy. "Grace," I asked a question, "should I go beat her like a puppy?" Alberto was waiting for orders, but before he could repeat his question, Grace cut him off. "No need," she said while rolling her eyes again. "He's not a threat. For starters, no one would believe him even if he were to reveal our plan, but him exposing us could still make at least some cadets suspicious." At Alberto's response, Grace couldn't help but think to herself, for a dog who only knows how to follow orders, he does make some pretty logical arguments. Crossing her arms, she touched her chin as she said, "It's fine, I'll dispose of him before he can reveal our plan." Grace's calm and confident demeanor caused Alberto to agree passively by meekly nodding his head. Despite his intimidating physique, he was submissive toward her. The power dynamic between them was apparent. However, even though Alberto couldn't dispute her further, he desired to propose taking action against Lucas immediately. He wanted to neutralize him right here and right now. Since he came from slums, Alberto has lived his life by fighting on the streets. But soon he figured out he was not like other kids his age. He was tall and strong, he was physically gifted with brute strength, so to no one's surprise, he started using his monstrous brute strength to dominate the streets, and not long after, he made a name for himself. The rush of adrenaline he used to get while drawing the blood of his enemies was a feeling unrivaled for him. Over the years, he engaged in numerous fights and learned from both his victories and defeats and created his own empire, his own gang. Sure, they weren't the strongest in the city, but he and his 165 gang members were proud that they were at least the strongest in their area. Well, this belief of theirs shattered when one boy came knocking on their door, looking for a fight. His reason was that he wanted to beat up the person who dared to hit on one of his girlfriends. That person was in Alberto's gang. Everyone thought that the boy had lost his mind or something. After all, who in their right mind would challenge more than 100 people to a fight alone? They tried to send him off and spare him a beating of a lifetime, but the boy didn't budge, so naturally, they decided to thrash some sense into him. A broken bar. However, they soon found out that they were no match for the boy. In only about little more than an hour, that boy single-handedly took down the whole gang and made their leader, Alberto, grovel before him. That day, Alberto became acutely aware of the despair that comes through the difference in strength. That day, for the first time, Alberto sensed an unfamiliar feeling quelling up deep within his heart, a fear. So many years have passed, but to this day, Alberto still can't forget the look in that boy's eyes, the look of sheer insanity and dominance. That boy was Kai Wiseman. Kai, being the opportunistic bastard he is, used the fear he drilled into Alberto and made him his pawn. That was the first and last time Alberto experienced that kind of fear, that kind of darkness from someone. Until a broken bar earlier, when Alberto matched Lucas' gaze, he saw the very same look in his eyes, the look of sheer insanity and dominance. He saw a broken bar, the very same darkness looming over him. Although in his mind, Alberto knew that Lucas wasn't a threat to him, his instincts, on the other hand, a broken bar were telling him to run. Emotional blackmail is a powerful form of manipulation. It clouds your mind with a thick fog of fear, obligation, and guilt, leaving you feeling trapped and powerless. It's a manipulation tactic that preys on your deepest fears and insecurities, leaving you at the mercy of the manipulator. Fear is the most potent weapon in the arsenal of emotional manipulators. It is a universal emotion that can be triggered in anyone, and once the manipulator discovers what triggers that fear in you, they hold power to conquer your mind, body and soul. It's a dangerous game, one where the stakes are high and the consequences severe. However, there's one more tool, albeit not as effective as fear. It still has its own perks. Guilt. Unlike fear, which directly targets the victim, guilt is a subtle form of manipulation that can be just as effective in controlling the victim. it makes the victim feel responsible for the manipulator's feelings or actions, causing them to take actions they wouldn't normally take. Why am I telling you all this, you ask? You'll understand soon enough. Anyway, right now, I was just getting ready for today's event, the unit test. All cadets from classes 1A1 and 1C8 are going to be at the 5th District Forest for this test. No, unfortunately there'll be no drama today. Yes, there will be some accidents since both classes, at this point, hate each other, but nothing major. Of course, just because there's supposed to be no drama today doesn't mean I can't create it myself. Starting today, I'll set my plan for the mock war in action. After stepping out of the bathroom, I glanced at myself in the mirror, ensuring I looked presentable. Even after a shower, I still felt sleepy. Normally I would have made a narcissistic comment on my beautiful appearance, but today I was in a hurry. I've been working hard the last few days to develop a plan. I made sure to think through every little detail and account for any potential surprises. I made sure to make my plan foolproof, so I didn't want to mess up by showing up late to the training session today. So I promptly walked to the side table next to my bed, opened one of its drawers, and found it filled with various stationery items such as pens, papers, tapes, and a thermocol cutter. I removed all of the items, emptying the drawer completely. Once the drawer was empty, I opened a hidden compartment by tapping at the corner of the bottom of the drawer, which flipped open to reveal a false bottom. Upon taking out the false bottom, a shiny red quill feather pen was revealed, eliciting a smirk of excitement on my face. Why did I hide it here instead of keeping it in my smart bracelet? Well, I keep it in my smart bracelet during the day and then shift it here at night before going to bed. Anyway, I took the pen out and glanced at it for a moment. Nodding satisfactorily, I grabbed the thermocol cutter and one of Lucas' old wristbands. I placed the cutter over the wristband on the bedside table and took a step back. Phew. Letting out a short breath, I aimed my pen at the cutter and immediately a red translucent rectangular window popped in my sight. A item, ordinary thermocol cutter status, Norman condition, good abilities, none rank, none edit, _A item, ordinary wristband status, Norman condition, good abilities, none rank, none edit, _A. For the past few weeks, I've been experimenting with the pen. I've noticed that even a small involvement in the plot earns me some edit points. I've been using those points to test the limit of my pen, and honestly, I'm pretty amazed to say I can do anything. This pen has the ability to completely rewrite reality and change an object to anything I desire as long as I have enough edit points, of course. It would have been awesome if I could control the living creatures with this pen too, but oh well. Even without the power work on living creatures, this pen was absolutely broken. With this pen in my hand, I can even combine two objects to make a new one, and that's what I was about to do here. I began moving my pen and started writing in the edit section of the two objects status screens. A item, ordinary thermocol cutter status, Norman condition, good abilities, none rank, none edit, become an automatic retractable hidden blade. A item, ordinary wristband status, Norman condition, good abilities, none rank, none edit, become the strap of the hidden blade. One more thing that I've discovered about the pen is that if I have a clear picture in mind of what I want the object to look like after the edit, I can be as vague as I want and I will get exactly what I want. Finalize your edit for a total of 14 edit points, yes/no. Suddenly, another red translucent screen appeared in my vision. Arghh, 14 edit points? That's nearly everything I have. Touching my chin, I contemplated for a moment or two before finally gritting my teeth. TSK, fine. Clicking my tongue in frustration, I tapped on the yes option on the translucent screen. In an instant, the cutter and the wristband started glowing in a brilliant white light, forcing me to squint my eyes in discomfort. In a second, however, the light subsided and I was able to look at the object in front of me. There it was, a retractable hidden blade. I have always been a fan of the hidden blades from a game I used to play during my childhood, as I found it very cool. So ever since I transmigrated into this world, I desired to have something like that for myself, and here it is. After only a few days of coming to this world, I've acquired a hidden blade for myself. Now all that's left is to create a group of assassins and make this weapon our trademark. Mwahaha, kidding, I'm obviously kidding. Anyhow, I quickly picked it up and, with sparkling eyes, wrote it on my right wrist since my smart bracelet was already on my left. Oh, the wristband had transformed into a black leather brace that extended along half of my forearm. The blade was hidden within the leather material and I discovered it was securely encased in a metallic sheath. To release the blade, I closed my wrist and gave it a swift flick, clicker exclamation mark. I heard the sound of the spring mechanism deploying and instantly, a narrow steel blade emerged from the leather brace. Cool, it was so cool, Kawa tilde, ahem. Coughing to hide my overly excited face, I quickly calmed myself down. I need to focus, this isn't the time to fawn over a new toy. Shaking my head, I retracted the blade back and wore the Academy's first-year red and black tracksuit, hiding the blade by covering it with my jersey's long sleeve. Okay, everything was ready, I should start going now. But before I could even walk a step, I remembered something and halted my steps. Instead of leaving the apartment, I walked towards my wardrobe and opened it. Inside, I found a collection of 47 luxury watches in the lower compartment. Arghh! A frustrated sigh escaped my lips as I thought of something. Fine, I said to myself and took out one of those watches before putting them in my smart bracelet's dimensional storage. Now, let it begin. Inverted question mark. You're late. I told you not to be late. Calm down, Amelia, the test has yet to start anyway. Still, he's late. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the 5th District Forest, I saw around 200 cadets from 2 classes standing in 4 neatly formed lines. Amelia was the first to spot me and she immediately began scolding me. Kent was the only one who spoke in my defense and tried to calm her down. I'm only 5 minutes late. What is her problem? Ignoring her barking, I leisurely started walking toward my unit. In my previous world, around the year 1998, author Robert Greene wrote a book called 48 Laws of Power. I will not get into details, but it was a guidebook on how to acquire and maintain power in personal and professional relationships. Although many laws were outlined in the book, one of them was what came to my mind when I found I had transmigrated as Lucas Morningstar on my first day in this world. So much depends on your reputation. Guard it with your life. Reputation is the cornerstone of power. Through reputation alone you can intimidate and win. Once it slips, however, you are vulnerable and will be attacked in all directions. You should make your reputation unassailable. Always be alert to potential attacks and thwart them before they happen. Meanwhile, learn to destroy your enemies by opening holes in their own reputations. Then stand aside and let public opinion hang them. That's what you should do in an ideal situation. However, my situation is far from ideal. Before I came here, my reputation was already sabotaged by the previous owner of this body that I am currently in. You can see where my ruined reputation has put me. Even in my own unit, no one likes to have me around. Amelia, obviously, has a grudge against me. Nero is distant towards me. Anastasia speaks to me but with a guarded attitude, as if ready to attack me if I make one wrong move. With a slightly better reputation, my undeniable charm would have been a powerful weapon for me, effortlessly drawing valuable pawns to my side. But alas, in my current state, I stand alone, with not a single soul to call friend, no underlings to do my bidding, no pawns to sacrifice in my grand game of power. Yes, there's Kent, but I don't know where his loyalties and priorities lie or what even his aim is. I can't trust him not to betray me when I'm in a vulnerable position. In short, I needed people that I could trust, people who I could throw under the bus or use as meat shields, and I'll start working on that starting today. Starting today, I'll begin collecting some pawns of my own. My first step towards that goal would be fixing my reputation or at least improving it to a not a creep level. Hey, Lucas, come here, join us. Speak of the devil. Right when I was lost in my thoughts, Kent's voice shook me out. He was waving out to me. Beside him Amelia was standing with sealed lips. Whoa, he managed to shut Amelia up. Anyway, I sent a short wave back and started walking toward them. Hey, you, stop right there. But before I could even take a few steps towards them, a sharp voice reached my ears. I turned to my right and saw an angry man in a blue-colored guard uniform furiously marching in my direction. It was the fatty guard who I encountered on my first day in this world when I visited this forest. Oh, he must be coming here to say hello. Such a nice fella. You fooled me. Coming face to face, the fatty guard started yelling. You said you were General Reynold Morningstar's son, but in reality, he has disowned you. Never mind. I think it's safe to assume he isn't here to say hello. TSK, such an irritating fella, an all-zoa exclamation mark. Before the fatty could continue his ranting, I took out one of the watches that I had packed from my smart bracelet's dimensional storage. Without waiting, I grabbed his hand and placed my watch in his palm before whispering in an almost inaudible tone, "This is the reward for helping me," I said. "It's just a watch, but aside from being made completely of platinum, the numbers have real diamonds engraved in them. I are broken by her." Of course, the poor guy was in complete shock to even form a proper reply, but in a moment, a greedy smile that can put even the best of con artists to shame formed on his chubby face, and he said, "Pleasure doing business with you, young master." "Okay, first, don't call me that since I find it offensive," I said while rolling my eyes, acting like a Karen. "Second, I have another request for you." "Oh, is that so? What is it, young master?" "Did this biggie bastard ignore me?" "Me? Ha!" Exhaling a short sigh, I began explaining my plan to him. 5 minutes later, a broken bar. "I can't do that, young master." With a sweat-covered forehead, the fatty guard waved his hands and spoke in a shaky tone. "My job will be at risk." A broken bar. Rolling my eyes as I had already expected this, I threatened, "Oh, and what about when I tell the cadet council about how you allowed me to enter the forest when I wasn't even an official first-year cadet? You even accepted a bribe from me. Will your job still be safe then?" "B, but it was you who lied." Before the fatty could continue arguing, I cut him off and started speaking. "Listen to me, piggy. The worst I'll receive as punishment will be some increment in my training time, while you, on the other hand, will lose your job. My math is weak, so you tell me, who's at a loss here? ... I am." "Yes. Now, if you help me, I'll reward you with 10 more watches like the one I gave you. If you sell them all outside the city, you'll get anywhere between 7,300 to 8,000 credits. That's equivalent to your 6-month salary." As I said, my math is weak, so you tell me, who's in profit here? 10 more? Wrong answer. I asked, who's in profit here? "I am, young master, I am." "Good, I'm glad you understand, so do as I said and I'll see you get rewarded handsomely." Like before, the poor guy could only meekly nod his head as I walked past him to join my unit. What the hell was that? As soon as I joined my unit between the lines of cadets, Amelia jumped at me with suspicious eyes. What?" Startled, I replied in confusion before finally understanding what she meant. "Oh, that? He's a friend, so I was saying hello, that's it." "No, I saw you handing him something." "What was that?" Amelia refuted before shooting another question. "Oh, good lord, she's annoying. Leave it, Amelia," Nero chimed in from the front. "Yeah, give the guy a break," Kent said, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. "No, that was definitely something suspicious. If he doesn't tell me, then I'll directly go ask that guard." HMPH, flicking back her raven black hair, Amelia was about to walk over to the fatty guard when I suddenly spoke up. "Good lord, Amelia, it was nothing suspicious. His son's birthday was coming up, so I just gave him my present," I said as I rolled my eyes again. "Ha, you? As if I would believe that. Why would a self-centered, narcissistic trash like you care about anyone else other than yourself?" Amelia spat out while giving me a ridiculing look. No one from our unit stepped up and stopped Amelia from speaking like that to me, not even Kent. These guys were supposed to have my back out there on the battlefield. Yeah, right. Honestly speaking, I was fed up with them and their attitude toward me anyway. They only talk to me when it's convenient for them. The other times, they avoid me. I know what Lucas did in the past was unacceptable, but why the fuck would I need to suffer this scrappy treatment for his actions? I was just done. For the last few weeks straight, I've been noticing people giving me looks like I was some kind of trash. I bet other noble kids have done something much worse than what Lucas did in the past, but all their actions were covered so they could walk with their chin up high. What right do people like them have to judge me? What right does anyone have to judge me? Why would I, a wolf, need to concern myself with the opinions of sheep like them? See, now he's not replying. I'm telling you he did something suspicious. Let's go talk to the guard, Lucas. Just tell her what you handed to that guard. Nero looked at me with distant eyes, advising me, "Yeah, Lucas, don't drag the matter." Anastasia too joined in from the front of the line. "Bro, just tell her at this point, no need for an argument," Kent said, patting my back. Meanwhile, I, who had been silent till now, finally parted my lips to say, "Didn't I already tell her? I gave a gift for his son's upcoming birthday, and I said, I don't believe you," Amelia barked. "Lucas, I won't tolerate it if you are trying to cause any trouble for our unit. I'll forget you helped us during the mana training assignment." Nero, with a narrow-eyed look, openly threatened me. However, letting out a deep breath, I merely shrugged my shoulders. "If you all don't believe me, then go ahead and ask the guard what I handed to him." After a few seconds of silence, Amelia uttered, "Fine, I'll go ask." But before the black-haired girl could start walking, from the front of the crowd of cadets, Instructor Liz and the homeroom instructor of Class 1C8 announced loudly, "Attention, cadets, a wolf pays no heed to the meaningless opinions of sheep. He alters their perception, and with it, seizes control, reigning supreme over the very creatures who once dared to judge him." Idiaris's inverted question mark. "Attention, cadets, Instructor Caroline Gray, the homeroom teacher of Class 1C8, addressed a crowd of cadets who were standing in orderly lines. She had chest-length light brown hair that was curled at the bottom with bangs on the right side, purple eyes, and a slim but well-endowed figure. Standing in front of the entrance of the forest, Caroline shouted, "I am aware that both of your classes have been engaged in a dispute for about a week now. As instructors, it is not within our purview to involve ourselves in the affairs of cadets. Therefore, I will not address that issue. However, it has been arranged that all units from both classes will participate in a joint unit test today. I expect all of you to conduct yourselves in a professional and respectful manner during this session." Nodding to her fellow instructors' words, Liz continued the explanation by outlining the rules of this test. The rules for this unit test are as follows. Participants will receive descriptions of 4 specific mana beasts through their smart bracelets. The first 4 units to hunt any of these beasts will be declared 4 winners. Additionally, units can also hunt other mana beasts they come across. The unit with the total mana beasts hunted will earn 5th place. In short, to win, you either need to hunt the 4 mana beasts that you'll be provided the description of or kill as many other mana beasts as possible. Entering the inner forest is prohibited and hurting other cadets, no matter their class, is not allowed. The session will end once the 4 designated mana beasts are hunted. Got it, cadets? "Yes, ma'am." To Liz's explanation, every cadet present here replied in unison. "Good luck," said Liz. "Best of luck," Caroline joined in, "and do not fret if you find yourself in a perilous situation. The AI on your smart bracelet will alert us if that happens and we will rush to your aid. Now, let us commence the test." And with that, the 2 super steel-reinforced giant entrance gates of the 5th District Forest opened up inward. Without waiting for even a moment, all the present cadets dashed inside. No one even had gotten the message describing the 4 mana beast targets yet. Still they all instantly trailed inside to get in the lead. Not me, of course. I wasn't in a hurry. I didn't care about this stupid test. Our unit was assured of being placed in the top 5 winner rankings. My goal here was just to repair my reputation. Only after doing that will I be able to gather my pawns and acquire power. In this academia number. In this world, power is necessary for survival. Power includes strength, money, and influence. As long as I obtain all 3 of those factors of power, I'll win this world. I looked down at the track shoes I was wearing with a frown. Soon an idea popped into my head and I touched my smart bracelet. Sweet, a soft white light flashed in my hand and an object materialized in my palm, a red-colored quill feather pen. Without waiting for a second, I pointed the pen at my shoes and an item description box appeared in my vision. Instantly, I wrote a few words in the edit box. _item, ordinary running shoes status, normal condition, well-maintained abilities, none rank, none edit, enhance my stamina and speed. As soon as I was done writing, another translucent red screen appeared before me. Finalize your edit for 16 points. Yes, no note, you only have 2 edit points left. The edit will be discarded if finalized. Fuck. I only had 2 points left. I need to do something else. Maybe I should add a time limit. That ought to decrease the edit cost. My hand started moving again, the nib of my red pen writing in the air. Item, ordinary running shoes status, normal condition, well-maintained abilities, none rank, none edit, enhance my stamina and speed for 1 hour, finalize your edit for 8 points, yes, no note, you only have 2 edit points left. The edit will be discarded if finalized. It worked, but it still wasn't enough for broken bar to make my edit happen. I kept on trying until I succeeded in decreasing the cost to 2 points. Item, ordinary running shoes status, normal condition, well-maintained abilities, none rank, none edit, enhance my stamina and speed for 30 minutes, one time usable, finalize your edit for 2 points, yes/no. I quickly clicked on yes and my track shoes were instantly enveloped in a bright white hue. The edit was completed, I could feel it, but just to make sure, I opened the status of my track shoes one last time. Item, relic running shoes status, normal condition, one-time usable abilities, enhance the user's stamina and speed for 1 hour, rank, iron edit, activate, enhance my stamina and speed for 30 minutes, one-time usable. Since I added an ability to my shoes, they evolved into a relic. This is the thing I've noticed. The lower the rank of the relic I want to modify, the fewer edit points I would have to spend on it. If I turn an ordinary object into the relic, I would have to pay even less. For example, if I try to perform edit on an ordinary object, I would have to pay much fewer edit points compared to if I try to do the same on a relic. This one time, I tried to modify my armor but it showed me that I had to pay 6,000,000 edit points. Yeah, it was that expensive. Well, then again, my armor is a divine, ranked relic so it's understandable. Lucas, come. Suddenly, a loud worried voice shook me out of my thoughts. I looked up and found the figure of a blue-haired boy standing at the entrance gate, and by the way he was huffing and puffing, I think he had come back to get me after going into the forest. I should get going. Hey man, I'm sorry by the way, Kent said, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry, for what? I asked, confused. You know, I should have said something when Amelia was he replied, avoiding eye contact, but before he could complete his words, I cut him with a shrug. It's fine, we aren't that close anyway. We walked in silence for a moment, the only sound being the crunch of leaves under our feet as we made our way through the dense woods. Fortunately, we came across the rest of our unit pretty quickly. Everyone except Anastasia was huddled under a towering tree. The thick canopy provided much-needed shade from the sweltering sun, and the sturdy trunk offered a good resting spot. You guys are. Nero waved at us with a wide smile. Honestly, I cannot read this dude. One moment he's quiet and cold, the other he's grinning and acting normal. I bet he must have slowed Kent down, pointing at me, Amelia accused. Actually, I was the one who fell and Lucas had to walk back to help me. Kent waved his hands, lying in my defense. Amelia humphed. You fell but there's no dirt on your jersey, a broken bar you're smart. Dropping his head, Kent admitted to lying. Rather than her being smart, you are just dumb, you idiot. Whatever. You both are now here. Now all we gotta do is wait for the message. Oh, it's here. Exclamation mark. Right when Nero was in the middle of his speech, a message notification popped up in all of our smart bracelets. However, as if agreed upon beforehand, all of us ignored the message and only Nero clicked on the notification. We all gathered around him when a bright blue holographic screen projected out from his bracelet. It says here, our praise our winged jaguar a pass, hard pass, no thanks. Did I know what a winged jaguar was? Hell number. But still, no thanks. A black-scaled bull, silver-skinned giraffe, and lastly, steel-winged eagle. All of them are described to be Bronze 1, ranked mana beasts. There's also the map of the outer forest linked with the message. Those are all hard choices. Amelia touched her chin and commented, I think we should discuss our team's composition first. Agreed, nodded Nero. We have 3 archers, 1 swordsman, and 1 broken bar. Wait, Kent, what are you? Oh me, I'm an archer. The silence was deafening. 4 archers in a team of 5, is this academy serious? What's with this unbalanced composition? Ha 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 ha, I'm kidding, oh my god, look at your faces you all, nah ha 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 ha, this guy. I was barely holding back an urge to beat the living shit out of this elven boy's face. One look and I could tell Amelia and Nero were on the same boat as me. Gee guys, stop gritting your teeth and clenching your fists, I was only joking, ha ha. Sighing, I rubbed my eyes and said, just tell us what you are. I'm a scytheman, Kent confessed. Although I wanted to use a bow like my mom and dad, I had a talent for scythe. You have no talent for sharpshooting even though you're a pure-blooded elf? I asked, genuinely curious. NHH. Kent shook his head. Weird. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, elves are known for their exceptional skills in sharpshooting, while dwarves have a natural inclination toward crafting and forging. Additionally, humans are known for their ability to adapt and vampires for their ability to deceive. There's even a saying in this world on that: act like a vampire, shoot like an elf, create like a dwarf and adapt like a human. Hey, expecting me to shoot well just because I'm an elf is racist, you know. But there's even a saying, oh now that saying is racist too. Butte a racist, they say a racist, your mom's a racist. Okay fine, I'm sorry, hee hee, good. After one-sidedly winning an argument, Kent finally got an apology from me which he accepted with a goofy smile. You guys done? Asked Nero with a sigh. Now let us focus on the test at hand. Since we have 3 long-range, 1 close-range, and 1 mid-range fighter, our hunting target should be steel-winged eagle. So does anyone have any objections? Nope. Same here. A broken bar. We waited for the third person present here to answer Nero's question but the response never came. As a result, we all turned to look at Amelia, who was standing with her back against a tree, deep in thought. Her charming forest green eyes were lost in a world of her own and her fingers were pressed firmly against her chin. Amelia, Kent called out to her. Yeah? Shaking out of her thoughts, Amelia replied. I asked a question, said Nero. Do you have any objections to setting steel-winged eagle as our hunting target? Oh, number. Not at all. Okay, so it's decided, declared Nero before turning back to Amelia. By the way, what were you thinking? Oh, you know we have 3 archers in our unit. That doesn't seem to be the right team composition. Right team composition? Yeah, you know, the Academy assigned us the units based on our rankings and preferred weapon of choice. So why did they think putting 3 archers in one unit would be a good idea? Wait, they assigned us the units based on our rankings and primary weapons? Yeah, I didn't know that either. They did that? At Amelia's explanation, both Nero and Kent frowned in puzzlement. One look at us and it's clear to see, I interjected. Kent and I are at the bottom of the ranks here. My potential isn't great either. To balance things out, the Academy paired us with 3 higher rankers. I see, said Kent, scratching his head. Man, I should start training seriously. Oh, I never noted. Nero frowned his eyebrows even deeper. Amelia, on the other hand, had a look of disbelief in her eyes. What? Did she not expect me to notice something so basic? Although, in a split second, the look of disbelief in her eyes vanished and it turned cold again. As he stated, Amelia said, additionally, upon examination of other units, it is apparent that their composition is not as disorganized as ours, for the most part. Exactly, I replied. If you look at other units, you'll find they have 1-2 long-range fighters. That's it. Yes, so the question arises, why is our unit assigned 3 archers? I really don't understand. The black-haired girl clicked her tongue. Well, it's because your theory has one big hole in it, you dumb girl, is what I wanted to say to her. You see, the Academy didn't assign us the units based on our primary weapon usage. They assigned us the units based on the weapon and type of fighting style we have the most potential in. For example, Lucas, in the novel, was a spearman. Anastasia, despite being the best archer in the world, excelled more at hand-to-hand combat, so both of us were not using the weapons we had the most potential. It wasn't the Academy's fault that the composition of our unit was messed up, it was our own. Wait, what if someone in our unit has a dual profession? Suddenly, Amelia snapped her fingers. Whoa, she guessed it. This girl's analytical abilities were good. Unfortunately, She would never be able to guess who has the dual profession in our group. Oh, that? Interbroken bar. Right at that moment, Kent spoke and I remembered he knew I had a dual profession, when I asked him to provide me with the LVL 3 spear art. I had to tell him that I had 2 professions, archer and spearman. Fuck, I don't want him to reveal that information to everyone now. As Kent slowly turned his head towards me while speaking, it felt as if time had slowed down a broken bar. I also turned my head to look at him, and through my eyes, I conveyed to him the message to stop talking. No, 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 you idiot, stop talking. ... Isn't Lucas a huh? Oh, he stopped talking. He took the hint. I gave him a hint and he took it. This guy can take a hint. What? Isn't Lucas what? Amelia frowned. Oh, broken bar. I was saying, isn't Lucas looking kinda pale? What, really? I asked while touching my face and putting on an act. This heat will be the end of me. What? How does that relate to the topic we were discussing? The black-haired girl spoke in a ridiculing tone. Stepper exclamation mark. Stepper exclamation mark. Stepper exclamation mark. However, before Kent could reply, we heard the sound of someone coming our way. Kent and I immediately guarded up, but Nero nonchalantly waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, it's Anastasia. I sent her to do a reconnaissance of our surroundings since she said her eyesight is good." Idiaris's inverted question mark. "Avoid this route," said Anastasia while running through the woods, dodging one obstacle after another. Unit 7 of 1C8 had set up a trap here. Thanks to the reconnaissance search she did earlier, we were now aware of most of the enemy's position. We knew which routes to avoid and not fall into traps, and which unit would be our competition for the steel-winged eagle hunt. Sure, cadets can't directly hurt other cadets, but that doesn't stop them from setting up traps and stuff to slow others down. How big is this forest anyway? Panting like a dog out of breath while following behind Anastasia, Kent asked. 760 acres, Nero replied from right next to him, and that's just the outer forests area. I'll die. I could practically see Kent's soul leaving his body after he got his answer. Fortunately, the running shoes that I edited were a great help. Speeder 101, plus 62, stamina 96, plus 62, both my speed and stamina stats were increased by 62 points. That created a big difference in my overall physical capability. I could easily keep up with Anastasia, Amelia and Nero without even breaking a sweat. We were heading towards the northeastern part of the outer forest, as indicated on the map we received. The steel-winged eagle, an evolved eagle with mana-hardened steel wings and a large wingspan, was located there. While it is known for its speed and sharp wings that can cut a grown man's neck, it does not possess any other extraordinary abilities. There, right when I was about to open my smart bracelet and check our live location in maps, Anastasia yelled, "We found it, an eagle with black plumage, slightly larger than average, possessing a pair of enormous gleaming blue wings, circled through the sky as if it were the ruler of the winds." From the looks of it, we were the first unit to arrive here. There were 2 ways of winning a spot in the top 5, either kill as many normal mana beasts as possible or kill one of the 4 instructed mana beasts. It was no surprise that many of the units chose the first option since it was safer and easier. "Careful not to let it touch you with its wings," Nero stated the obvious. "You'll be cut before you even notice it." "Yes," nodded Anastasia, "I can see a great amount of mana circulating in its wings." "Anyone can see that, Anastasia. Its wings were literally glowing in an azure blue hue. You don't need special eyes to see that." "Okay, what's our plan of attack?" asked Amelia. "Shoot and bring it down. What else?" I shrugged, and I was ignored. No, he's right," Nero chimed in. "Fire at it from all directions and when it'll have nowhere to go, I'll jump at it and kill it with my sword." "You can jump that high?" Kent asked in amazement. "I can jump higher," Nero grinned. Without waiting, I took out my bow and quiver full of arrows from the smart bracelet on my wrist. Slinging the quiver on my back, I took out an arrow, coated it in a thin layer of mana, knocked it on my bow and aimed it at the flying eagle. Both Amelia and Anastasia quickly got into motion too. Amelia climbed a tree and prepared herself while Anastasia dashed away from my location, drawing an arrow and readying her bow while aiming at the same target as me. "Now," Anastasia yelled, As if waiting for that cue, both Amelia and I let go of our bowstrings and released our arrows. Swoosh! In midair, the mana on my arrow split into 6 mana darts and shot at the steel-winged eagle. Simultaneously, Amelia's arrow erupted in a brilliant blue light and hurtled toward the eagle at breakneck speed. Sigh! The steel-winged eagle let out a harsh, high-pitched whistle as it noticed our attempt to hunt it down. Fwoo! Effortlessly dodging our attacks, the eagle, instead of going higher in the sky, dived down, intending to take us at close range. Incoming, Anastasia yelled. It'll try to use its wings to attack us, Nero shouted back. Instead of wasting time by shouting the obvious, Amelia and I drew back our bowstrings and readied our arrows for action. Swoosh! Swoosh! Once again, my arrow shot forward and split into 6 mana arrows before raining down on the incoming eagle. The steel-winged eagle expertly maneuvered through the air and dodged all my arrows. It was fast. However, just as the bird avoided my final arrow, Amelia's arrow appeared in front of it out of nowhere. She had used my attack as a distraction and had brilliantly predicted the eagle's movements based on it. As my mana arrows limited the bird's options for escape, Amelia took advantage of the opening and launched her arrow to strike it down. Truly, she is a genius marksman, or markswoman, what's the word? I can't remember. Tanner! However, the eagle was not defeated yet. It crossed its wings in front of its body and used them as a shield, successfully blocking Amelia's arrow from piercing through. After blocking Amelia's arrow, the steel-winged eagle expanded its wings and charged toward us from the sky once again. Fuck! Cursed Amelia, it registered no damage. Don't worry. But right then, Nero barked and drew his sword from his smart bracelet. I got it. The sword in his hand was surrounded in a bright azure blue glow as he coated it with a thick layer of mana. I was honestly amazed. I was standing 12 steps away from him and I could still feel the energy coming off his sword. This this monster right here was the real deal. Stomping his foot harder on the ground, Nero prepared to launch himself toward the approaching eagle. Crevices formed where he was standing, and in a sudden burst, his figure disappeared from view and reappeared in front of the eagle in midair. Sky! As Nero displayed his unmatched speed, the eagle let out a confused scream. Without hesitation, the boy mercilessly swung his sword, executing an upward diagonal slash. Whoosh! But before Nero's sword could connect, a huge boulder came flying at him. Widening his eyes, Nero called off his attack and created a mana barrier around him. Thwash! Fortunately, Anastasia reacted quickly and shot an arrow infused with mana at the boulder and shattered it into pieces. Taka! Landing back on the ground, Nero and everyone else looked in the direction where the boulder was thrown from. Of course, I knew who it would be, but I still looked anyway. Nice reflexes, pretty girl. From the shadowy covers of the forest, a tall young man with muscles which were too ripped for his jersey to hide appeared. If it weren't for you, this boy would have been crushed like an insect. Yes, it was a broken bar. Drum rolls. Please, broken bar. Alberto, are you crazy? Amelia exclaimed, her eyes filled with anger. You could have seriously hurt him. I'm going to report this to the instructors, Anastasia added with an irritated expression. Wow, look at them. The heroines are angry on behalf of our hero who isn't even hurt. Truly, such a beautiful and heartwarming scene. These bitches. I personally just want to bash Nero's head with a rock. No, in fact, let me just push him under a truck myself. Oh, you'll report? And say what? With a smirk, Alberto mockingly cocked his head to the side. He is not injured anywhere, is he? I was just trying to hunt that eagle like you guys. Honestly, more than Nero's strength, I was impressed with this guy's persistence. Even after being humiliated that day in the cafeteria, he was still targeting Nero. Before Amelia could start her rant, Nero walked up to her and placed her hand on her shoulder, signaling her to calm down. She clicked her tongue and held her words. Let's go guys, Nero said and started walking away. The steel-winged eagle had escaped, since the academy had put a tracker on it beforehand to make it distinct from other steel-winged eagles in the area. We merely had to open the maps application on our smart bracelets to know its location. Idiaris's inverted question mark. Why are they walking behind us? Just ignore them, Kent. But dude, they are literally behind us. As we paved our way through the forest, Kent talked about Alberto and the 4 members of his unit following us. Nero asked him to ignore them, so we kept walking. I was getting bored. I've done nothing but eat and sleep since I came to this world. Sure, I've been doing some intense training for the last few weeks, but that's it. I wanted something challenging, something life-threatening, something that could give me an adrenaline rush. Sure, the mock war is ahead, but I'm getting bored right now. I can't wait for it to happen. Tilda, there. Suddenly stopping in her tracks, Anastasia shouted before pointing to the sky. Up ahead, following her index finger, we saw the steel-winged eagle we were looking for resting on top of a tree branch. Rustily exclamation mark. However, before any one of us could make a move, we heard a rustling sound of leaves from behind us. Well, what do you know? People are already here. We looked back to find it was Grace Goodwill, and walking behind her were William Oath, Elijah Steelforged, Ella Bright, and the mystery guy, Huge Ass. When Nero and William's gazes met each other, they greeted each other with a nod. These two had already started to get along. Nice to see the plot developing so smoothly. Nero and Williama in the future, these two will share an unbreakable bond. Over time, when they'll graduate and serve in the United Military, their duo will come to be known as the Reapers of the End. Yes, we came here first, Amelia snorted, so obviously that hunt is ours. Are you stupid? Chortled Grace. By that logic, we saw it first, so it's ours. And glad to see these two girls are not getting along, since this is part of the plot too. Amelia and Grace hated each other in the novel. Since Amelia was part of Nero's harem, she was obviously hostile to Grace, who didn't miss any opportunity to seduce the main hero. TSK, this guy gets heaven-defying talent, good looks, hot MILF as master, and a harem. While reading, I didn't think of it much, since this much is basic in power fantasy novels, but right now, standing here, I was honestly feeling a mix of jealousy and anger. Anyway, that wasn't the only reason why they both hated each other. They both had a mutual disdain for each other because Grace viewed Amelia and Anastasia as obstacles in her pursuit of power. Amelia reciprocated these feelings, and their enmity grew over time, while Anastasia chose to ignore her. Even right now, these two girls were barely holding themselves back from creating a big fuss. Actually, you both are stupid. While Grace and Amelia were busy locking gaze, Alberto chimed in. The right to hunt should go to the strongest. So, Nero? Anastasia responded. What? Alberto raised an eyebrow. You said the right to hunt should go to the strongest. Anastasia repeated Alberto's words. That ought to be Nero. Remember the cafeteria incident? You bitcher. Before Alberto could show any hostility, Nero stepped in front of him with a big friendly smile on his face. Now, friend, do you really want to do this here? Asked Nero with a calm voice. Do you think I'm scared of your broken party? Boring. This is the same old courting death scene. The author really had no creativity. Bored out of mind, I stopped paying attention to the scene in front of me and picked up a pebble from the ground, fiddling with the pebble in my fingers. I waited for the scene to be over. Why is that pebble slimy? From my left, a curious voice fell in my ears. I turned my head to look at the owner and found out it was the mystery boy. Huge Ass. Huh? Was he talking to me? Noticing his words, I looked at my hand and saw the pebble was indeed slimy. Taka exclamation mark. Instantly, I threw it away with a disgusted face. Don't know, what the hell is this slime? I said, looking at my hand. Hearing my words, Kent leaned in to look at my hand and said, oh, this must be the saliva of a three-eyed toad. You. Both Hugh and I grimaced in disgust. Do you need the tissue? Asked Hugh. Yes, I nodded and extended my hand. If you don't mind. Yeah, sorry but I don't have it either. So why the fuck did you ask? Are you stupid? Don't worry bro, it will dry up shortly. Kent gestured. Interestingly, when it dries up, it creates a film on your hand that can be removed. It doesn't leave behind any fingerprints, so you could even commit a crime and not be traced. Kent, I'm both utterly weirded out and immaculately interested in that fun fact, I replied matter-of-factly. Yeah, same. Hugh nodded. Where did you even learn something so weird? Hee. My father taught me the ways of a Boy Scout. Kent blushed, seemingly taking our comments as compliments. Shut the fuck up, you three. Right when we were in the middle of our weird talks, Grace yelled at us out of nowhere. If you can't add anything to this discussion, then don't talk about useless things and disturb me either, bitch. That's what all three of us thought at the moment, but we held our tongues. Fine, here's the deal. Nero offered a proposal. We'll all play by the rules and work with our units to independently hunt it down. That sounds so much fairer than what your teammate suggested, Grace said before continuing in a coquettish tone. Then again, we can also work together. This girl is literally stupid, Amelia facepalmed. Why would he work with you when he's not even in your unit? If you had a brain, you would have understood I was merely joking. No, I have a brain and I understand what you're doing here. Do you want me to show you to the streets? How dare you, commoner? Watch your tongue or I'll have it cut. That registers as a threat, you know? You, HMPH, you fuckers do whatever you want. While the two girls were busy fighting like cats, Alberto spoke up in a cocky tone. My unit has already hunted down one of the assigned mana beasts already. Of course, his unit has already hunted Winged Jaguar and claimed one of the spots in the top 5 units of this test. So why was he following us? He was instructed to keep a close on Nero and observe his every movement. As a matter of fact, Grace was given the same instruction by Kai. Whatever. Nero rolled his eyes and started silently walking toward the tree where our target bird was resting. He signaled us to follow him and we, of course, obliged by starting walking behind him with silent steps. In response, Grace too started moving and asked her unit to follow her. When Grace walked past me, her foot slipped and she tripped forward, but before she could fall face first on the ground, I instinctively caught her by her waist. Get your hands off me, instead of thanking me. However, she scowled. Fine, shrugging, I took my hand back, and as expected, since I let her go before she could regain her footing, she tripped and fell to her knees. Did you just push me? She bared her teeth at me and asked in an angry tone. Okay, I might or might not have pushed her down before she could regain her footing, who knows. Ignoring her, I kept walking. What I didn't notice back then was that the frustrated look on Grace's face turned into a vicious smirk, or at least that's what she thought, but I noticed her facial expressions changing. It's been 20 minutes since the second attempt to hunt down the steel-winged eagle had started. Go for it, yelled a black-haired girl with crystal-like golden eyes. Cut it down, Nero. I got it, Nero replied to Anastasia while willing mana into his legs, strengthening them to make a jump. In front of Nero was a pretty big eagle, Ski. The eagle whistled in desperation. It was already down on the ground with multiple wounds clearly visible on his body. It had no strength to fly anymore. Nero's figure disappeared and appeared right before the fallen eagle. Don't let him get to it. From the back, Grace yelled at her unit's marksman. On it, Hugh. The marksman of her unit yelled back. He aimed the barrel of his twin handguns at the wounded eagle and pulled the trigger. Banger! With a loud, sharp noise, 2 bullets shot forward at the eagle. Amelia, Nero cried for help from his teammate. Amelia has already acted quickly. She had already launched an arrow by now. Tina! With deadly accuracy, the arrow Amelia shot collided with the 2 bullets and deflected them easily. While all that was happening, Lucas casually stood under a tree, enjoying the shade being provided by it, and watched the ongoing hunt from afar. Aren't you going to help your unit? From his right, Lucas heard a deep, intrigued voice reaching his ears. Lucas turned to Alberto, who had asked him a question, and nonchalantly replied while pointing at Kent. Look at that guy, he's trying to help them, but what's he doing? Kent was standing in position with a scythe in his hands. His job was to protect the archers of the unit if the eagle were to come after them. He's doing nothing, Alberto concluded. He's useless right now. Exactly, nodded Lucas. I'm the same as him. In this situation, I'd be useless to them. There are already 2 archers present. They're giving him cover fire. With a suspicious look, Alberto looked at the silver-haired boy in front of him. There was something off about him. He could feel it. On the outside, this boy was nothing special. He wasn't very weak, but he wasn't strong either. He had a reputation for being a brat, but he didn't act like it. He had good looks, but that's about it. Yes, no matter how much Alberto looks at Lucas, he can only assess him as a weakling, as someone inferior to him. Nothing more, nothing less. So why were his instincts telling him to stay the fuck away from this guy? Alberto, let's talk. Right when Alberto was lost in his thoughts, a member of his unit came and tapped on his shoulder before making him walk off with him. Left alone, Lucas quietly observed the hunt in front of him. He was actually counting seconds and waiting for his plan to take action. Yes, he had already set a plan in motion, a plan to restore his reputation among his teammates, a step that would eventually allow him to create pawns for his exploits. Uvae tormentorum. Right when Lucas was counting down the seconds, he heard Nero invoking a chant in High Elven. Nero had his hand mimicking a handgun and pointed his fingers at the fallen eagle. Since members of Grace's unit tried to stop him from approaching the mana beast, in frustration, Nero decided to use magic instead. Light particles started converging at the tip of his index finger, and in an instant, the whole area was bathed in a blinding white light. Thwoosh! Exclamation mark. The flash of light caused everyone to squint or shield their eyes with their hands in discomfort. When the light subsided, the whole area in front of Nero's handgun was destroyed, and whatever was left of the trees and grass was set ablaze. The body of the steel-winged eagle was nowhere to be seen. Not even its ashes remained after Nero was done with it, and despite being injured, the mana beast was on bronze rank. Knowing the fact that his spell could seriously injure or even kill anyone present here made everyone shudder unknowingly. Not Lucas, of course. He didn't feel anything as he watched the scene with emotionless eyes, but in the next moment, he started moving as that spell marked the start of his plan. "You did it!" exclaimed Amelia in joy. "Hell yeah!" Nero raised his hands in a show of victory. "We passed this unit test." Anastasia too jumped in excitement. "Yeah, although I didn't do much, we won." Kent nodded with excitement. "You did more than certain someone." "Oh, come on Amelia." Lucas helped a bunch too. HMPH. While the winners were busy celebrating, Grace was clicking her tongue. TSK. She looked at Hugh, giving him a death glare. "You are useless." "I'm useless?" Hugh retorted. "I did everything I could." "You guys can't win against Nero." "True." William nodded. "That guy was too strong." "Same." Elijah sighed. "All of us did everything we could to keep him away from the eagle, but he still managed to hunt it down." Ella walked up to her friend and placed her hand on her shoulder. "Grace, it's a fair loss. No one is to blame here." "Shut up," Grace burst out, slapping Ella's hand away and pointing at Hugh. "Your guns are useless." "Oh yeah? Why didn't you accomplish something with your rapier then?" "Hey, watch out." Before Hugh could finish his counter-argument, however, he saw something. His eyes widened as he shouted out a warning. A red-furred wolf emerged from behind the cover of the woods and charged toward Nero's unit. The wolf, seeing Amelia as the closest target, leapt at her from behind. Nero, who was facing the black-haired girl, was the first to notice the red-furred wolf jumping on her from behind. He quickly reacted to the situation and tried to protect Amelia by instinctively moving his body toward her. However, he was too far away, and by the time he could reach her, the wolf would have already bitten off her neck. Anastasia and Kent were also facing their back to the wolf's side, so they had no idea about it either, and there was no time to alert them. Hugh tried to shoot the wolf, but his magazine was already empty. He'd have to reload, and again, there was no time for that. The element of surprise and proximity of the wolf to the group made it impossible for them to avoid the attack. Worf. When Amelia sensed the presence of something behind her, she abruptly turned her body. She could only widen her after seeing a red-furred wolf inches away from her face. "Ha!" A short gasp escaped her lips in shock and fear as she realized the danger she was in. Time seemed to slow down as she stared into the wolf's eyes, unsure of what to do with no time to react. At that crucial moment, Amelia felt a sudden force pushing her out of the way of the wolf. She stumbled to the side, narrowly avoiding the wolf's canines which would have ripped her face apart. As she fell, she caught a glimpse of strands of silver hair flashing before her eyes. It was a boy dressed in a black and red jersey of the academy who had saved her. Yes, it was Lucas. Oof. As Lucas pushed her out of the way, the wolf turned its attention to him. The silver-haired boy had his left hand outstretched, trying to fend off the wolf's attack, but the wolf's weight and momentum made him fall back as it jumped onto him. Arghh! He couldn't help but let out a beastly scream when the wolf bit down on his left hand. However, he was prepared for this. Clicker! Flicking his right wrist, a hidden blade extracted from below the sleeve of his jersey which he used to stab the red-furred wolf right around its jaw. Splitter! Banger! Swooshaw! Almost instantly, a bullet pierced the wolf's skull, killing it immediately, but as if that wasn't enough, Nero swung his sword and cleaved off its head. "Are you all right, Lucas?" Nero shouted with genuine concern for the boy who had risked his own life to protect one of their teammates. "Lucas, hey, man, hey." Kent too rushed to his side with a face full of worry. "He's losing consciousness. I'm calling the instructors," Anastasia announced before tapping on her smart bracelet. "Is he okay? What happened? What was that?" Grace's unit came to the scene of the incident too, but Lucas was already closing his eyes. The red-furred wolves, also called venom wolves, had neurotoxins in their teeth that could paralyze their target, and it was taking effect. Amidst the commotion, Amelia was left stunned, with a lost look on her face. She sat there, utterly confused. Why did he save me? Or did he really save me? Those were the only thoughts echoing in her head. Despite the clear evidence, she couldn't believe what had just happened. Lucas, on the other hand, while losing consciousness, mustered all his strength to move his hand and point his finger at some people standing in the distance. They were Alberto's unit and they were watching the scene in confusion. Despite clearly being present there, they did nothing to provide any kind of help. Our broken bar at W was a broken bar. It was them. They did this. With the very last ounce of his strength, the silver-haired boy whispered before his consciousness drifted into the darkness and his hand dropped on the ground. He had done his work. His plan was a success and now he would rest and watch the results he had wanted to create unfold. And since matter can't be created, according to the law of conservation of matter, we all are as old as the universe since we too are created from matter. What are you trying to say, Kent? I'm trying to prove a point. So what if she was a minor? Dude, you, get the fuck away from me. Joke. I'm joking. It's been 3 days since the incident in the 5th District Forest. All I would like to say is my reputation has improved a lot, and by lot, I actually mean a lot. Nero has been talking to me without that distant look in his eyes. Anastasia has started to put down her guard around me. Amelia has been awfully quiet in front of me, which is a very good thing since I don't need to listen to her annoying voice and remarks anymore. And Kent, a broken bar is Kent. By playing the sacrificial hero, I showed them how much I had changed. Sure, I didn't need to do something so dramatic as to let a fucking wolf bite me, but hey, I was really getting frustrated by their behavior, not to mention how many edit points I got by pulling that off. 57 edit points, can you believe it? Although their behaviors didn't undergo a complete transformation, they ultimately aligned with my plan to a significant degree. You're confused? Oh, yeah, I never revealed my plan, did I? Well, by now even the dumbest of you must have understood what I did, but for the sake of those who didn't grasp the plot yet, I'll explain. A broken bar in short, of course. Remember the fatty guard? Yeah, so basically, I bribed him and shared with him my live location. Then I asked him to come to my location in exactly 57 minutes and bring a low-ranked venom wolf along. I instructed him to release the wolf right after he saw a bright light, which would be Nero's spell, and make the mana beast attack Amelia. The guard had the ability to compel low-rank mana beast, so for him to make the wolf target a specific person and attack them wasn't a difficult task. I knew everyone would be distracted at that time, so it would be the perfect time to create trouble and play the hero by solving it. Yes, I calculated everything. I had foreseen the encounter with Alberto and Grace's unit, the inevitability of Nero using magic, and even the specific spell he would likely cast to hunt the steel-winged eagle. After that, all that was left for me was to calculate everything by the minute, and I was done with orchestrating a perfect plan. And do you know what's funny? This unit test event was skipped in the novel as the story directly jumped to the mock war arc. That means the unit test was only briefly mentioned and not much information was provided about it in the novel, so I had to make do with what little information I had, and even then, I executed a plan that not many would have been able to come up with in my situation and perfectly pulled it off. Sometimes my own genius scares me. What did I lose? My left hand and 10 watches from my collection. What did I gain? Restoration of my reputation. Chaos and drama. What's the chaos and drama in it? You see, the Academy dismissed the Venom Wolf's attack as an unexpected, unfortunate accident, but our class is still hell-bent on believing that Class 1C8 was somehow involved in it, as I basically accused them right before I lost consciousness. Later, when I was asked to clarify my accusation by Nero, I told him that I overheard Alberto's unit talking about a secret plan or something, intentionally, to make it more believable. I left my explanation as vague as possible, and sure enough, the fools bought every word that came out of my mouth. Word spread among the rest of the class and the spark turned into a full-blown forest fire. They had no reason not to believe the rumor since Nero was the one who confirmed it. Class 1C8 attacked us, he said in front of our whole class. Right now, the situation is that classes 1A1 and 1C8 are at each other's throats. By now the majority of the cadets from both classes have been in conflict. This was supposed to happen anyway. I simply made it more intense. Just 3 more days are left for the mock war to start and I couldn't be more excited about it. Oh, by the way, how's your hand? While walking our way toward the class, Kent asked. I see it's still covered in bandages. It hurts, I lied, but yeah, it's healing, I guess. I still can't believe the Academy didn't give you a healing potion. Well, the healing potions are expensive and cadets usually have to buy them with merit. Since I wasn't gravely injured, they didn't need to use it on me for free. Still, isn't it hurting? Yeah, but according to the medics, it'll fully heal in a week, and if it still hurts, I can go take a healing potion and they'll put it in my tab. That makes sense. Kent's worry was reasonable. I lost consciousness, but according to medics, the wound on my hand was deep and I lost a lot of blood. Even right now, my left hand is completely wrapped in bandages. I can't move it even a little. Of course, I can heal it anytime I want by using my pen to create a low-grade healing potion. Anyway, while making small talk, we arrived in front of our class. As we entered the classroom, we noticed a boy sitting at the front desk with a visible bruised face full of wounds. What the hell? Kent exclaimed. Several cadets were already surrounding the boy in the spotlight while angrily murmuring amongst them. Oh, Kent. As we approached the group of cadets swarming the bruised boy, a short-framed dwarven boy present greeted Kent with a nod but pretended not to see me. The side characters were still too skeptical of me to acknowledge my presence, which is fine since I knew my reputation couldn't be completely changed overnight amongst everyone, and nor do I care. People tend to only remember the one mistake you made in the past, even when you've done 10 things right. Kent nodded back and inquired, what happened to him? Unfortunately, he was assaulted by some members of Class 1C8, the boy replied with a sigh. What? Isn't that a violation of the rules? Indeed it is. William, Nero, and a few others have gone to file a complaint with Instructor Liz. My ears perked up as I overheard the conversation between the blue-haired elven boy and the short-framed dwarf. My mind instantly raced as I turned to look at the boy who had allegedly been beaten by the cadets of Class 1C8. Oh, I could only raise my eyebrows in understanding when I saw the face of the victim. It was Chase Woods, one of the future main cast of the novel, and he was known for his foul mouth. I swear to God, there was not one dialogue of his in the novel where he didn't curse. In fact, some of his curses were so innovative I couldn't help but admire the author's creativity. Oh, if only he had used that creativity in the story. According to the plot, today a group of individuals from Class 1C8 had an altercation with Chase. They tried to exploit his high temper. As Chase has a tendency to use profanity, he began to verbally, for lack of better words, talk shit about them. After that, the argument very quickly escalated into a physical conflict as the group of cadets had originally wanted, since one can't use magic spells and martial arts against a fellow cadet unless, in a duel or combat exercise, Chase had to fight them the good old way, hand-to-hand without using mana. It's not hard to imagine how he got his ass handed to him after that. Sigh. Keep in mind guys, you should never fight against a group alone. If you've ever been put into that situation, run, beg or do literally anything else you can to avoid it. unless you're a masochist and you like pain, of course. Anyway, after he was beaten shitless, the patient's level of Class 1A1 reached its limit, and as a result, the mock war was declared to occur between the two classes in the following 2 days. Whatever, sighing, as if all this had nothing to do with me, I took a quick glance at the beaten and bruised boy. That looks painful. Anastasia calmly approached Chase and carefully touched his swollen face. Are you sure you don't want to go to the infirmary? As Chase stared into Anastasia's deep, golden crystal-like eyes, he felt a sense of calmness washing all over his body. The pain and aching he was feeling in his body disappeared for a moment and he felt utter tranquility. Only when Anastasia shook him and repeated her question did he finally come back to his senses. No, I'm fine, he said, stuttering. I want everyone to see what those fuckers did. Well, you should still get it checked though, Anastasia persisted. I let out a contented sigh and made my way to my seat next to the window. Now that my interest had been fulfilled, the plot was progressing as it should be for now. That little gesture of worry and concern from Anastasia sparked an unknown yet warm feeling in Chase's heart. Over time, he began to feel envy toward Nero for his constant proximity to Anastasia, which ultimately drove him to improve himself and gain strength. Unfortunately, his fate was just to be one of the sidekicks of the main hero. In the end, his strength wasn't enough. In the end, he died protecting Nero from the members of Spider in Volume 3. In the end, he wasn't strong enough. TSK, poor guy, didn't get the girl and didn't get a proper ending. Although, if he had been alive during the final war, then maybe, just maybe, the United Military wouldn't have suffered so many casualties. Anyway, all that doesn't matter to me. When that time comes, Nero will deal with it. As I've told you all before, I can't do anything regarding that matter. You two instructors can't intervene in disputes between cadets unless it's a matter of life or death. This is one of our academy's policies. In front of a crowd of cadets, a woman with the darkest shade of violet hair and matching eyes stood. Calmly, she tried to reason with the angry crowd of cadets. As soon as Liz entered the class, everyone swarmed her and began to request her to issue some kind of punishment against the group of cadets of 1C8 who ganged up on Chase. Then what should we do? Fight back? Because if we were to do that, you know as well as me, I will not hold back. They have been on our back for days now. Nero, who entered the classroom right behind Liz, voiced his frustration, to which Liz only facepalmed before suggesting, go to the cadet council. However, you must have a solid proof ready if you wish to have the council involved. Look at him. Nero pointed at Chase, whose face was still swollen and bruised. That is proof enough. Yeah, this is really getting out of hand now. Such antics should not be forgiven. Following Nero's speech, several other cadets from the crowd began to express their own opinions. It is really not. Liz shook her head and the crowd silenced. Bruises and wounds can easily be dismissed as self-harm. Then you all will be charged with defamation and attempted slander instead. As she finished speaking, the cadets present were left silent. They couldn't argue with her reasons. Despite clearly being in the wrong, they had no definite proof against Class 1C8. All right, now that everyone understands, please gather at the training gym for the first class, said Liz, before leaving the classroom. Once she was gone, the murmuring among the cadets broke out once again. TSK. Chase got up from his seat and clicked his tongue. I don't care, I'll beat those motherfuckers myself. Chase, calm down, Nero yelled, clearly annoyed by the situation himself. If you do that, you'll give them one more win. So what should I do? Chase slammed his fists on his desk. Those bastards, if only I'd used mana, I would have reshaped their faces. Chase, as I said, calm down, Nero repeated. Doing that would accomplish nothing. Yes, Chase, he's right. Let's not be hasty and make the wrong decision. They really are crossing the line here. Others surrounding Chase started to calm him down. After a long pause, he finally nodded his head. Fine, he spat out, his eyes filled with anger and frustration. However, before he could utter another word, a chill crept through the room, sending shivers down the spine of every cadet. Suddenly, the temperature started plummeting as if a door to the Arctic had been flung open. The classroom was enveloped in bone-chilling cold, causing everyone to hug themselves for warmth, their breath visible in the freezing air. Clomper exclamation mark. Clomper exclamation mark. Clomper! In that eerie moment of that sudden cold and confusion, she made her appearance. Idiris's inverted question mark. Clomper! 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 As the door of the classroom swung open, a fierce gust of icy cold wind swept through the room one after another, sending chills down the spines of the cadets present, and then, she appeared a vision of power and beauty, her every step a declaration of her authority. She was a young woman in her teenage years with a figure that was both thin and athletic. Her skin was like silk, a porcelain white that seemed to glow in the light. Her hair was a striking silver color, cascading down her back in the waist-length waterfall of shimmering locks, but it was her eyes that truly commanded attention, blood-red orbs that seemed to possess a light of their own, burning with an intensity that was both captivating and mysterious. She was an elf, her long ears a dead giveaway of her elven heritage, and a member of the Cadet Council, her white one-piece dress with blue trim and a blue armband on her left arm confirming her status. Her mere presence seemed to have dropped the temperature of the atmosphere drastically, leaving the cadets to shiver and chatter with their teeth in the cold. What about me? Nah, I'm fine. I knew this was going to happen. I wore a thick inner under my uniform. Hey, permit me to introduce myself. My name is Yelena Morning, and it is likely that many of you are already familiar with it. I hold the esteemed position of the Queen, or rather, the Vice President of this Academy City. Only when Yelena elegantly walked up to the center of the classroom and started speaking did the temperature begin returning to normal. Her words echoed right into everyone's ears as if she was standing right beside everyone else. Sound magic. It was her favorite choice of magic after ice magic. Looking around, I saw the confused look on the cadets' faces, yet, despite their clear confusion, no one dared to utter a word. It was as if they all knew they were in the presence of a queen, and their best course of action was to stay silent and listen. I'm here to tell you that Class 1C8 has filed an official complaint against Class 1A1. However, their silence lasted only until Yelena informed them about the current situation. Instantly, a chain of loud murmuring broke out among the cadets. What? Ridiculous. Why are they the ones filing a complaint against us? Yes, it should be the other way around. Indeed, it's them who started this mess. I don't care who started what, Yelena declared, silencing the cadets. I only care about what's happening right now. Now Nero Dicroff and Chase Woods, come stand forward. With a frown of confusion plastered on their faces, both the guys whose names were called walked to the front of the class. I'm Nero Dicroff, Mom, and I'm Chase Woods. Nodding at their introductions, Yelena continued. Class 1C8 has charged you for assault, she announced while pointing to Nero with her chin before turning to Chase, and they have charged you for threats and disrespectful behavior and assault. Nonsense, Chase exclaimed. Those fuckers were. But again, before he could complete his sentence, an eerie chill ran down his spine. He felt the Grim Reaper's icy grip around his throat and felt like he would really die if he were to utter another word. As I said, I don't care, Yelena repeated in an uncaring tone, her cold gaze piercing his soul. And you might want to watch that tongue of yours in front of me. To her clear warning, Chase meekly nodded his head up and down like a pup, satisfied by asserting her authority. Yelena tapped on her smart bracelet and a holographic screen projected out of it. The holographic screen displayed a video of the recent cafeteria incident where Nero employed his mana pressure to force Alberto to kneel before delivering a brutal kick, rendering him unconscious. In the next moment, with a flick of her finger, Yelena altered the playback to an audio recording of Chase's altercation with the members of Class 1C8. In the recording, Chase's language was littered with foul and obscene words directed toward the other cadets of 1C8. The level of vulgarity became so extreme that Yelena was compelled to discontinue the playback. By the end of it, both Nero and Chase had their heads down. They wanted to retort or say that in both instances, Class 1C8 was the first to provoke them, but by now Yelena had already made it clear that she had no interest in their defense. In both cases, your class was out of line, Yelena spoke. You guys broke the cadet code of conduct. The excuse that they started it first wouldn't be applicable here. I know it's our fault, Nero, with his head down, muttered apologetically, so please only punish us and not our class. Chase nodded to his words. I guess even he was feeling responsible for all this mess. Punish only you? Yelena raised an eyebrow. And what will that accomplish? Huh? What do you mean? Confused, both Nero, Chase and everyone else looked at the silver-haired elven beauty. Punishing both of you could worsen conflict with 1C8 and further complicate the situation, especially since most third-year cadets, including those in the disciplinary community and cadet council, have yet to return from their annual exam mission. Yelena calmly spoke before taking a brief pause and continuing. That means if I were to punish only both of you here, that would only create more work for me in the future, and I hate working. What I do love is drama. Oh wow, someone's copying me. Additionally, Class 1C8 is not without guilt, even though they didn't initiate the rule breaking. I'm confident that I'll find solid proof if I investigate their rule violations, but I don't want to waste my time on a bunch of first-year troublemakers, but I also do not want to pass the wrong judgment. Quite a predicament, isn't it? So here's what we'll do. We'll settle this by a challenge or a sort of game, if you may. The one who loses will be charged guilty and would have to face the consequences. How does that sound? Yelena proposed in an amused tone. What? Is this your solution? Nero exclaimed, clearly taken aback. So, the winner is absolved of guilt despite clear evidence? That's not justice. Yes, that's not fair. Chase too voiced his concerns. If they beat us then they won't receive any punishment regardless of the fact that they were the ones who started coming after us first. As the two main characters spoke up, the rest of the class followed suit. Yes, how is that fair? How is that just? You can't make this decision. You're acting outside of your authority. Only the cadet council president can suggest something like that. That's madness, not to mention how uncivilized it sounds. She's only favoring the strong. She doesn't care about justice. I love you, Yelena, snapper exclamation mark. Yelena silenced the room with a snap of her fingers, stopping the buzz of student chatter in the classroom. A burst of cold air then swept through, reminding everyone at whose mercy they were on. Silence. She barked, her eyes as cold as ever and her face contorting with disdain. You worm-like creatures have no right to question my authority. I may not hold the highest official title in the Cadet Council, but at this moment, I am the law, and if any of you dare to challenge my ruling, let it be known, I will not tolerate insubordination. You cry out that this is madness, that it is not justice, that I am favoring the strong. Allow me to enlighten you all right here, you simple-minded fools. This world has always favored the strong. The weak have never, and will never, receive true justice. Why is that? Her words hung heavy in the air, and the class sat in stunned silence, digesting the harsh facts she had laid before them. They all knew that Yelena spoke the truth as they waited for her to finish. History is witness to the fact that the victors alone shape the notion of justice and morality, making it a fleeting and subjective ideal. The victorious are crowned with righteousness, while the defeated become mere footnotes in time, forgotten by the ages. The choice is yours. Which legacy do you wish to leave behind? Do you wish to become a memory, or do you wish to receive justice? Without bothering to utter another word, Yelena elegantly walked out of the room, leaving the cadets both in awe and shock. What others were too busy to notice was the fact that Quinn had gotten up from his seat and followed behind Yelena. Yeah, he was officially joining the Cadet Council today after being forced into it by the silver-haired elven beauty. Hey, my lips slowly turned into a smirk. In reality, Yelena already had enough proof against both classes. She could have punished them both and closed the matter right then and there. However, she decided against it because there were many things she needed to teach these first years. For starters, justice is not served, it's earned. And of course, there are consequences to one's actions however big or small they are. As the excitement built up in me, I bit my thumbnail with an erratic grin on my face. Let the game begin. Iris's inverted question mark swoosh or exclamation mark. In the garden at the back of our mansion, Further was training like usual. Today, I mustered the courage to sneak a peek at his training. My father was a huge man. He had big broad muscles, a large figure, and several scars covering his ripped body. One could argue he was the epitome of masculinity, but unlike his scary appearance, my father was a kind-hearted soul. He was a big softy, at least to me. Swoosh or exclamation mark. The garden was an oasis of lush green, awash with vibrant plants. At the center of it was a large pond, where I had spent countless hours playing. Birds soared through the cloudless sky above, perching on the garden's trees to rest and chirping merrily. The sound of a bamboo fountain, with its calming repetitive rhythm, could be heard throughout the garden, adding to the serene atmosphere. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy of leaves, illuminating a man practicing his weapon arts by the pond. With every graceful movement of his halberd, he trimmed the neatly trimmed grass even further. Thwow! Suddenly, he stopped his swing and shot a look in my direction. Arghh! Startled, I quickly hid behind the wall that I was peeking at him from, realizing that he had caught me watching him. How did he find out? I thought. I was sure he was going to punish me, but instead he simply chuckled and resumed his training. As he did so, I peeked my head out again. This time, I saw my father adopt a new stance for his swing, one that was unlike any normal stance for a polearm weapon. It was a sword stance, but my father wasn't a swordsman. His choice of weapon was a spear, a broken bar. My father assumed a swordsman stance, pulling his halberd back as he grasped its handle with one hand and its hilt with the other. "Watch this," he says, pretending to speak to himself but clearly directing his words toward me. I anxiously held my breath as my father tensed his shoulder and calf muscles. He grasped the halberd's shaft tighter in his hands before a broken bar exclamation. He swung it in a horizontal slash like a sword and unleashed a powerful strike. Even though he was roughly 10 meters away from the tree in front of him and he didn't use any mana, a deep cut etched onto its trunk. I was left so mesmerized by the beauty and the power of the move that I didn't even notice my father had already appeared behind me. "Ugh!" I exclaimed after finally noticing his presence. "Father, I'm sorry, it was not allowed in our house to disturb father during his training. I remember Adele, my younger twin brother, once had to run 80 laps around the city for disturbing him, so of course, I was scared." But instead of anger, my father flashed a bright, loving smile at me and ruffled my hair with his giant hands. "It's fine, son, don't tell your brother I let you go without any punishment," he said before crouching down and rubbing his cheek against mine. "He, father, your beard," I cried out as I felt his porcupine-like beard tickling my skin. But before the scene could go any further, suddenly the high-pitched sound of the alarm ring fell in my ears. Drenched in sweat, I woke up from my slumber gasping for air and sat straight up. The fuck was that? I asked myself. Were those Lucas memories? Was it a dream? Those were indeed Lucas memories, but why did I see those? And in a dream, no less. Calming down my heart, I used the blanket I had over me to wipe the sweat off my face. Well, at least it wasn't a nightmare. Putting a hand over my face, I reassured myself. Fuck, I should get ready, right? It was a big day today. I had no time to waste on silly dreams. I looked at things lying on my center table. With a finger on my chin, I analyzed every last item and made sure everything I needed was there. Item, stun marble status, Norman condition, good abilities, a relic marble that will activate on the user's command and deploy a flash and stun combo on one target for 0.089 seconds. Rank, Iron Edit, activate, flash and stun the target for a split second. Item, illusion face mask status, Norman condition, excellent abilities, can alter the user's physical appearance and create an illusion to mask their identity for 20 minutes. Rank, bronze edit, active, hide identity of the user for 20 minutes. Item, stamina recovery pill status, Norman condition, safe for consumption abilities, a relic pill that will recover the user's stamina by half and help them overcome fatigue. Rank, Iron Edit, activate, recover stamina and fatigue. Item, mana recovery pill status, Norman condition, safe for consumption abilities, a relic pill that will increase the user's mana by 1/10 upon consumption. Rank, Iron Edit, activate, recover mana. Item, null attribute light arrow status, Norman condition, well-maintained abilities, a relic arrow can nullify a dark magic spell, user up to, bronze, rank and will severely weaken those above it. Rank, bronze edit, activate, darkness nullifying light arrow. Item, low-grade healing potion status, Norman condition, safe to apply abilities, a relic potion that can heal minor wounds, scratches, and bruises when applied on it directly. Rank, Iron Edit, Activate, heal minor wounds, _good. After finally checking everything one by one and satisfying my conscience, I nodded my head. Okay, this should be enough relics for it, right? Dressed in a black and red jersey provided by the academy, I stood in my room with a dazed expression. Bandages were still wrapped around my left arm. I could move it but not without clenching my jaw in pain. Needless to say, I can't wield a bow, or any other weapon for that matter, right now. Phew. Letting out a deep breath, I closed my eyes and started thinking, what traps have I laid in preparation for the mock war? What plans have I set in motion? Have I calculated everything that will or can happen in this mock war? Have I created enough countermeasures for any situation that might occur? No matter how hard I thought about it, in the end, only one answer came to my mind: I'm ready. With my preparations done, I picked up the items lying on my center table: 5 stun marbles, 1 illusion mask, 3 stamina recovery pills, 2 mana recovery pills, 3 null attribute light arrows, 1 bottle of healing potion. One by one, I put everything in my smart bracelet's dimensional storage. To create these items, I used up almost all of the 57 edit points that I acquired during the unit test incident. Right now, I only have 10 edit points left. I created stun marbles from some marble balls I found laying around. Then I got a disinfectant antiseptic liquid bottle and turned it into a low-grade healing potion. The illusion mask was created from a face mask I bought recently on my way to the academy one day. Lastly, the mana recovery and stamina recovery pills were made from some opioids tablets I discovered among Lucas' stuff. Yes, he used them to get high. Yes, he did drugs, but that should hardly come off as a surprise, right? All the rich kids are into that stuff. Anyway, after that I created some null attribute light arrows that can nullify or damage the dark magic spells and their users. Neat, I know, right? As for what am I going to use it for, you'll see. Don't worry. After packing all the items in my smart bracelet, I threw in my bow and 2 quivers full of arrows in the 2. Of course, I didn't forget to wear my hidden blade on my right hand either. With everything done, I was about to walk out of my apartment when I suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I almost forgot about it. I looked at my smart bracelet and a familiar red translucent screen flashed in my retina. _item, smart bracelet status, normal condition, excellent abilities, a special type of smart bracelet provided by the Global Academy to their cadets that has an inbuilt AI, Athena, and dimensional storage feature in it. Rank, diamond edit. A smirk flashed on my face as I equipped my edit pen and scribbled some words in the edit section of my dimensional. After a minute, I was done. Wiping the non-existent sweat off my forehead, I uttered, "Okay, all set." Nodding one last time, I left my apartment to get to the academy. Hola, Lucas. Good morning. Your hand hasn't recovered yet? Good morning, Kent. It'll be fine in a few days, I think. Can you even use your bow with your hand in that condition? Unfortunately, I can't. I tried, but my already pathetic aim is no good right now. Ouch, that's bad. Honestly, I don't want to fight Class 1C8. Why are we fighting them? We were not even the ones who got involved in the dispute. It's her way of teaching us that we have no choice in which battles we want to fight in. Huh? Oh, you mean Yelena? I guess you're right. Hey, I just remembered you guys are siblings, right? Yes, but naturally, we are not on good terms. I see. As soon as I entered the academy gates, Kent spotted me and came to walk together. It has become a daily routine by now. I find myself spending more and more time with this blue-haired elven boy during academy hours. Even after that, after we go home, this guy either continues to text me, requesting me to join him in exploring clubs and bars, or send memes. Anyway, if you still don't get it, today is the day the mock war will start. 2 days ago, Yelena came to our class and gave us a lengthy speech about justice and strength and whatnot. Yesterday, she officially announced the mock war event to happen between classes 1A1 and 1C8, and today is the day it'll start. Starting today, the first arc of the story will begin. My goal is to create and grab an opportunity to get stronger and acquire some pawns, or a broken bar acquire some allies. Arghh, I hate slip of tongue. Anyhow, right now, Kent and I are on our way to the weapon vault. Since it's a war, we will need some secondary weapons, so the weapon vault was opened for us. Are you going to pick something too? Kent asked, looking at my left arm. Hey, my right hand is still working, you know, I replied, waving my good hand. I'll get a knife or something. Well, knowing Nero, I don't think he'll send you on the front lines anyway. True, I knew that. I knew Nero wouldn't force me to fight if I was injured. That's one of the reasons I decided to pull that stunt at the unit test. Yes, the stunt I pulled was an improvised version of the plan I had in mind. Initially, I just asked the guard to let loose a low-level mana beast on our unit at my signal, the signal being a bright flash of light from Nero's magic spell. I was going to risk it all by throwing myself in front of the mana beast to protect a member of our unit and hope that the others would kill it before it killed me. But before executing my plan, I talked to the fatty guard and he told me about his ability to control low-level mana beasts. I improvised on the spot and asked him to control the wolf's action and safely bite my hand and injure it just enough not to cause any long-lasting damage. I then also asked him to target a specific member of our unit, hey Amelia. She's the one I need to have in my control first. Of course, if it were not for him, then I would have used some other means to injure my hand and avoid being assigned a front-line position. In the end, luck played on my side and the fatty guard proved to be more useful than I thought. Oh yes, Nero has taken the role of Lord Commander during this mock war, so he was going to manage all our positions, basically. He is in charge now. Surprisingly, Quinn had no problem with that. He let him take the role despite it meaning he would have to follow Nero's orders. Quinn didn't like following orders, so why did he let Nero take the role? I don't know. I didn't think much about it when reading the novel, but now that I'm here and I've been observing him for the past few weeks, it feels like it's out of character for him not to make any objection. Who knows, maybe I'm overthinking again. Idiosis inverted question mark. After picking a spear and a dagger, I walked to Building 4 with Kent while making small talk. Well, he was the one doing all the talking. I was just listening to him going about how these are our younger years and I should go to clubs with him and all that crap. Anyway, as I've told you all before, there are 5 buildings on the campus. Building 1, Building 2, and Building 3 are assigned to first years, second years, and third years for their classes respectively. Building 4 and Building 5, on the other hand, have all the training equipment that the cadets would require to hone their strength. That includes but is not limited to training gyms, weapon vaults, dojos or training halls, VR capsules and stuff like that. Yes, VR capsules. I don't know if you all remember or not, but when I came to this world I mentioned how this world, after solving its energy crisis, has managed to create fully immersive VR worlds, and by fully immersive, I mean actually fully immersive. In there, you can feel pain and pleasure and stuff. Yes, you horny fucks, I said pleasure. Anyway, naturally, coming from a world where the most advanced invention in the field of technology was the smartphone, I was excited to see this fully immersive VR. I remember I used to read about it in fantasy novels back in my world. In fact, at one point, the VR genre became a trend in online novel writing platforms, so of course, I was excited to experience it firsthand. How many could say they have done that? None, not back in my world, at least. Anyway, after we made our way to the VR room, which was big enough to be called a floor, we stood in line where the rest of our classmates were standing. Aside from our class, cadets of 1C8 were also present in the room, and may I add, the tension in the room was thick. Over the days, most of the cadets from both classes have gotten into a conflict with at least one cadet of the opposite class. It was clear both the classes present here didn't like each other. A few minutes after Kent and I arrived up and joined the line, all the other cadets were done showing up as well. But of course, for the Queen's appearance, we had to wait for another half an hour. Is everyone here? Finally, Yelena arrived in the VR room and gracefully stood in front of the cadets neatly standing in 2 separate lines. With her was a third-year cadet. From his blue and white uniform, it was easy to assess that he was a member of the Cadet Council. He had spiky bright orange hair, peach skin and brown eyes. He was a fairly tall, lean-built young man who had a Japanese-styled katana tied on his waist. He stood exactly 2 steps behind Yelena as she swept her gaze across the spacious room. I think everyone's here, from the back, someone replied. Good, then shall we review all the rules again? The winner of this mock battle will receive a prize decided by me and a punishment for the loser. The conflict ends when one side is completely defeated or their commander is killed. Nero de Croft is the Lord Commander for 1A1 and Alberto Okara for 1C8. Bear in mind that commanders can't be changed during the war unless there's a good reason. The mock war will occur in the virtual world with a destroyed city setting. Dying there means elimination from the event. You can bring any artifacts you want in the virtual reality, either by storing them in your smart bracelet's dimensional storage or wearing it as an accessory artifact. And yes, I know that's not fair, but in the real war, you will be faced with countless such advantages or disadvantages, so put up with that. Also, you can't bring any kind of food or drinks with you to the game. Things like that wouldn't spawn with you even if you packed them in your smart bracelets. We will be closely monitoring everyone's vitals. You might feel real pain since nerve stimulation is at 80%, but you won't die, I assure you. If we think your life is in danger, we will eject you. As for what's the punishment and reward, you'll know it after the war ends. Any questions? After explaining, Yelena asked if we had any doubts or queries, but since none of us raised our hands, she nodded and continued. Alright, let's commence the simulated war. When your name is called, come and take a nanotech suit and proceed to a VR pod. Class 1A1, occupy the VR pods on the right, and Class 1C8, take the ones on the left. The moment she said that, as if waiting for a cue, the orange-haired boy standing right behind Yelena stepped forward and proceeded to call out the cadets' names one by one. Cadet rank 116,969, Lucas Morningstar, take a VR pod on the right. It didn't take long before my name was called. I approached the orange-haired third year, and he handed me a small metal ball. Place it on your chest before entering the pod, he said before calling out another name. Beaming with excitement, I spun around and headed toward a VR pod. The room was spacious, resembling a large floor, with 2 rows of VR pods on either side, allowing ample room for movement between them. A VR pod is exactly as it sounds, a capsule-like device with a shiny, white metallic exterior and a soft, red cushioned interior that can be molded to fit the user's body form. When I got over to one of them, I saw it had a sophisticated helmet inside of it that the user had to wear to be able to slip into virtual reality. We can bring any relic with us inside the virtual reality. To make that work, the Academy's AI, Athena, will scan the stuff in our smart bracelet and convert it into data. After that, Athena will upload that data into our virtual world and stimulate a perfect reality. Yes, I know, pretty impressive, right? Anyway, with no delay, I quickly pressed the small metal ball I was handed against my chest. Taka exclamation mark. The metal ball made a low tack sound as it collided against the ruby in my chest. In the next instant, multiple nanobots flooded from the metallic orb and flowed over my Academy jersey, wrapping my entire body in a tight layer of nanometal. The result was a sleek black combat nanotech suit, conforming perfectly to my form. Did I fail to mention? Nanotechnology is real in this world. I know, so freaking cool. Listen carefully, these suits will not only defend you but also provide you with a weapon in a pinch. You can control the nanobots to shape themselves into a weapon as they are connected to your neural network. However, it's only recommended as a final resort, as it compromises your own safety by lessening the number of nanobots in your suit. Also, before you get into the VR pods now, keep in mind, there's a time dilation effect. A day in virtual reality will be equivalent to an hour in the real world. Understood? Good. Now go ahead. As soon as Yelena gave us the green flag, I jumped into the VR pod and wore the helmet while making myself comfortable. Soon enough, darkness veiled my vision and I fell into a deep slumber. Welcome, cadet. I'm Athena. Please relax until I finish the checking procedure. Fingerprint scanner broken bar completed. Retina scanner broken bar complete. DNA scanner broken bar completed. Nanotech combat suit detected. Full body scanner broken bar completed. One relic on body detected, a broken bar. Relic, Phoenix's Embrace. Armor type weapon relic. Rank estimated a semi-divine. Smart bracelet scanner broken bar completed. 15 low-grade relics detected, a broken bar. Relics, 1 illusion mask, 3 mana pills, 3 stamina recovery pills, 5 stun marbles, 2 null attribute light arrows, 1 healing potion, rank estimated all ante bronze, full checkup complete, cadet ID recognized, rank 116,969, first year cadet Lucas Morningstar. Do you wish to start link? Speak yes or no. I do not remember for how long the scanning process went on, but at the end of it, when I was asked to answer yes or no, I quickly answered, yes, of course. I was too excited to wait any longer. Arghh! I was acting like a country bumpkin, starting link a broken bar. As soon as I consented to start the link, a blinding bright light flashed in my vision, causing me to close my eyes. Finally, after a few long minutes, when the light subsided and I opened my eyes, I found myself standing on the terrace of a tall building. With curiosity, I looked around and found other members of my class standing there, probably waiting for the remaining ones to spawn. In the background, my fellow cadets were framed by a city in ruins of partially destroyed buildings, some with smoke still rising, broken roads, and vandalized vehicles. Lucas is here, that makes 99. Struck in awe, I walked up to the edge of the railing to get a better view of the destroyed city, completely ignoring the voice in the background that took my attendance. Beautiful, I couldn't help but mutter, is it? I heard a crisp, feminine voice from behind me. Turning around, I discovered it was Anastasia, wearing a tight-fitting black combat suit that accentuated her slim and mature figure, and with her hair pulled back in a ponytail, she exuded a mix of allure and athleticism. Still, this level of beauty was not enough to faze me. Of course, I replied, just look how beautiful it is. I don't know, Anastasia answered, shrugging lightly. Everything is either broken or demolished. I find it quite disturbing. Well, I personally found the landscape to be pretty amazing. Maybe it was just me. I remember when I was a kid I used to hope that the apocalypse would arrive. I always liked those kinds of things, fall of humanity, brewing chaos, destruction of cities and stuff like that. There's a weird sense of joy and thrill in that, you know, to see the house of cards fall. Anyway, let me tell you, all this virtual reality really was fully immersive. I felt as if I was actually there. The thick scent of smoke that came from some smoldering rubble of buildings, the warmth of the sunlight falling on me, the rough texture of the concrete trailing I had my hands on. I could feel everything to its fullest, like it was reality. I had to say, that wasn't normal reality stimulation. No, that was reality creation. A Nero Decroff is here. That makes 100. All cadets are here. Right when I was in the middle of admiring the destroyed beauty in front of me, I heard a voice confirming Nero's arrival. Whoa, Nero blinked his eyes a few times. That was spooky. I know, right? Anastasia, who was right beside me a moment ago, appeared in front of Nero God knows when and asked with her hands behind her back. This was my first time too. Whoa, she moves like a cat. After exchanging a few words with Anastasia, Nero cleared his throat and yelled in a clear loud tone, making sure his voice reached every ear present. Okay, now that we are here, it's time to discuss the tactical roles we all will have during this mock war. First off, we'll be needing 2 strategists. For that, I'll take 2 cadets with the highest intelligence stat. So those who have an intelligence stat above 145, raise your hands. Almost immediately, around 12 people raised their hands at Nero's words. Whoa, there were a lot of smart people here, huh? Oh, and Kent was one of them. Okay, we'll go start high now. Who's above 150? At that question, suddenly, around 5 hands dropped. The rejected cadets had bitter expressions on their faces. Maybe they didn't want to fight on the front lines. Hey, too bad. Okay, who's above 155? Again, 3 hands dropped. Only 4 people were left. Quinn, Grace, and Amelia were 3 of them. Oh yes, Grace, despite her questionable decisions in the novel, was pretty smart actually. Above 160, hey, Quinn had to drop his hand this time. Instead of acting bitter, he was relieved that he was going to fight. What a battle maniac. Above 165? Both Grace and Amelia didn't drop their hands yet and locked their gazes, almost as if this was yet another competition for theme or a way to belittle each other. So they were on this bad term already, huh? Women, above 170, still, none of the girls dropped their hands. Even Nero had beads of cold sweat all over his forehead by now. Above 175? TSK. Finally, Grace had to back out from the competition. She had lost to Amelia. Her intelligence stat was exactly 175 while Amelia's was 176. HMPH, as if to kick while she was already down, Amelia gave Grace a haughty smirk that screamed, "I am better, bitch." In her face. "Why you?" The poor blonde girl could only grit her teeth in agony. I said, "Above 175, a broken bar." But before both the ladies could get into a catfight, Nero repeated his words and left everyone perplexed. This was it, right? Amelia and Grace had the highest intelligence stat, so why was Nero repeating his question? Yeah, number. It turns out, there was just one person left. He still had his hand raised, and as soon as the class noticed him, murmuring of disbelief broke out. "A what? A wait, him? No way, are you serious? He must be lying." "Yes, of course that person was me, Lucas." I asked who's above 175, Nero gave me a skeptical look. "I know what you asked, Nero. I know what you asked, you fucker. Just keep raising the bar and let me have my main character shocks everyone moment." "Okay, Lucas, tell us what your intelligence stat is?" he inquired. "Huh? Is he asking me now? TCH, that's so anticlimactic. For supposedly being the main character of a fantasy novel, this guy had no sense of plot drama, but oh well, since a question was asked, I will answer." So I casually shrugged before giving a completely odd answer that made no sense at all. "It is not. To prove it, I've already sent you a private text before we even entered the VR world." What? Utterly confused by my illogical response, Nero furrowed his eyebrows in a puzzled frown. "What are you saying? Fine, let's take the long way." I let out an exasperated sigh before answering Nero's question correctly this time. 182, my intelligence stat is 182. Oh, hell no, you mean to say I'm stupider than him? Well, remember Instructor Liz did say that his mana control was good. You'll have to have a high intelligence stat for that. An intelligence stat of 182 means he's profoundly gifted, but he doesn't look smart. Yeah, that's it. Give me the main character vibes that I deserve. Mwahahaha. Lies. I refused to believe a word out of his mouth, and just like I had predicted, there was at least one person who went into denial and accused me of lying, but of course, it was Grace Goodwill. "Lucas, are you sure you're not lying?" Trying not to let a possible conflict escalate, Nero confronted me earnestly. "Of course he's lying," Grace cried out in a fit of rage and denial. "Do you really think this guy is smart enough to have an intelligence stat of 182? Grace, calm down." Seeing that the blonde girl was showing no signs to cool down, Nero yelled before turning his attention to me. "Lucas, if this is any kind of joke." But before Nero could complete his whole sentence I cut him off. "It is not. To prove it, I've already sent you a private text before we even entered the VR world. And then it suddenly hit him. I had given him this exact same answer before the conversation even got to this point. In realization, the frown on Nero's face loosened and his eyes widened a little. His mouth opened in surprise as he looked at me in confusion. The other cadets had no idea what just happened. Of course, what I did either completely went over their heads or they were too stupefied, shocked or in denial to get a sense of it. Amelia and Grace, despite being the smart ones, were both in the second category. "Nero, check your private message." But of course, the side characters didn't matter. I needed to get Nero's approval to be in charge of the strategies, so shaking him out of his daze, I called out to him, "Hugh broken bar." "Yeah." He absent-mindedly nodded his head and began tapping on his smart bracelet. "Yes, of course our smart bracelets came with us. Anyway, the stats in our status window can be tested and anyone can get a physical or virtual copy of it to show to others. For example, attack is simply one's physical strength and the force of their, attacks. Defense is one's physical endurance and ability to sustain damage from an attack. Both of them can be tested fairly easily. I don't need to explain how, right? You all are not that dumb, I suppose. Anyway, taking such tests is not mandatory by any means, but if someone wishes to confirm their stats and get a physical copy of it, then the Academy has the means to do it. I wanted to get my intelligence stat tested, so 2 days ago, I went to the faculty and asked them for an intelligence stat exam. To get it checked, all I had to do was answer a range of questions from a variety of different fields of study and solve some really elaborate hypothetical situations. When I was done giving all the answers, my intelligence stat was recorded to be 180 plus and I saved that report. Then prior to coming here, I sent its PDF to Nero. It's there, the physical copy of his intelligence stat with the Academy's stamp on it, and silence, utter silence. Yes, this was a great show. Although I don't like being the center of attention, I quite enjoyed this. To hit the final nail, I put on a very innocent smile and politely said, "So I'll be one of the two strategists." In the novel, Lucas kept his intelligence stat a secret from Nero. He felt that being a strategist was too much work, so he took on the role of the rearguard and often slacked off during the mock war. Due to the result of his actions, Amelia and Grace were appointed to be the two strategists for Class 1A1. That not only made Grace's work of leaking the war plans of Class 1A1 to 1C8 easier, but she was also able to easily frame Lucas as the traitor. Yes, you can see where I'm going with this, right? By taking up the position of one of the two strategists, I changed the plot once again. Well, to be perfectly honest, keeping the flow of the story similar to the novel's plot was never my intention anyway. From the start, I didn't shy away from disrupting the storyline. And after I acquired my very own golden finger, edit pen, I had no reason to hold back from changing the plot. Yes, the logical decision would have been to follow the storyline as it was in the novel, since that way I could have kept the knowledge I had about the future events. But what you all don't understand is the fact that I wasn't inside a normal fantasy novel but a war fantasy. This world is destined for doom. By Volume 7, most of the world was destroyed by either vampires or callous, and most of the main cast were too powerless to stop it. If I just keep following the plot of the novel as it was originally written, then I won't be able to change a thing, and I will die a pathetic death. Of course, I don't want that. If sacrificing the knowledge I have on future events means being able to survive, then I'll gladly take that offer, thank you. Okay, has everyone got their roles? Yes, hell, yeah, I'm in rearguard, man, frontline soldier, tch, just my luck. After around half hour or so, everyone was assigned a position and a role they had to play in this war based on their specialties. While some people were distraught about the roles they were given, some couldn't be any happier. While the background bustled with activity, I was leaning over the terrace railing with my gaze fixed on the picturesque scenery before me. Lucas, are you done staring at the scene? Right then, Nero's voice shook me back to reality. I turned around and faced him. Yeah, I said, I'm done. Good. Nero nodded. I was thinking about moving down on the ground and advancing. Advancing in which direction? Amelia cut into the conversation and asked. We don't know where the enemy has spawned. That's exactly why we shouldn't be sitting, Nero argued. I suggest we take the lead and find them before they find you. Attack them before they get a chance to realize what hit them. Yeah, Nero, that's really a bad idea. Oh, come on, attacking them head on is as simple as it could get. I didn't say it was difficult, I said bad. It's a bad idea, but I am with you all. With my strength, it's our assured victory, but it's way too risky. Okay then, tell me. Giving up, Nero decided to listen to Amelia's reasoning. Why is it a bad idea? For starters, we don't know how far they have spawned. Amelia touched her chin. Aimlessly marching will tire our troops and expose them to an unexpected attack. After a brief pause, Nero nodded in understanding. Fair point. So what should we do? We should get on the ground, establish a camp, and let them come to us. What if they don't come to us? Then we will change our strategy. We'll maintain covetousness while trying to locate their positions. Once we find it, we will execute a perfectly coordinated attack. Closing his eyes before thinking for a moment, Nero nodded once again. Okay, I like this plan. Basically, Amelia suggested the famous war tactic combo of covetousness, reconnaissance, and ambush. It was nothing special. Any smart strategist would suggest that in this scenario, but a brilliant one would know better than that. You see, the main focus of this tactic lies in the act of covetousness. That means, to pull it off, you have to stay hidden. That's impossible when you have a traitor in your ranks, though it may not be a pleasant thought. It is crucial to always be aware of the possibility of a traitor infiltrating your forces during a war. A wise strategist considers their next step before making a move, but a genius strategist predicts not only their own actions but also those of their adversary 10 moves ahead before the game even begins. Oh, right, Lucas. Suddenly Nero remembered something as he called out to me, "Do you have something to suggest as well before we make a move?" "What?" Amelia frowned and spoke in a low, hesitant tone. "Why are you asking him? You don't trust my suggestion?" "I do, Amelia. But there's a reason I've assigned 2 people as strategists. But I'll read your clap! Before Amelia could complete her sentence, I clapped my hands loudly, causing everyone to look at me as a result. "I get it," I exclaimed. "It's so easy." "Get what?" Nero asked in a puzzled tone. "I'll tell you, but first, Anastasia, can you shoot an arrow in that direction with as much force as possible?" I pointed toward the northwest direction in the distance and asked Anastasia to shoot an arrow. There? Why?" Anastasia walked up to me to take a clear look at where I was pointing and inquired in curiosity. "Yeah, why?" Nero too questioned with a confused frown on his face. "I'll tell you, but first shoot an arrow. Make it go as far as you can, okay?" I requested before raising my left arm. I would have done it myself, but as you can see, my arm still hasn't recovered yet. For a moment, I saw Amelia flinching when I brought up the injury on my arm. Sure." Shrugging her shoulders, Anastasia took out a bow and a single arrow from her smart bracelet. She knocked the arrow on the bowstring and aimed where I had pointed, 2 degrees to the left. "Okay." After making a minor adjustment, she willed mana into her weapon and her arrow started exploding an aurora, swoosh or exclamation mark. As soon as she released the string, the arrow shot forward at an astonishing speed before a broken bath whacker exclamation mark. It hit an invisible wall and broke. "Whoa, Anastasia, you shot that arrow pretty far. It went roughly around 573 feet give or take." "Yeah, but I shot it with enough strength to easily go over that distance." "A broken bar? How did it break? Did I coat it with too much mana?" Anastasia winced her eyebrows in confusion, visibly bewildered as to why her arrow broke when Nero chimed in. "It felt like it hit a wall or something." "You're not far off actually." Finally judging this as the perfect time, I began explaining, "If you've played any game at all, you'll be familiar with the concept of barrier. It's a place that a character in the game can't cross. Think of this as the same. Obviously, since we are so close to the barrier and we spawned here, that means the other team must have spawned somewhere in the opposite direction." I spun around and pointed in the opposite direction to where I had pointed before, in the southeast. "But that's just an assumption. What if they are not spawned in the opposite direction but somewhere random?" Amelia was the first to counter my reasoning. By the look on her face, I don't think she was trying to challenge me or anything. She was actually trying to analyze the situation. So in response, I calmly nodded and continued, "Yes, that could happen, but that wouldn't be fair, would it? Look around you. This city looks like it's recently been destroyed. That means there are resources like food and water here. If you think about it, the reason we were not allowed to bring food is clear. Cadet Council's vice president wants us to fight over resources. That's the theme here." "The theme?" Amelia looked at me with questioning eyes. "Correct, the theme," I answered. "Every war has a central theme driving it, such as revolution, justice, or survival. This war will be fought over resources. That implies a fair advantage will be granted to both sides so they can't object to the other team discovering the resources first. That's my explanation for my speculation that Class 1C8 has spawned in the opposite direction from us. My prediction is there's something in the center, a mall or a shopping district filled with supplies, which will become a neutral territory, the location where we will engage in a full-blown war." Along with Amelia, everyone else was left bemused by my insight into the situation. Unbeknownst to them, I didn't come up with any of this explanation. In the novel, Amelia reaches this conclusion on the second day. I just repeated what she said. "Hey, fools, Idiris's inverted question mark. A silver-haired elven beauty made her way down the empty hallway with effortless grace, finally arriving at the door to the VR room. Her mind had been consumed with boredom, leading her to step away from her responsibility of monitoring the cadets who had dived into the virtual world. Clicker exclamation mark. As she pushed open the door to the VR room, she saw a weird sight. A spiky-haired orange boy was frozen in front of a glowing holographic screen. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed intently at the scene playing out in front of him. The holographic screen displayed the situation of the cadets who entered the virtual world. Till Yelena was out, he was spectating them. "Dylan, what's the matter?" Yelena asked, a confused frown visible on her alluring face. She had known Dylan for essentially her entire life, but she had never seen him as unsettled as he appeared now. His face had lost its color, his eyes were wide with shock, and his mouth hung open in surprise. It seemed as though he had just encountered a ghost. What could have possibly transpired to leave her childhood friend in such a state? Through quivering lips, Dylan muttered, "He found it, a broken bar." "Did you say something? I didn't catch you." The frown on Yelena's face deepened. "I said, he found it," Dylan repeated, still struggling to steady his voice. "Who found what?" "Lucas, your kid brother. He found the theme of the war. He even predicted where the Class 1C8 had spawned and the location of the neutral zone where we intended them to fight." It took a few seconds for Yelena to process what information the orange-headed boy had revealed. When? Finally recovering from the shock, Yelena inquired. "Not even 20 minutes after spawning," Dylan answered, the color gradually returning to his face. Without uttering anything, Yelena silently stood in front of the holographic screen and started watching the live telecast of the virtual world. She wasn't silent by choice, it was more like she didn't know what to say in the current situation. She knew Dylan wasn't stupid enough to feed her misinformation, but still, this was unbelievable. Of course, she was aware that it was only a matter of time before someone found out the theme and devised a strategy accordingly, but she would have never guessed that someone to be Lucas. Well, looking back at the memories of Lucas, she could remember him to be a true embodiment of intelligence and wit. At the incredibly young age of 8, Lucas had already acquired a fluent grasp of the highly intricate and rare High Elven language that she still struggles with. His thirst for knowledge and unwavering determination was evident in his dedication to learning the art of war tactics from their father, but his talents extended beyond just academics alone. He had a rare talent for weapons. In fact, he was more talented than both her and their youngest brother, Adele. Due to this, he was first in line to inherit their mother's sword art. Even though Yelena and Lucas were fairly close during their childhood, she couldn't help but feel jealous of him. In the den of wolves, he was a phoenix that shined brighter than any of them. He was untouchable. However, fate is a prude little whore. When Lucas and his younger twin brother, Adele, awakened, the hierarchy of the Morningstar siblings shattered. Lucas awakened, Gold 3, rank potential, and Adele was revealed to have the chance to reach up to Immortal 2, rank. Although Gold 3 is not a poor potential, but rather just average, it failed to satisfy the bar their parents had set for Lucas. Gradually, the love, attention, and affection that Lucas received during his childhood began to shift towards Adele, who had been living in the shadows of his twin brother, and although it was wrong, even Yelena started shunning Lucas. Much like Adele, even she was living in his shadows. The phoenix fell and the wolf bared its teeth. Soon Lucas became the target of bullying, both at school by his brother Adele and at home being treated indifferently by his family. This mental abuse was too much for a 10-year-old boy to handle. She recollected a night when Lucas entered the room, tears streaming down his face and his hand pressed tightly against his chest. "Big sis," he whimpered, trying to keep his sobs at bay as he sniffled. "It hurts. My chest is hurting. My heart a broken bar. It feels like it's being ripped apart." She wanted to comfort him. She wanted to tell him, "I'm here for you." She wanted to hug him and take a stand for him. However, at that moment, all the jealousy she had felt toward Lucas all her life suddenly burst out. "Ha ha 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 ha." She laughed. As the 10-year-old Lucas stood there crying, she laughed at his unsightly face full of tears. She was only 12 at the time, but that was no excuse for what she did. After a while, she didn't remember when Lucas went back to his room. Starting the next day, he changed. He stopped coming out of his room for family dinners. He started acting out by getting into fights and skipping school. His actions only worsened as he grew up. He got into alcohol and drugs. Red light streets became his daily stop, and he even started ditching his training. She couldn't remember how many times their father had to clean Lucas' mess, but his patience broke when he tried to force himself on one of his classmates. After that, he was disowned, and somewhere deep inside, Yelena blames herself for it. If only she hadn't laughed that day, if only she had listened to him, if only she had consoled him by saying all the things she wanted to. Broken bar. But at the end of the day, she couldn't change the past. Her brother, as she knew him, was dead. That gentle and kind Lucas was dead, and all that remained was his shell. It must have been a fluke, she concluded. I don't think it was a fluke. He gave logical reasoning to his conclusion. I said, it must have been a fluke. I see. We are using one of the half-destroyed buildings. We have set up a camp for now. We have nothing to eat or drink and we are hungry. Well, they are. I'm sleepy. Yes, even in the virtual world, we can feel hunger, thirst, and lethargy. This stimulation is way too real. Talk about going overboard. Well, I guess they want us to experience the war in its real sense. Soldiers at the border sometimes go without food or drink for over a month, relying solely on mana circulation to sustain themselves. Yes, circulating mana within your body gives you a feeling of fulfillment, but it can't erase hunger completely. At one point, you'll reach your limit. Hence, they require strong willpower and determination to endure deprivation and carry out their duties. Yes, this will be part of our training. At the near end of our first year, we'll be sent to a deserted island for a month with bare minimum supplies and be forced to fight in a battle royale. It will not be fun, but I'll be prepared for it like I was this time around. Since I knew what was going to happen, I ate a lot, and by lot I mean a lot, last night and this morning, so I think I'll be good till tomorrow. Hey, one of the perks of knowing the future. Anyway, currently, I was in a room that was given to strategists, sitting on a broken, dusted sofa and eyes closed, and then I asked her out but she rejected me. I don't know why, saying stuff like, I can't have a threesome with her and her sister. I mean, talk about being conservative, am I right? And guess who is right beside me? Yes, it's Kent. He was talking about something that was too bothersome for me to pay attention to, but I occasionally nodded my head and hummed and casually added, is that so? Or oh, I see in between. Oh, by the way, Lucas. Oh, I see, Lucas. You are broken bar, yeah? You shocked everyone earlier. It was impressive, the way you revealed your intelligence stat and then talked about all that big brain stuff was amazing. Tell me the truth, you didn't grasp a thing of what I was explaining, right? Ha, got me there, but I trust that what you said must be correct. I heard they even dispatched a recon team to verify your theory about a mall or shopping district nearby. My eyebrows wrinkled in a frown when I heard him. After a brief pause, I asked, why are you always with me? You know my reputation is not what one could call ideal to be friends with, right? Your reputation is improving a lot, especially after today. Beside the point. Do you not like having me around? Beside the point, I shook my head. Why do you hang out with me? Because we are best friends, Kent replied matter-of-factly. Okay, why are we friends? I saw Kent's forehead contorted for a moment before a troubled expression formed on his face. After a short pause, he answered, I'll tell you when you'll become best friends. But I thought you said we are best friends right now? When we'll become best bro friends? What the fuck? Before I could ask him what that phrase even meant, a young short, framed blue-haired dwarf barged into the room. What's up? I asked, noticing the look of urgency on the dwarf's face. Nero has called for you. The dwarf replied in a hushed tone. We have made contact with the enemy team. My lips curled into a smirk as I heard the words I wanted to hear from the dwarf's mouth. Everything was going according to my plan. As I descended the dilapidated stairs which were barely holding their own weight, I arrived at the ground where 4 cadets were standing in front of Nero. 5 cadets from our class were given the rank of lieutenants, and these 4 were among them. Our class, like every other class in the academy, consists of 100 cadets. A unit is composed of 5 cadets, so we had 20 units at our disposal. These 5 cadets who were given the rank of lieutenant had the task of managing all the 25 units in our class. These 5 people were, William Snoth, Anastasia Bigod, Quinn Darkstar, Grace Goodwill, and Ella Bright. Currently, Quinn was not present here as he was gone with the reconnaissance squad. In the novel, Grace was given the role of strategist instead of lieutenant. That position was filled by Elijah. I see. I have already changed a major point of the story. According to the plot, Elijah was supposed to help Nero on the front lines, and they would go on to develop a feeling of rivalry and friendship with each other. But now it has changed. He didn't get the position of lieutenant. Grace did. Of course, she wouldn't be able to hold on to that position for too long. What am I planning, you ask? Oh, nothing too bad. After sparing the lieutenant standing there a glance of recognition one by one, I turned to Nero and asked, "What's up, Nero?" The informality in my tone earned me a glare from everyone present there. Right, he was supposed to be our Lord Commander right now. Ahem, clearing my throat, I corrected myself. You summoned me, Lord Commander? Lucas, the reconnaissance team contacted us. They have found the shopping district 2 blocks down the road. You were right. Unfortunately, Class 1C8 has also found the location, so we are expecting a conflict. Yes, yeah. Nero nodded his head at my words. It's earlier than we predicted. A number. What? It's not earlier than we predicted. I counted on something like this to happen. You did? Nero's eyebrows wrinkled, his face by forming a deep frown. He was finding it hard to believe my words, but unbeknownst to him, I knew this would happen. In the novel, Class 1C8 found the shopping district first and captured it. After that, Nero's class had a tough time fighting for resources. But since this time I changed the plot, it was a tie. However, there was something off. In the novel, Class 1C8 found the shopping district area by the evening of the first day, and right now, it was 1:46 p.m. It was afternoon. How did they find out something they were supposed to find later in the day so early? Yes, I disclosed. I knew this would happen. So do you have a plan of action in mind? Nero asked, genuinely curious about my response. I do. Before I could continue, however, someone interfered. I'm here. It was Amelia. Her hair was tied into a high ponytail and a bow was visible in her left hand. From how her chest was puffing in and out, it was evident that she was out of breath, probably from running a great distance. The reason for that was she had gone with the reconnaissance squad. The reconnaissance squad consisted of the 6 fastest cadets in our class, including Amelia, Quinn, and a girl named Jana, among others. Their objective was to survey the surrounding area and produce a 3-dimensional holographic map using the 3D analytical recording feature of their smart bracelets. Usually field strategists do not participate in combat or carry out operations on the front lines. However, Amelia insisted that Nero allow her to go, so of course, the poor protagonist had no choice but to let her go by making her in charge of the reconnaissance squad. Amelia, you are back. Yes, she answered, recovering her breath. What should we do? As she said that, Quinn calmly appeared from behind her and walked over to where the rest of the lieutenants were standing. There's not much we can do. Before Nero could answer, William chimed in with a shrug. We have to fight them head on. That would be too risky. The first one to raise an argument was Grace. Of course, you're not suggesting we let them take control of the shopping district, are you? Anastasia raised an eyebrow. Yeah, we can't let them do that. Amelia added in agreement with her friend. Our troops will be at a disadvantage if we let them do that. Then fighting head-on is the only option. Just when Nero was about to conclude the discussion, I spoke up. But how? Amelia turned to me. What do you mean by how? Heaving a lethargic sigh, I started speaking. Miss Amelia, how do you think Class 1C8 found out about there being something much like a mall or a shopping district nearby? Yeah, broken bar. I don't know. Maybe the same way you found out? By deduction. Yeah, right. I couldn't help but scoff at that answer. There aren't many as smart as you or even Lieutenant Grace in this whole academy. You think something that you both overlooked was picked up by someone from their class? Are you really underestimating your enemy? Amelia furrowed her eyebrows in ridicule. You know one thing that every great war tactician said? Never underestimate your foe. But I'm really not. I shook my head. I'm merely speaking facts. It's unlikely that one of those fools deduced the underlying theme of this mock war and acted on it before me. Amelia looked at me as if she was looking at a dumb person and uttered, So it's about you, your ego? You think there's no one smarter than you? Exactly, I exclaimed. There should be like a few on par with my intellect. but for someone to outsmart me is impossible. Amelia simply rolled her eyes with a done expression. You know, I thought you had started to change after you saved me during the unit test, but thank you for showing me you're still an egocentric brata. Before Amelia could go on to continue the rant, I cut her off. Miss Black, take a step back and think. Do you really believe there is no chance that Class 1C8 might have gotten the information about the theme of the war from somewhere else? What do you even mean by? Amelia stopped mid-sentence as the words I said to her started making sense in her head. What did you stop? Nero questioned Amelia, but upon getting no reply, he turned to me. I don't understand, what are you suggesting? Before responding to his question, I took a moment to look at the faces of all the lieutenants. Quinn and Ella seemed bored out of their mind, as if they couldn't care less what we were talking about. Anastasia and William had their eyes focused on us and mouth agape from the anticipation of where this conversation was headed. Grace, on the other hand, reacted just as I had thought. Seeing her like that made me smirk for some reason. She didn't have a single speck of emotion on her face. I turned my attention to Nero and replied, I think I've made myself clear. Let's talk about this in private another time, but for now, let's develop a plan to take control of the shopping district. From the looks of it, Nero wanted to retort, but he understood my hint and didn't press the matter further. After that, we started discussing our strategies. Slama! A blonde beauty in her late teens opened the terrace door that was barely hanging onto its hinges and slammed it behind her. What the fuck? She roared in frustration while walking toward the railings. What the fuck is happening? Thwacka! She kicked the railing to blow off some of her anger as she kept screaming, what the fuck? Foo. After a few minutes, she finally calmed down. A broken bar, or at least she tried to, but every time a certain silver-haired boy's face flashed in her head, it made her blood boil in unadulterated fury. Grace has known Lucas since they were kids. The Goodwill family, being one of the noble families of the West, serves under the Morningstar family, so it wasn't that unusual for them to see each other often. When she was little, she used to hear a great deal of things about him. Lucas is a genius. He's a prodigy. He will be the one to lead the West in the future. And honestly, he deserved his reputation. The young boy was undoubtedly a prodigy. Grace could vividly recall the few times she had conversations with him during their childhood before he changed for the worse. His mere presence used to emanate a dazzling brilliance that was awe-inspiring. He seemed untouchable, and it was evident that he would grow up to be a remarkable leader. Unfortunately, he wasted all that talent. He became unrecognizable. Alcohol, drugs, pause. He ruined himself with all that. To cloud his mind, he indulged himself in pleasure. She remembers how he even made sexual advances on her too, but he couldn't touch her since the Goodwill family is a very important asset to the Morningstar family and none of them could afford to ruin their relationship with each other, so his father kept him on a tight leash. But even then, it didn't take him long to completely lose his former self. The last straw was when he sexually assaulted one of his commoner classmates. After that incident, he was exiled from the Morningstar house, stripped of all his authority whatsoever. From a prodigy to a fallen genius. This was the end of Lucas Morningstar's story, or at least that's how it should have been. When Grace was notified that Lucas had entered the Global Military Academy, she didn't think of it much. After all, why would she bother herself over trash? That was until today. Not only did Lucas snatch the position of strategist from her, but he also deduced the existence of a traitor in their class and hinted at it openly. It was obvious he was challenging the traitor. Foo. Taking in long deep breaths, Grace massaged her eyebrows. It's fine, she told herself. He still doesn't know who's the traitor. I'm fine. Yes! Right when she was in the middle of consoling herself, the door to the terrace slammed open and Grace had to turn her attention there. Oh, my bad, didn't think anyone would be here right now. It was Lucas and he had a mischievous grin on his face. What the fuck do you want? Grace asked the silver-haired boy, unable to hide her bitterness. I just came here to take a selfie. Lucas closed the terrace door behind him and waved. It would be a shame if I don't take one with this view in the background. Selfie? Grace frowned as Lucas came beside her by the railing. Can you even take that back in the real world? Well, yeah, The silver-haired boy nodded while tapping on his smart bracelet and opening a holographic camera app. If you take a rock from here and store it in your smart bracelet, it won't manifest in the real world since it's just a bunch of codes, but a selfie is data which you can easily take back with you. Understandable. Grace calmed down her temper as she watched Lucas click picture after picture. Oh, pardon my manners, do you wanna join, please number? When he asked her to join, she politely declined the offer and the silver-haired boy resumed his photo session. By the way, while posing for one of his pictures, Lucas initiated a conversation. Do you personally know Kai Wiseman? At that question, Grace took a long pause before answering. Finally, why do you ask? It's just I've seen you talking to Alberto. He is Kai Wiseman's lackey. It wouldn't take a genius to guess that you probably know him. I do know him, but that's none of your business, Grace answered curtly. I can sense you're getting somewhere here, so I'll ask again, what the fuck do you want? Ha! The atmosphere grew tense as Lucas revealed his true intentions. I'm here to ask you to switch sides. Grace was taken aback by the request Lucas made and didn't know how to respond. Lucas continued, I know you're the traitor, and before you deny it, I have a picture of you and Alberto talking in front of our apartment complex and I've recorded your communication with someone from Class 1C8 today. Earlier today, Grace had contacted someone from Class 1C8, revealing to them the theme of this mock war. That's what helped them to move so fast and discover the shopping district. However, before doing that, she had made sure that no one was eavesdropping. So of course when Lucas revealed that he not only listened to her but also recorded her conversation, she was in disbelief. That's a lie, you're bluffing, she barked, but Lucas' challenging expression made her doubt her own thoughts. You can take it as a bluff, he said, but there's always a chance that it's not. What will you do then? Grace was torn between the credibility of Lucas' claims and her own convictions. She couldn't help but grind her teeth in frustration. However, a broken bar ha ha broken bar, ah ha 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 ha. Suddenly, she burst out in a fit of erratic laughter, catching Lucas off guard. What are you laughing about? He asked, trying to remain calm. After a brief moment of composure, Grace spoke up. You caught me off guard, Lucas. For the first time in years, I saw glimpses of the brilliant mind you were once known for in your childhood, but you were one step behind me this time. Lucas looked bewildered. I don't understand what you're saying. Do you remember the unit test? How did you save me from tripping and falling? Grace clarified. Yes, I remember, Lucas replied, now more curious. Well, I have your fingerprints on my jersey from where you caught me, Grace continued. Lucas still appeared confused. How does that pose a threat? He asked, seeking further explanation. Don't you get it? If I give that jersey to the Cadet Council and claim that you tried to sexually assault me, what will happen to you? You'll be lying. They will investigate the matter. Investigate? You already have the title of a sex offender. Do you think they'll really waste their time investigating such a crystal clear case when the evidence is against you? Your reputation will be enough to close the case. A blood-curdling grin formed on Grace's face, her beautiful face turning frightening as she uttered, I will rip your social standing to shreds, make your life a living hell, and be sure to make them post you on the front lines at the northern border after your graduation. The best part is your family wouldn't lift a finger to save you, so ponder over this carefully. Lucas Morningstar, do you really wish to stand in my way? Lucas was left staggered. Did she plan that much ahead? Did he really underestimate her? Did he blunder? Taking Lucas' shocked silence for his submission, Grace let out a victorious scoff. Good, now listen closely. If a single word about me being the traitor escapes from your lips, then the consequences will be dire. Lucas felt a wave of despair wash over him as he helplessly nodded his head, unable to articulate a single word in response. Seeing him resigning, Grace's lips pursed up into a mocking smirk before she turned around and left the terrace, leaving the silver-haired boy alone to wallow in self-pity. He had been truly and utterly defeated. Victory demands a mind that is always one step ahead of the enemy, a wise man once said, but that's easier said than done. And when Lucas stood amidst the ruins of defeat, he realized that all too well, for he had failed to outwit his adversary, and the cost was steep. He had lost. Or has he yet? As Lucas started at the back of the blonde girl, a mischievous smile formed on his face. This world is so fun, Tilda. Meanwhile, As the sun set upon the land, marking the end of the first day of the mock war, a group of armed cadets stood guard at the entrance of Class 1C8's makeshift base. An abandoned structure had been commandeered by the class, and within its walls, a scene of tense anticipation unfolded. In the base hall, a huddle of cadets had gathered, their eyes fixed upon a towering figure of rippling muscles and commanding presence. This was no ordinary cadet, but a symbol of monstrosity and strength. "Lord Commander Alberto, our situation presents us with two options," spoke the strategist, his voice ringing clear through the hall as he continued. "We either engage in battle with Class 1A1 for control of the shopping district, or we allow them to take it." "Why on earth would we simply hand them the shopping district?" interjected a cadet, a note of disbelief in his tone. "Our supplies depend on it." The strategist fixed his glasses, a gesture that only served to accentuate the intelligence sparkling in his eyes as he said, "Because, when they enter the shopping district, we can simply encircle them and trap them inside. They will have no means of escape, they'll just be sitting ducks and we can gradually wear down their defenses until victory is ours." "Ah, I see your point. You're asking us to create a siege." The cadet nodded while considering the plan. "But what of our own troops? They'll be too famished to fight effectively." The strategist's lips curled in a sly smile. "And so will theirs. We will keep on striking them, giving them no time to rest and recover." "That's good." The cadet gave a meaningful smirk before continuing, "And God forbids if something goes wrong we have our secret weapon ready." "Yes, I've contacted him and asked him to stay on standby." The strategist responded with the same mischievous smirk on his face. "If we can't defeat them then we can just task him to sabotage our enemy. We're going to win this either way." The two of them nodded after finishing their conversation and instantly turned their attention to Alberto, the towering figure of authority in the hall. "So what do you say, Lord Commander?" they asked in unison. Alberto scowled as if the answer was obvious. "We will modify that strategy of yours. Instead of wearing down their defenses gradually, we'll hit them all at once." The strategist was taken aback. "But why, sir? If we stay on the defensive, we can assure our victory." The cadet from earlier nodded in agreement. "Yes, if we go all in at once, we will risk the chance of us winning. If we stay back and keep hitting them with long-distance magic spells and artillery, we'll win. They won't be able to sustain their defenses forever." Alberto remained silent for a moment, his brow furrowed in frustration. Then, with a deep sigh, he spoke. "There are two reasons for my decision. Firstly, have you ever fought on an empty stomach? If we follow your strategy as you've presented it, the battle could drag on for days. We may be able to sustain ourselves with mana, but food is necessary for our bodies to function. You don't know what it's like to fight while hungry. Your hands shake, your throat burns, and your body screams for you to stop, but you keep fighting, because if you stop, you lose, and if you lose, you die." Alberto spoke from experience, having grown up in the slums where hunger was a constant companion. He had seen people die from starvation, and he knew the weight of hunger all too well. His words hung heavy in the air as the other cadets considered the gravity of his words. A moment of contemplative silence passed until a young cadet raised her hand. "What is the second reason, Lord Commander?" she asked. Alberto's eyes lit up, and he raised his eyebrows in surprise. "The second reason? It's that I am clearly the strongest, so there is no need for any other tactics." After a brief pause, he instructed, "Here's what we will do. We'll let them enter the shopping district, then encircle them, but we won't create a siege. Instead, we'll attack them from all sides at once." Alberto stretched his hand forward and closed his palm into a fist. "We'll crush them in one swift move." Idiaras's inverted question mark night had fallen as the moon claimed the sky, signaling the end of the first day of the mock war. Around 8 to 10 armed cadets stood guard in front of a half-demolished skyscraper which the Class 1A1 was using as their makeshift base. "You are stupid. I have told you, we can't fight them in the middle since we'll have to watch our flanks on both sides all the time. And I'm telling you, we don't have to worry about it. They won't flank us." "Oh, and how do you know that?" "Because Alberto would most likely attack head-on. Trust me on this, Mr. Morningstar. We can't risk losing this whole war by trusting you, which we don't by the way." "Miss Black, you're doing it again." You're letting your grudge against me cloud your decision-making. What grudge? You're not important enough to have my grudge. Don't flatter yourself. Right, sure. In the grand lobby of the skyscraper, a circular table had been arranged. Atop the table lay Nero's smart bracelet, its screen facing up. The smart bracelet was emitting a holographic map of the surrounding vicinity. Around the round table gathered all the lieutenants, Lord Commander, and the two strategists, one of them being me of course. Amelia and I were arguing over our strategy for the war. Since we had made contact with our enemy troops earlier today, it's obvious that the main war will start tomorrow. The reconnaissance team used the three-dimensional recording feature of their smart bracelet to make a 3D map of the shopping district that we were using for reference. The shopping district comprises numerous stores and shopping centers. We have already marked all the shops that could potentially be sources of our necessities such as provisions for food and water. All that's left is to come up with a strategy to take control of the shopping district and then we'll win. And right now, we are in the process of doing just that. Actually, we've been doing this since evening, after a short break, during which I used to take some selfies and interact a little with Grace. We returned to our brainstorming session. Amelia and I, being the two strategists of our force, were coming up with a perfect plan to snatch this victory from our adversary. Actually, only I was making an effort to come up with a winning plan while Amelia was shooting every one of them down. It's not her fault. I have come to the conclusion that she is a book-smart individual, the type of straight-A student who excels in theories but sometimes overlooks the practical aspect of things. I'm literally the opposite of her. I work with the practicality of the situation and sometimes disregard the theories. If something can work, then we should try it even if it sounds stupid. That's one of my mottos. Anyway, as I was saying, we are polar opposites. However, that's what, I think, makes us a good team of strategists since we can cover every aspect of a situation. I like her, not in that way, of course. I like her usefulness and the potential she has to offer. To be honest, I can't wait to break her and then make her dependent on me so I can use her to her full potential. But that'll have to wait. For now, I'll have to make our class win. Okay, guys, stop. Seeing our argument was not going to end anytime soon, Nero interfered with our brainstorming session. One by one, state your suggestions. I'll go first. Amelia raised her hand and said, I propose we don't take over the shopping district. Instead, we form a small, mobile task force that'll get into one of those shops, grab the supplies, and swiftly retreat back to this base. Meanwhile, our main forces can engage with the enemy. Nero touched his chin and commented, that is actually not a bad plan. I know, right? Amelia puffed her chest with pride. After our troops have replenished, we'll attack them head-on. Yes, Nero nodded his head. This way, the battle won't be dragged on for too long. Is there something you would like to add, Lucas? He turned his eyes to me and asked. I eyed his figure up and down and took my time before answering. I had to say this guy looked handsome in the body-fit nanotech combat suit we had donned. After building up some anticipation for my excitement and feeling enough jealousy toward Nero's good looks, I said, Miss Black's suggestion was honestly impressive but there was one major flaw with it. Oh, and what might that be? Amelia shot back, seemingly offended. In your plan, you've automatically assumed that our task will safely get in and get out with enough supplies. You see, to put it bluntly, if something goes wrong with the task force, we'll be fighting our enemy with an empty stomach. In that scenario, we'll lose. You are broken bar. In that case, we'll create more than one task force. Good idea, but that will deplete the number of soldiers on the front lines, which will in turn severely weaken our army. Why you're only looking at the worst case scenario. But of course, I shrugged. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong, and at the worst possible time. Murphy's Law. Of course, she had no counter-argument ready for that. I know the way Amelia Black thinks. She just focuses on her moves and pays no heed to her opponents. That's the main reason that caused her to get poisoned by the vampires later on in the story. She's a sharp weapon, but her edge is flawed. I'll mold her to my liking so she will make a formidable tool for me in the future. And what's the best way to mold a blade? Beat it with a hammer mercilessly. What do you mean it's not the correct process? I'm wrong, you say? Damn. Well, then forget this analogy. You get what I was trying to say, right? Good, sigh. I'll take blacksmithing classes in the second semester. That's a good argument, Lucas, Nero acknowledged. So, what's your proposal? I say that we split our forces into 2 equal divisions, I suggested. We'll send each army to encircle the shopping district and launch simultaneous attacks from 2 sides, trapping the enemy between our 2 frontal assaults. Nero pondered over my words for a moment before commenting. So a classic maneuver. It works, I shrugged. And in this case, our troops can use buildings as cover to encircle them and trap them. They'll never see us coming and we'll finish them in one fell swoop. That's a good idea, I won't lie. Nero touched his chin. Okay, give me a few moments while I think about it. All of us present there saluted in unison before we dismissed ourselves. Yes, Lord Commander, in the morning. That stupid idiot. You're so smart, yet you don't know those 2 words have the same meaning. Hee. Shut up, Kent. Geez, okay. Right now, I was standing outside the base building, watching our troops get ready to fight on the battlefield today. Nero had decided to carry on Amelia's plan of action, just like in the novel. In the novel, Amelia and Grace suggested 2 different approaches to fight Class 1C8 in the Battle of Shopping District. In it, Amelia suggested what she had suggested yesterday, and Grace suggested a stupid plan that I won't even bother to tell. Grace wasn't stupid, she suggested a bad plan because she had a purpose. She wanted Nero to accept Amelia's plan. Amelia's plan consisted of creating a small task force and evacuating some supplies like food and water, something our troops needed from the shopping district swiftly. Her plan, as I have pointed out before, had a major flaw. Too much depended on the task force. If they were to fail to grab the supplies and evacuate, Class 1A1 was doomed. And that's exactly what happened. In the novel, the task force was the most crucial element of Amelia's plan, but it failed to achieve its task. They walked into a trap. Someone tipped Class 1C8 and told them about their positioning and plan. Yes, of course it was Grace. She leaked that information. As a result of that, the task force was wiped out and Class 1A1 had to fight the rest of the mock war with an empty stomach. If not for Nero, they would never have won. But if not for his stupid decision to go forward with Amelia's plan, they would have never been put into that situation in the first place. That's why I suggested a better plan. However, Nero still made the same stupid mistake he did in the novel. Okay buddy, Kent placed a hand on my shoulder, jolting me out of my brooding thoughts about Nero. I'm going to go join them. By the way, let's make a bet. A bet? Yeah, so here's how it goes. Between the 2 of us, who'll contribute the least in this mock war will get the right to punch the other one in the face 5 times. It's a punch bet. Ah, sure, whatever, I absent-mindedly replied before asking, what position are you in? Left flank, front line, he answered, gripping the long Polium scythe in his hand. And don't be hung up on Nero's decision. Not everything can go your way. Also, no backing out from the bet now. With those words of comfort, he walked off to join the rest of the members on the left flank, other comrades he'll be fighting with today. As I watched Kent's figure receding into the distance, mixing up with other cadets preparing for the upcoming battle, the sullen expression on my face melted into a wicked smirk. A glint of calculated madness sparked in my eyes as I declared in a whispering tone, but everything already is going my way. Amidst the ruins of a decimated city, a group of approximately 100 cadets, now embodying the role of soldiers, proceeded with extreme vigilance, their weapons at the ready. They advanced in a semicircle formation, with their esteemed leader, Nero Decroft, leading the charge at the forefront, flanked by 2 of his 5 lieutenants, William and Della, who commanded the left and right wings of the formation, respectively. Anastasia, her 3rd lieutenant, was right behind Nero, covering his back. In the center of this formation, a small task force of 12 dedicated soldiers followed closely behind. With a deliberate and elegant touch, Grace lifted each strand of her luscious, blonde hair that gracefully cascaded down to her waist while suppressing her urge to yawn again. Her skilled hands moved with precision as she deftly tied it into a tight bun, securing each strand in place while continuing to march forward. She cherished her hair, and it was one of the reasons why she didn't want to join the military, fearing they would force her to chop it off into a military cut. Aside from her attachment to her hair, There were obviously other reasons why she was hesitant to enlist. Like many kids her age, the thought of fighting on the front lines where death was a constant threat was a terrifying prospect. Grace had begged her father to intervene and help her avoid the mandatory service, but as usual, her father ignored her pleas, leaving her with no other option but to attend the Global Academy. Despite her reservations, Grace found solace in the fact that she had 3 years before graduating as a cadet of Global Academy and officially joining the military. If she excelled during this time and graduated as one of the top-ranking cadets, she might be able to buy herself some time before being sent to the front lines. With a little luck and strategic maneuvering, she could even secure a desk job in the military. If she manages to get a desk job in the military, then she wouldn't have to fear a thing. She could even get the position of strategist or something. However, Grace was painfully aware of her own weaknesses. She knew that making her dream a reality would prove to be a challenging task if she were to do it all by herself. It was obvious to her that she couldn't achieve her goal alone. She needed strength and influence. She needed pawns that she could use, people that she could sacrifice so that she could grasp her desires, even if that meant she herself had to become someone's pawn, even if she had to make a deal with the devil himself. That's why when Kai offered her a hand, she took it in a heartbeat. She knew Kai was someone who would make a great name for himself in the military. If she sticks with him starting now, then maybe she could secure a safe future. But at the first step in her grand quest of gaining power and influence, she failed. She failed Kai, a boy she had previously deemed trash. Not only revealed to have a higher intelligence stat than her, but he also tried to threaten her into switching sides. Switching sides? What does that even mean? Does she trust Lucas and become her pawn instead? He can keep dreaming about it. Grace was certain that sticking with Kai was a better deal. After all, he was superior to Lucas in every way imaginable. So obviously, she shut his mouth by reverse blackmailing him with the help of a trap that she had planted ahead of time. Although she messed up by not becoming the strategist for Class 1A1, she could still fix it. I can still do it, she spoke to herself. Did you say anything? A cadet who was walking right next to her asked with a worried expression on her face. Nothing. Grace immediately answered the girl walking next to her and gripping the rapier on her waist. A few hours ago Nero approved of Melia's plan to tackle this mock war. He handpicked 12 individuals and created a special task force. Grace was put into that task force along with Quinn, Elijah and some nameless extras. 2 of the 5 lieutenants were in it. All the members of this task force were expected to cooperate and work together in order to successfully complete the mission. Their orders were simple: infiltrate the shopping district, gather enough supplies, and then run like hell. Meanwhile, the main army will engage the enemy troops in a head-on battle. Even Grace was confused as to why Nero picked this option when Lucas' suggestion was definitely better. However, she didn't ponder over it long, as she had a role to play in this battle herself. Class 1C8 has already been given access to her live location, and despite her initial plan of becoming a strategist and sharing Class 1A1's attack plan with 1C8 failing, she is still determined to undermine 1A1 and gain Kai Wiseman's favor by gradually proving her worth. No one can stop her, not Lucas, not Nero, and not even that bitch Amelia. She had won at the mere cost of making her class lose. Hee. Her lips quivered and a short ecstatic chuckle escaped her mouth before she quickly stopped herself. No, I can't laugh yet, I have to hold it in. She squealed from excitement. Halt! Exclaimed a deep, manly voice, jolting her out of her celebratory reverie. She turned her gaze to the origin of the sound and saw that it was Quinn who had shouted. She furrowed her brow and surveyed her surroundings, noticing that all the other soldiers had also come to a stop. Up ahead, Nero had his right hand held aloft, indicating for them to cease their advance. Consulting the maps on her smart bracelet, which had been crafted by the reconnaissance team, she confirmed that they had arrived at the entrance of the shopping district. We've made it, bellowed Nero. Be prepared for the opposition at every corner. Keep your senses sharp and stay vigilant. Yes, everyone replied in unison before unsheathing their weapon. With caution, Nero and his troops started their march and entered the shopping district. However, Nero, even after half an hour of continuous search, they came across no enemy. Did they move at night? Anastasia asked with a tint of hesitation in her voice. Impossible, Nero shook his head in confidence. I had people stationed near the area to look out, then why are they not here? Wrinkling her forehead with a frown, she asked. I don't know either, Nero admitted before barking instructions. Everyone, break the formation and look individually. If you find any sign of the enemy, alert everyone on the open radio channel. Everyone nodded their heads and quickly dispersed. Back at their base, the spacious room exhibited cracks along its walls and ceiling. A round table, accompanied by a few chairs, occupied the center of the room, but it was evident that they had been left untouched for quite some time, as a layer of dust had accumulated over them. At the top of the round table, a smart bracelet was set. From that smart bracelet, a map of the vicinity projected out with everyone's live location on it. Within the chamber, before the projected map, two individuals were visible, seated amidst the forlorn surroundings. Yes, it was Amelia and me. Seriously? Seeing me yawn out of boredom, Amelia raised an eyebrow at me, clearly judging me for whatever reason. What? I shrugged. Can you take this more seriously? I am taking this seriously. Right, that's why you're yawning. I'm bored. God, can she just leave me alone for a few seconds? Unbelievable. Amelia shook her head immediately and turned her gaze back to the holographic map. What? I asked. You're clearly jealous that Nero picked my plan over yours, she said with a mocking smirk on her face, and after that he made me the field strategist. There are two types of strategists, staff and head. Staff strategists devise plans and tactics to outmaneuver the enemy, while head strategists can take charge of the battle and bark instructions in place of the Lord Commander. Their authority is only secondary to the Lord Commander. Both of them can give out instructions that soldiers would have to follow. The only difference is that the Lord Commander fights in the field while the head strategist stays back in the base. Nero picked Amelia as his head strategist, and it was clear why he did that. He trusts her more than me. He can count on her to have his back, but why was she bringing it up now? Was she trying to provoke me or something? Are you trying to provoke me or something? With genuine confusion, I asked. Ha, dream on. She scoffed, and besides, HQ, do you read? I'm QN2, do you read? But before she could continue, a static voice came from my smart bracelet. The smart bracelet not only serves as a storage device and an enhanced version of smartphones, but it also includes a military radio. Each device possesses a unique closed channel code, which is required to contact another person via radio. Alternatively, an open channel is available for communication without the need for a code, but it allows anyone in the vicinity to listen, including the enemy. For reference, this radio transmission was coming to me through a closed channel. Yes, we read you, QN2, give your status report, I answered, bringing the smart bracelet on my wrist close to my face. QN2 was this person's code on the battlefield. A soldier on the battlefield will not go by his name but by the code name assigned to him. There's a whole process of how a code name is assigned, but I'll not get into that because who's interested? Certainly not me. We have not encountered a single enemy. We're going to the shops, gathering supplies, and coming back. Okay, QN2, make sure to blow up the whole place before coming back so the enemy can't get the leftover supplies, I instructed. Roger that, and the radio transmission was cut. That's weird. Amelia touched her chin. Not a single enemy? Are they letting us take the shopping district? Of course not. What do you mean? As I slouched back on the chair, Amelia looked at me with confusion, hoping for me to answer. Think about it, I said as if I was talking to a child. If they are not inside the shopping district, where else could they be? If they haven't attacked us yet, when could they attack? What do you but right as Amelia was about to ask me what did I mean, a realization hit her. Her eyes widened as she spoke. They have surrounded the shopping district. Good, I nodded. And when will they attack? Right about now. HQ, do you read? We're under attack. HQ. Hello everyone, Mr. Lightnovel here. I would greatly appreciate it if you could like, subscribe, and share this novel in order to help me reach 50 subscribers.